described, but much beyond that, I really will have
we're live, by the way. We're live.
Oh, we're live.
I actually really hope that my audio works here. There's a chance I'm muted right now. There's a slight chance that I'm muted. Let's find out when we actually get here. But hello, everyone. Hello. 30-second delay, by the way, Sneb. So you can't, watch out for the chat. But welcome, everyone, to Masters of the Arena. I'm just kind of waiting for the stream to swap over and see if it's actually working correctly. Bit of a tech issue. I foolishly tried to turn on OBS virtual camera, and it destroyed my OBS. It actually annihilated it and crashed the entire stream, which obviously wasn't exactly ideal, but here we are, and I'm joined by the one, the only, the Lord Helseth to commentate. He's invisible right now, but he is here in voice. Helseth, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome to the stream.
I don't even know if I can pretend to be Lord Helseth. I'd have to be a mesmer god, is it? Right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're muted.
They might just be spamming that, though. I actually don't know if they are.
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know either.
It's not muted. No, I turned on the stream. They're so evil, aren't they?
They got me already.
They actually got us. Yeah, they actually got us. They were spamming muted. Unbelievable.
They're taking advantage of our vulnerability.
I can't believe that you would try and do that to us. But anyway, welcome to Master. We're going to be getting into it right now. Our teams are already ready to go. We're good to go and ready to roll right now. We're going to be leaping into our first games very, very shortly. But anyway, a brief introduction. We've had over the past few months, we've had the qualifiers. We've had the top teams compete against each other, the best of the best on EU and NA to qualify for Master of the Arena. And finally, we have arrived at exactly that. Here is the EU regional finals. The top two from today are actually going to go ahead and qualify and move directly over to the global finals, which are going to be happening on Sunday as we come up to that. So stay tuned indeed for all that fantastic stuff. And I'll just go ahead, because we're a little bit behind, obviously, because of a little bit of a tech issue. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket early on here. In fact, you can see here that our games for today are going to be outlined a little bit like this. First up, it's going to be Team Barcode versus the Goats. Then Akimbo Mode versus 7 Deadly Sins. The winner of these matches will then move on a little bit to face additional teams. Rank 55 and Ultrascuffed coming in seed number 1 and seed number 2 respectively are going to be waiting for them in the next round. This is going to be a double elimination tournament here as well. So the teams that lose here, they've got their chances to get back in business all the way up to the finals, where they can then qualify. The top 2 teams here, that is to say the winner of the upper bracket and the winner of the lower bracket, will both qualify for the global finals on Sunday. So it really is all to play for here. We're going to find some seriously good games. There's some very exciting matches from these teams. I'm really excited to leap into it right away. And let's talk about some maps. Wait, apparently they can't hear you. Wait, really?
Oh, they can't hear me?
Oh, I think they can, but they think that I'm actually talking to Helseth, and it's not like a joke.
Uno reverso.
Yeah,
so you have been duped, chat.
Yeah, so I think you guys have been baited. It is in fact Sneb for a while, guys. Sneb is going to be filling in for Helseth. Helseth's still at work. He'll be here very, very shortly. So that's quite amusing there. And yes, that is true. The French there, the Akimbo Mode team, that is basically French worms, a little bit like that. And before we get into these games, we have one more thing to talk about, and that's actually going to be the maps that we're going to be playing on right here, actually. And here is our amazing map pick ban interface. So the way our bans work is we have 2 bans, and then 2 picks, then 2 bans, and the final map is selected. So for our first match, which we're going to leap into right now, Sneb, in fact, is going to be Team Barcode versus the Goats, and it's going to be Kylo, Forest, and then finally Legacy of the Fofar. So some pretty standard maps, actually. I'd say pretty balanced overall. Kylo and Fofar, a bit more leverage towards the team fight, so I think we're going to see a lot of big fights here, some 3v3s and some 4v4s. Forest, I think, can definitely be a bit more skirmishy, a bit more rotationally based, so it's going to be very exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's time to leap into the game and pray that my overlay has actually managed to hold on and survive. I think it has. But let's go ahead and find out in just a moment. Let's go ahead and leap into a game, shall we? Here we go. All right, we're in. We are in the game, Sneb. Are you in the game?
I'm excited for this. I love some good PvP action. When teams are competitive, they want to win. And you know what? I like the team names, Barcode and Goat.
Yeah.
Good.
It's
Whatever happened to
good.
Team Goose? You remember Team Goose? Wasn't there a Goose team?
I mean, yeah, Team Goose. I think they kind of stopped playing, actually, to be honest.
That sucks. I used to spam geese emotes for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I think they deserve that. That's what we want to see.
Is there a goat emote?
A goat? I mean, there probably is a goat emoji, yeah. I think we could probably make that work.
Yeah.
But yeah, regardless of that, here we are. And on the red team, we have Team Barcode. It's going to be the Power Herald coming out from Enigma. We have Maya on the Spectre. It's going to be a condition damage Spectre. Demolish on the Blades one. This is like a big build that's popped up recently, actually. Very, very powerful indeed. Drace on Support Guard. And there still is like this really big thing. Like some people go with the Tempest, some people go with the Guardian. Some players and teams really value the stability of the Guardian, whereas other teams really like the long-term value. It's honestly, the support meta is really exciting right now, in my opinion, Sneb, because there are two supports that are about the same level, both very strong, the Tempest and the Guardian, but they both have different strengths and weaknesses. You know, the Guardian has really nice utility boon access with Aegis and stability, whereas the Tempest is very grindy. It's a bit more aggressive, right? Has some damage out, but has some great control effects. Can support the team with an Earth Shield, for example, has the Tornado, right? Loads of cool things that both of these specializations can bring to the table. So very exciting stuff. We have a Harbinger from Amber Harb here as well. That's actually fallen out a little bit of favor. You might not see as many Necros as you might expect, funnily enough, actually, throughout this tournament. Fun fact there, because Necro did get nerfed fairly heavily in the last patch. So we'll see how this one actually kind of goes out and see how many teams are actually going to be rolling with this roster. It'll be very interesting as we get to kind of through the tournament, kind of deeper in the tournament, like what the actual choices and decisions are going to be in that regard. And on the blue team, it's a Tempest here from Goat Baby Odell. We have Goat Bladder on the Willbender, which also got nerfed, but it's still very powerful, very kind of on parity with the Herald right now. Goat Thulsh on the Untamed, keeping the Ranger dream alive right now. And then we have, the Deadeye Snap. You a fan of Deadeye in PvP? Like, you enjoy that?
I'm not going to lie to you. There's nothing more infuriating than dying to a Deadeye. Nothing. It is painful. Suddenly they're just there, they teleport around, and you're just instantly dead. But it's also probably very satisfying to play.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what they do with it.
Definitely is some good content right there.
Fantasy.
Yeah, it's big, you know, it is huge. And we have another Blades one here, kind of rounding out the team for the Goats here too. And yeah, that's going to be that. We're about to get started. We're starting the game right now, Sneb. We're getting into it.
Yeah. One quick question. I'm very curious about it. You know, I realized that PvP changed a long time ago with the amulets to sort of help the bunker meta. There's a lot of supports being played, and they're perhaps a little bit overpowered. Tempest used to be pretty strong support that way, and you mentioned that Tempest is now a little bit more aggressive. In what ways has that change in the amulets affected Tempest specifically?
I mean, PvP's had the amulets like this for a long time. I mean, basically, they removed Mender's amulet, which is like a slightly more defensive option. And that kind of nerfed the really, really bunkery stuff. And yeah, that means that on a support Guardian, you don't get like a crazy amount of value, I guess, out of the offensive stats on guard because you do very low damage, whereas the Tempest essentially benefits more from those offensive stats, right? So the amulet works out really nice. But never mind that. And I think this is going to be a bit of a story of the game right here, actually. In my mind here, if we're the red team right now, which we're not, but they want to get rid of this Deadeye. They need to shut that Deadeye down. Otherwise, it's going to free cast and absolutely annihilate. And we saw a great job of that by Enigma, immediately pouncing. And you can see the Deadeye isn't really confident to get back in, only now starting again. But it's a little bit too late, as we already have the downstate from the Willbender on the blue team fully getting cleared out immediately, and a great start for Team Barcode.
Yeah, that's huge. Already 5v4 right now as one person's down. So I'm loving to see this Deadeye try to, take advantage and get the 2v1 here on the node. Looks like you're doing a pretty good job of dipping in and out. Didn't die in the middle. That's massive, actually. If the Deadeye had died, that immediately puts them on at a huge disadvantage. So love to see the Deadeye being pretty tactical.
Yeah, exactly. And this is one thing that the Goats did really well, that they didn't lose all of their players. They now do lose their Tempest, and it was a good move there by the Deadeye. The thing is about this map, it's quite small, so Demolish was able to hold on until the Harbinger arrived to kind of equalize that and make it a 2v2. Blades one, it does have some very powerful defensives, lots of self-sustain through its utility skills and just other defensive abilities. That's a great heal skill too, so it can hold on for a good amount of time. We're kind of seeing that now. Team Barcode just doing a good job of controlling the map, and I think we're seeing the goats look for an opener here, but they haven't been able to find it yet. I think that's kind of the story of this game, right? They're looking to get some value with this Deadeye and leverage a kill and get in there somehow. But so far, it does appear that Team Barcode, they're a bit of a brick wall, right? You know, they don't have a triple cap, obviously, just yet. And the blue team, they're not dead by any means, any stretch of the imagination. However, Team Barcode are very robust. They're holding well, they're rotating well, and they're denying any value from the goats. And now they have found themselves a triple cap, and they're in an incredibly good spot in this first game.
Yeah, if blue could have got, if the goats could have gotten sort of a snowball going with the Deadeye power right in the mid at the beginning, that would have been huge. But because they were able to chase the Deadeye off, it just puts Barcode at a huge advantage. And now there's very little value coming out of the Deadeye. They're not able to sort of jump around and get, aggressive 2v1s. It's not looking good for the goats.
Yeah, and you can see the exact same thing happen there, right? We saw Deadeye here from blue try to get value, and immediately we see the pounce from the Herald, instantly, right, going in to try and shut that down. And to be honest, I actually really like this from Barcode, right? I think it's really worth talking about. A lot of teams don't always respect the Deadeye, right? But they should, right? And I think the Barcode have thought about it. They thought, okay, one of our teams might be playing Deadeye here. What are we going to do about that, right? And I think they've kind of in their head had a plan from the beginning, and it's working, right? They're clearly shutting it down, and that is a bit of a vulnerability of Deadeye, right? Like it is very, very powerful if it generates value. But again, we see Enigma secure this kill onto blue Deadeye, and there's just no value here, unfortunately, for blue team. And I think this is not the best map for them, to be clear as well. This, again, it's a very small, very linear map. So the Deadeye can't be as evasive. It can't be as ahead of everyone because red team are able to respond to it a lot quicker. But I've got to say, this looks pretty bulletproof. From Team Barcode. They're really controlling this extremely well. This looks like it's approaching a GG moment, I think.
Yeah, and there's a lot of environmental effects effects. There's a lot of environment where people can just sort of line of sight the Deadeye here too. So maybe you don't get as much value unless you can maintain holding the mid and sort of leverage that verticality at the tower in the mid. But otherwise, yeah, it's not looking like they're getting enough value out of the Deadeye. And as you can see, they're just constantly taking outnumbered fights now, and you can newt that point, but if two of your teammates are dying in mid, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, this is definitely a very tough situation. 350 to 50 right now. Obviously extremely favored towards the red team at this stage. And I think there's not much of a comeback potential here. I think we're going to have to go to the next one. We do finally actually see a kill maybe onto the red Herald Enigma. And that should be confirmed. That's definitely a good pickup. But I think it's a little bit too little too late at this stage, unfortunately, for our blue team. And Barcode looking very strong and probably feeling very confident going into the next game as well.
So I think from a competitor standpoint, if you're the goats, you need to think about what just happened, how you're going to adapt for the next match, and then not let this get to you. Because maybe it was just a mismatch. Maybe the Deadeye wasn't the best play for this map or whatever. So hopefully the blue team can seek a little bit of momentum going to the next match as well. Because to me, it's looking like this is going to be quite the uphill battle. It'd be pretty miraculous for the goats to come back at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, map difference is a thing, right? Comp difference is a thing. But ultimately, it's going to be difficult for them to perhaps readjust their strategy. And I think that they have simply been outbrained by their opponents, perhaps, I think. They haven't been able to catch them off guard with a Deadeye, and Team Barcode just punishing that very well. I think you're right about the map, though. I think we're going to Forest next. I think that is going to be a little bit easier for the goats to maybe get something done. It's a map where the Thief can be a little bit trickier, can be a little bit spicier. We have a secondary objective to contend with as well with those beasts. So there is definitely something that could happen on that map. But even with that slight shakeup with the way the map layout is, I think it will still be, as you say, very much an uphill battle for Team Barcode. For Team Goats.
Yeah, I mean, to the goats' credit right now, they're not giving up. I like that. I like the competitive spirit. They know they're down big, and they know there's only 8 minutes left. But they're not giving up, and that actually should push them some momentum going to the next match. If they just fold here, that from a mental aspect, that really affects the next match quite a lot. So I'm glad to see that they're not giving up. They're pushing for nodes. They're probably talking about it and testing out some things to see what sort of vulnerabilities they can find in Team Barcode.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, they were able to get a few kills there, and that often is going to be the key to PvP, is being able to generate kills. And as we see in this game, we've got 10 kills for our red team and 2 kills for blue team. So that's obviously going to be like a really big decisive thing that goes on here, right? Like, they need to try and find a way to get more of that so they can get that outnumber, they can get that temporary map advantage and leverage that to convert that into some map potential, right? And that's it, GG. And yeah, there's the end of that there. And here's our end screen. And you know what? This is a really fun one, Steb, actually. You'll enjoy this. We have actually been able to create the forbidden top stat. And by forbidden top stat, I mean top deaths. So I can tell you that the Enigma and Drace have top deaths for Team Barcode, whereas the Willbender on the Goats has top deaths. There you go.
My understanding is that Willbender pumps a lot of damage. Do you think they're just targeting the Willbender immediately because they don't want the damage to be spread out, or what?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Like the big target is absolutely going to be removing the threats, right? Removing the Untamed, removing the Willbender, removing the Deadeye, getting rid of it, right? The Tempest and the Blade Sworn are obviously a little bit more durable, a little bit harder to kind of get rid of, right? And all that kind of stuff there as well. But yeah, really cool stuff. And congratulations to Team Barcode with a very strong start here in our first match, taking a very commanding advantage. I'd say a really, really nice win. Good job there, damn it. And honestly, I'm really happy to see Team Barcode actually play, you know, because they're a team, and I think you'll definitely be a big fan of the Sneb, right? Like they're an up and coming team, right? They've been grinding for a while now, trying out new compositions, like playing together, playing the monthlies, right? And honestly, watching their journeys really awesome. They are absolutely a team to be watching in the monthly automated tournaments going forwards, and indeed in other community tournaments going forwards after this event. They are absolutely on fire right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, a quick question for those that are perhaps watching. Maybe they're new to PvP, haven't touched PvP much in Guild Wars 2, or maybe they're just new to the tournament scene. Specifically for this tournament, are they allowed? What are the rules regarding what professions they can play? Can they change things up in between matches? How does that all work?
So yeah, that's a great question. And we have a slightly altered rule set from conventional PvP. You might notice that the compositions being played here are a little bit different compared to the ones you see in the monthlies. That's because we don't allow specialization stacking. Historically in Guild Wars 2, there have been some kind of problematic builds that typically you might run 3 of, like Spectre, for example, or like Scourge. So we simply disable the ability to stack those. And we also have an additional slight restriction here. You're only allowed 1 healing power amulet per team and 1 player with Sigil of Transference. The reason for this is because there have been a few slightly scary builds coming into the game recently that end up in very kind of unfun bunker gameplay. And as a result of that, we're limiting that to prevent these kind of 4v4 matches, right? Where one player is kind of AFK and it's like a 4v4 over 2 nodes. And that just makes the games a lot more exciting. But those are the big main restrictions. And yeah, they're able to swap. And I think we actually are going to see a swap, actually, from the Goats.
Deadeye gone.
Yeah, I actually do like that. You know, I think okay, this is going to sound like a bit of a meme here. Removing Thief in general is a bit of a... Thief is pretty good, Sneb, okay? Like, you're very fast, you kill things, Spectre's pretty good. So it is often said, no thief, no win, and that might end up favoring Team Barcode, but I do think they have to make a change. You know, I would have liked to have seen a Spectre, to be honest, but honestly, this approach from the Goats is actually very interesting. They're just going for all-out, full aggression. You see here, they literally have Untamed, Willbender, and Herald. That is a ridiculous amount of damage, actually. That is so much.
Did the Deadeye swap to Herald there?
That's correct, yes.
Yes, okay.
So much DPS.
I mean, effectively, it's pretty similar role. However, Deadeye, they probably thought about it and went, you know, we're not getting the value. They're immediately targeting us. I think that Herald has a little bit more survivability, even if it doesn't have the same mobility, just by glint, heal, and etc. So, curious to see how this changes things for him.
Yeah, Enigma got properly beaten down. They're a very defensive opener from the Goats. They tried to catch the push coming to that far node, coming towards that henge by Team Barcode. Barcode were able to actually disengage, and now they're going to begin that repush. They've got to watch out for the Bladesworn, actually. There's blue Bladesworn crossing the map there that will be pressuring that node, so they need an answer to that. But never mind that, because we've got a massive fight going down right now, and actually, it does look a little bit more even towards the Goats. The Goats having a bit of value here. Bear in mind, actually, they did send Demolish did go for that push. They were temporarily outnumbered. but now they aren't as the Harbingers entered the fight. Let's see if Barcode can turn it. They absolutely can. They get Blue Willbender into the down state. That should be cleaved out. Is there a revival from the Tempest potentially? There is off cooldown, but actually I'm not sure if it's actually going to land in time. It gets knocked away, and the glyph is burned from the blue Tempest, and that is not a good start for the goats, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, now they're going to try to hunt down this Tempest. As you can see, it's low. Just use its big cooldown on the water overload there. Plus, there's a pretty big recharge on its heal skill. We'll see if it can kite around a bit.
Yeah, Tempest trying to hold on here, but no, it's not going to happen.
Do it.
Ooh, and this is the really scary thing in PvP here that I think the goats need to really watch out for. They're kind of bleeding out players here as other players respawn, and this kind of means that they're getting to this position where they're almost constantly 4v5, right, on the map, and that's how you can really lose control of a match very, very quickly. And that's kind of happening right now. Look, the Tempest dies, and then the Untamed dies just as the Tempest actually bleeds out, and that means we're now 3v5 on map, and goats, they're going to have to just say, we've got a full reset, we've got to chill out. But I don't think Barcode are even going to let them do that, as we already see Barcode pushing across the map to try and deal with this final third node.
Yeah, and one of the things is if you can stutter the deaths of people and you put 7 seconds in between their recharge, effectively you're always going to be outnumbered. And so it actually forces the team to sort of regroup at home in some instances. And all that means is that the other team racks up more points, more map control, and has more time to pick the others off on the map.
Exactly right. There was a slight moment here where Demolish was outnumbered, but he very wisely conceded the node and waited for his team to rotate in. Takes a big burst there, but with the support Guardian and the Harbinger, I think they're honestly in a great fight here. We've got Harbinger and Bladesworn and support guard. I mean, yeah, you can already see where the way this fight is going. Like, blue team do not have the muscle for this. They're just going to get completely out-sustained here and just nuked into oblivion. The Stomp comes through on the other side. We also saw the Herald get eliminated, so this 2v2 for Barcode goes very well with the Herald and the Spectre. It's also a very powerful 2v2 combo there. And yeah, they just flat out win that too, and that's 4 kills
gonna go down again
on
here.
the board.
Oof.
Yeah,
that's a tough pill to swallow. That's not good.
This is very, very tough right now for our blue team. Right, they're in a lot of trouble here. Goats really falling behind here, unfortunately for them. And once again, we see this triple cap lot coming through from Team Barcode, and they're off to an incredibly good start. There is a push from the Untamed and the Herald moving across. That's scary for the Spectre, but I think she should be able to disengage that, or at least hold that until support arrives.
They'll just run away. Yeah, stealth, get out of there. So, I mean, that's the right play. They've got to go and try to take some map control, but all that's going to happen here is you can see the Guardians coming to just back it up. Now it's going to be 2v2, and they're going to be able to sustain that on the triple cap.
Yeah. And it's a little scary for the Spectre here. There's a lot of damage, and there's not a lot of output here from Team Barcode. But now that the Herald is here, I'm really liking this play from Enigma, actually. He's really where he needs to be at the right time, shutting down any of these openings. Again, like, this is what you're going to see in a lot of these games as we move through the tournament, is someone's going to rotate quicker, right? There's going to be this moment, this window of opportunity that's capitalized on by one of the teams. And I think Barcode is doing a great job of denying that and not allowing there to be any opportunity. They look solid, very solid here, actually. You know, I have to say, I was actually expecting this to be a pretty solid competitive match, actually. But I think Barcode, they've really been stepping up recently throughout the previous qualifiers and even during the previous qualifier. And they're here to show they mean business, Sneb. They mean some serious business. They're here to blast.
Yeah, I feel like Barcode put the goats back on their hooves, so to speak. After taking down the Tempest a couple times, it really throws off your rhythm, right? Because now you're kind of in desperation mode. You know you can't really effectively take a team fight if your support is gone. So they had to push far, but then they're already outnumbered again. It's not looking good for them. They're all going to go down here. It looks like they lost the big team fight, and the warrior on the other side is just holding the node. So it looks like they're going to triple cap into victory here.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of getting towards the GG call here. We see Willbender from blue kind of waiting for a regroup. Problem is that we are going to see the Beast be taken during this, actually. So that's going to be another 25 points locked in for Barcode. So realistically, by the time there is a regroup, the game is going to be very much moving towards its end. And that's actually going to be the GG call. GG. Wow, that was... What a performance there. Very well played, yeah. Super, super clean from them. Absolute demolition from Team Barcode there. Very, very impressive stuff, actually. And this is going to be the, we can see the end of the game there as well. And that was actually a pure 0-death game from Barcode. Like, pure cleanliness, right? Absolutely pristine, right? Simple as that. Job done.
Massively impressive. Jeez.
Yeah. Very impressive stuff. That was a 429 to 77 with 11 kills for Barcode and 0 for the Goats. Woof. What a team. What a team. And actually, I'm just going to go ahead and quickly report on the other match as well. I believe we have another 2-0. Yes, the match between... hang on, let's go ahead and take a look at bracket. So the other match that was going on right now was Akimbo mode versus 7 Deadly Sins, and that is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Akimbo mode. So we can actually see our next matches coming up very shortly, and that is going to be rank... Ooh, a spicy one coming up. It's going to be rank 55 Dragons versus Team Barcode and Ultrascuffed versus Akimbo mode. And I think we have Big Man Helseth available for the next match, and I know that you also have to go. And actually, can I get a quick clap in the chat, by the way, for Sneb? Helseth unfortunately got a little bit stuck at work, so he was not able to be here right at the start. You know, that's fair enough. These things happen, right? And I want to give a massive shout out and big thank you to Sneb, actually, for stepping up and actually volunteering to hop on and commentate a few games. And I really appreciate that, Sneb. Thank you very much, dude. Can I get a clap in the chat, please, for Sneb, please?
Yeah. No problem. Love what we're doing here. Love that we have that partnership with CRD. Yo, people, CRD in the chat. We need to support them because they're supporting esports in Guild Wars too.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty darn cool. And you know what? I'm big shout out to you, Teapot. I'm just looking at all of the hard work with the overlay and all the integration and whatnot. This is incredible. I think this is going to be so exciting to watch throughout the weekend. Kudos to the chat for being so engaged, and good luck with the rest. I'll be lurking and watching.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much indeed. And actually, I think that's a really great point while we wait for Helseth to kind of leap in here in just a moment, actually. Before we get into our next match, I think we're going to go ahead and cover the 55 into Barcode game, I believe. So we're going to get that going very, very shortly. But I think I actually do want to just quickly bring up and talk about the partnership that we do indeed have with Cure Rare Disease. And of course, that's a cause that's very much... Snab has a lot of personal experience with that, and we've worked with them before in various other events like fashion contests and other charity streams. Massive shout out to CRD for really helping us out with kind of executing this event and allowing us to get this prize pool as high as it is. Basically, a total potential of $3,000 for our prize pool from CRD is absolutely incredible. Or rather, to be more specific, basically some partners with CRD have allowed us to get this prize pool to be exactly precise with where that money is coming from. Just to clarify, we're not taking charity money, guys, okay? Don't worry about that. We're here to raise the money, not take it away. But yeah, if you do want to learn more about Cure Rare Disease, okay, then go ahead and hit !CRD. They're a non-profit organization that develops cutting-edge research and therapeutics for rare conditions that do not have any current effective treatments or cures. It's an amazing cause. It is so awesome to be working with them once again. And yeah, it's super awesome. Definitely go throw some money at them. Let's raise some money. Let's show that Guild Wars 2 Esports is big epic. It's big content. Take it easy indeed. And yes, go and look at those links, chat. Get in there right now. Do it. And we're going to get into our next match very, very shortly. So thank you very much to Sneb. I really appreciate it, my friend. I think I will let you go now. And yeah,
I'll hand off the baton to Helseth here. Have a good one.
Yeah, where is he? Where is he? Okay, he's here. All right, hello.
That's nuts. It's seriously nuts. It's like 2022 and people still don't know that there's a Lord before the Helseth.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. People will, Anyway, how you doing? How you doing, T-Pop? My apologies for being late, but the main character always has to be late. So it is
yes,
what it is.
Indeed. That is absolutely indeed the case. Well, let me actually quickly update something real quick.
What's up, chat? How y'all doing? Y'all excited for some good games? I think it was 55 next, right?
It is. Sure. It's going. Yeah. Sorry, guys. But I'm a little bit of admin going on. Yes, it's going to be rank 55 Dragons versus Team Barcode. So you'll be able to comment on their gameplay and call them bad, I guess, which I'm sure you're very much looking forward to in just a moment, I guess.
We'll see. What arena am I looking at? Let's see.
Yeah. I think it's going to be in... where is the arena going to be, actually, I believe it is going to be in Arena 1 is where we're at right now, yes. So I don't have to move anywhere. That's nice, isn't it? How very convenient. We get to stay here. But anyway... welcome Welcome indeed to the show. Thank you very much for commentating with me here as well. I think we'll be seeing Rom pop up a little bit later as well for some of these matches. And yeah, it's going to be exciting. You know, it's going to be the EU teams will be selected for the global finals today. And we're getting into like the really intense stuff now. We're going to be seeing Ultranum very shortly as well. And again, Ultranum, also known as Ultrascuffed, the only team in the previous Master of the Arena to actually take a match off rank 55, which is very exciting stuff. So we'll see them clash potentially later on today. And of course, we get to see both of these teams go up against some kind of up-and-comers here, with 55 facing off against Team Barcode, and Ultranum, Ultrascuffed, facing off against Akimbo Mode, which is basically the latest incarnation of the French team.
Oh, okay. Well, what's the roster?
The roster for the French team, let's go ahead and take a look at that. It's going to be Esprit, Azaz, Raikon, Zealith, and Kazaz, I believe, and Kill. And there is
okay. Kaz was playing.
Yes, indeed. The big brain himself, the ultimate theorycraft overlord.
Yeah, we're gonna see some weird ass builds. Yeah. We're gonna see something nutty. We're gonna see Conde Guardian or something that makes no sense. It's gonna make sense in the game.
I think that is a really exciting part, actually, about some of these matches, particularly in tournament play, is that you are going to see some kind of crazy, slightly interesting setups that you might not otherwise see, because teams will go that extra mile. They will go further to come up with like the ultimate theorycraft. These days in Guild Wars 2 PvP, people tend to be a little bit relaxed, maybe not really super try-hard and super sweaty. But when it comes to the tournament play, people go all out to really figure out what's good and how they're going to break the meta. And we saw that in the last Master of the Arena, right? So should be some really exciting stuff coming out from, I imagine, rank 55.
Why don't you tell it to put on the camera? Like, I can improve your stream massively by just doing that.
Oh,
like,
finally. Okay, man. Now we've got there.
Man, what? Like, what?
Yeah.
I didn't know that I could, It is.
It's all good. Hang on a minute. Let me go ahead and
literally missing out on the most delicious of eye candy.
Yeah, now, we were supposed to do this before the stream, by the way, so I could actually make this not scuffed. Now you're going to be.
You're saying it's my fault. You're saying it's my fault.
I am saying it's your fault. Yeah, it is your fault. Yeah, I'm completely throwing you under the bus here.
Forcing me to come on the stream. Bear in mind, chat, that I didn't want to come here, right? Like Teapot, he has. How do I say it? He has compromising information about me. He's been around for forever and all that stuff. So whenever he wants me to cast, I don't have that much of a choice. Like, he has so many screenshots of me being kind, and I don't want that leaked. I want my image to be retained.
Exactly. We've got to keep up the bad boy persona, and as a result of that, he's got to make a few sacrifices. But here we go. Now we have the camera all sorted out, and I think we're actually just about ready to start getting into the games right now, I think, actually. Let's see. I believe we've had our picks and bans started to happen, I believe. So let's actually go ahead and get that going. And perhaps you can maybe give us a little bit of insight onto exactly what the hell might be going on, the mindset of some of these players, why they might not want to play on certain maps, for example, across the board there as well. And it's going to be, I believe, let's see, what is let me see what the... Where are my admins? They did tell me what's going on here. Let's see.
I'll talk a little bit about the philosophy of the idea. So let's say I'm up versus 55. That's an established team that's been playing for forever, right? Now, if we want to win versus 55, we shouldn't play their game. This is something that was developed pretty late into Guild Wars. Honestly, like in this newer post-esports era where people basically go a little cheesier with the comps. There used to be like this little weird, silly idea of like, I gotta mirror what you play and the better team wins, which is not a good idea to do if there's a team that's more experienced. What you should do is try to win on, winning on the day is the only thing that matters, right? So people have gotten a lot more creative in comps and such, and we see that a lot from the French team. And when it comes to that, like if you're a team like 55 is stable, right? They know the rotations, they know the game plan. If they win a fight, they know how to snowball immediately in a way that they like, which means that they like maps that don't include too much variance. What I mean by that is like if the map doesn't have too much jank, too many weird mechanics and like ways where you can like stabilize where you should usually be losing, then they're just going to steamroll because that's what they do. So they want maps that are a little more straightforward, while their teams would want something that face them would want something that's a little more, odd. So, for instance, the Legacy of the Foe is a typical map where the better team generally has an advantage. You win the fight, you snowball off that. In the unlikely event where you don't win the fight, it's very simple. You regroup, you push back in, and you just rinse repeats. There's not that much variance. It's like you're just going to play the game, and of course there's differences in comps and such, but the game plan is going to be relatively the same. The games are going to be relatively similar, whereas on certain other maps, it can be completely different. So is it going to be Legacy first game, or what are we looking at?
We had a Legacy and Temple ban, and our map order is going to be Colosseum, Kylo, and Forest. So the pick for 55 was Colosseum, then Barcode picked Kylo, and then just by process of elimination, we ended up with Forest as the final map, with the Skyhammer and Capricorn being banned there.
I mean, it's very comp dependent. See, I'll give my takes on how I think the teams are going to play once I see them log in. I'm guessing that people have their pocket picks and such now. That's also something that's very common in the current era of Guild Wars, where there used to be a lot more one-trick ponies and such. Now there's a lot of people that are similar to me, where they've mastered pretty much every single class and they can adapt according to what's needed. Again, very much like myself.
I think what we might be seeing from rank 55 is that they may try to, and this is something that I think I do see fairly often actually with like the very, very, very kind of like top teams, or what teams appear to be at the top right now, is they'll try and avoid very heavy team fight maps a lot of the time, because it can be a bit of a clown fiesta. I think it's very easy just to throw immediately, because a lot of teams are perfectly competent at fighting, right? I think what really separates the teams that are learning and getting better from the teams that are already in that kind of tier 1 position is that they have so much rotational experience and the understanding of where they need to be at what time. That's where they can find some significant advantages a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's pretty much the opposite of what I mentioned, what I thought it would be, but it depends entirely on the meta is. So I remember not too long ago, there was basically just a meta where the team fights were all that was, you just had your team fights and with the double necros and whatnot. And with that, because the top team is always practicing just doing the team fight, it's going to be a more consistent result of doing that. But if we're looking at more of like different comps nowadays, then definitely I can see where, 55 have their experience in rotation. So if they feel like the fights are random, well, then they don't want variance, right? They want consistency, which means that rotations will create that opportunity.
Yeah. I think that is maybe the mindset of some of these teams going into this. I think stuff like kind of banning Skyham, which can be a bit of a weird map sometimes, and can get a little bit unusual. That kind of makes sense to me from that perspective from 55. I think they are pretty confident in the team fight as well, but perhaps not as confident as they have been in previous events, because they have actually been forced to re-roll a fair bit, actually, and we'll have to see what they actually end up going with here. But for example, we saw Zan playing Harbinger. Obviously, he's like super into Engineer. Like he is the Engineer overlord a lot of the time. Engineer right now, not super good, right? As Holosmith has fallen out the meta. Mechanist was kind of really busted for a while, but then kind of fell off a little bit. And so that's kind of forced the assault. Yes, and this I actually did expect this, actually, because Harbinger was very strong, but there was a patch fairly recently that did nerf it down. And Zan, in early End of Dragons betas, he actually was a big fan of Bladestorm, was playing a lot of Bladestorm, actually, in a few tournaments, actually. So I'm not surprised to see him break that out right now, actually. And I have a little bit of a suspicion that... I don't know. What do you make of this? I almost feel like rank 55 are being a little bit sneaky and not wanting to give away their composition for what they might play later on.
If Misha's playing well chrono, then when we first met, I mentioned my idea of variance and such, and I was like, and you mentioned your counterpoint. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'll find the flow of the game. I'll I'll understand immediately and get that. And then I see this build from Misha, and I'm starting to panic. Like, I don't know Guild Wars anymore. You picked the wrong caster. We should go to Heart of the Mist and find someone else. If this is a build, then I don't know what I'm doing. This looks like the most garbage ever. I think Misha right now is giggling in his little Discord. Because this isn't what you're playing, right?
Well, he actually did play this in the monthly. They ended up losing, so watch out for that, I guess. But they absolutely did play this. And I believe this is actually a build that came from Kaz's, as I understand it, funnily enough. And it does seem to have at least some value, actually. You have a very powerful gravity well control option there, which is, it's a pretty good skill, and it deals some pretty decent damage output and also has some solid sustain, so it kind of is a bit of a kind of a duelist, like a slightly, it can out-sustain things and survive for a good amount of time. But again, I do kind of expect to see a little bit of a mix-up as we move along and kind of get to, get a little bit later on, because they certainly did have problems trying to execute comp like this. For example, Boyce, who's playing Untamed in this match, actually ended up relogging. That they realized, oh no, we're losing the monthly AT finals. Oh dear. And ended up relogging. It was a little bit too late, unfortunately. But yeah, we see the Deadeye and the Spectre. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, they're memeing us. I'm very insulted by this. I came here to cast some serious gameplay, and 55 is memeing us. But aren't there... I mean, yeah, they're just the clear favorites in this matchup, so they're doing a little bit whatever they want, I guess.
I think
that's fine.
Yeah. I think, Team Barcode, they're absolutely not to be underestimated, but as you say, I do think the overall experience and team synergy certainly does make 55 the favorites in this setup. We see a Mirage come out. Can the duelist
I'm
Mirage
looking at it. Rabid, Amulet, I don't know anything. I've lost the plot.
Yeah. It is a build that does crop up a little bit, actually. It's one of those builds that's maybe not like super top tier, but definitely does actually work and can function if it's executed correctly, actually. Let's see how this is actually going to go.
In unranked, you mean?
Yeah, even in ranked, actually. Oh yeah, it's all the way there. Mesmer is on fire right now.
Let's see. So what we're having 55 do, they're pushing it too far. They're basically just creating a 3v3 and a 2v2 respectively, and they're just going to take their fights. Draz is coming to outnumber middle, and looks like they're going to immediately pick this off. And there's no pressure whatsoever at far, which means that 55 is establishing map control pretty much immediately. So we're looking at Barcode trying to find a way to regain some momentum. But right now they're just on the back foot already.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They're already one node down. Of course, they weren't able to push themselves. They were just completely aggressed on by 55. The Harbinger in a lot of trouble here as well. Support is coming through from the Herald and the Spectre, but it's not enough, and that's going to be the first kill of the match. And already, as you say, right, the very stale 2v2 over there, just a better 3v3 for rank 55. They have no support, so they, in a way, have a lot of extra damage in that way, right? So if they end up in these fights, they will be able to get kills a little bit easier, and that's exactly what happens here. And we're already off to a pretty incredible start, 55. Misha is in trouble. Actually, does go downstate.
Yeah, is that res gonna happen? Too much? Yeah. I think there's no pressure from the downstate playing Rabid, and Enigma does go down here, so the fight has been turned.
Yes, that's a very good res. There's some good discipline from Draza to stabilize that. Misha's still a little bit pressured here. Actually, he's got to be careful not to go down.
When the boss ends, he does heal, right? Yeah, so he gets a massive heal of that. Plus, he has his heal up. So this build is actually surprisingly tanky. Like I'm starting to see how it works. It's kind of like a bunker mesmer.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's interesting gameplay. And we see Frey being in a 1v2, and looks like he's not intending to leave this fight either. He wants to take this.
Yeah, Draza moving in, able to Frey able to hold on until the Deadeye comes here, and we already see the Spectre so low from Mai. Actually, she's in so much trouble. It's gonna be difficult to get away here.
He has nothing, but it looks like they're not gonna follow up on him. Merciful.
Yeah. They're not too worried about it. We already see a kill on the other side anyway. Like, Drace comes off spawn, is immediately picked off by 55. And, well, I mean, I suppose to an extent this is a little bit expected, I suppose. 55 certainly a favorite in this matchup, and I would imagine a lot of people would say in the entire tournament, of course. But this is just a very, very dominant performance. They are not giving a single inch to their opponents right now, and this could well actually end up being a 500-0 match in favor of 55, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to see how Barcode is going to be able to win a node, right? And they're not winning their fights even when they're outnumbering. In fact, they're losing them. They go in, they get pressured, they don't hit the skills they need to hit, which means that whenever 55 comes back and creates an equal fight, well, they just immediately get a burst in. And we see this consistently. We saw it happen to Frey, and we saw it when Misha got downed, but I mean, he was just immediately got rest and they were able to turn it. So, I mean, this fight, it's this game, in fact, I think we're seeing a new metagame of these chrono bunkers appearing and 500 niddling.
I mean, it's not totally impossible. I mean, I do certainly expect to see some new things pop up here. Throughout the tournament there for sure. I think a lot of players I think the standard composition right now, it's going to be Tempest, Bladesworn, Spectre, Herald, right? All this kind of good stuff.
This is what I've seen.
That's what we've been seeing a lot of right now. But it's entirely possible that 55 have actually said, you know what? If we actually play double Thief and play some kind of stally builds like this Chronomancer, like the Bladesworn, have the Untamed or maybe Boyce plays Herald later on, just kind of rotate around, you can hold on and just get enough outnumber value that you just win, and the support comp can't keep up with you. That's not impossible, I think. But yeah.
I think builds are measured by their consistency a lot. Like that's what creates a lot of strength in these builds, right? So like the Bladesworn is able to, I mean, it's super sustained, does good damage, you know, like you have consistent abilities to create pressure. Mm-hmm. And in the end, that's what's going to create opportunities, because when someone misplays, it's very easy to turn on the enemy if you have the cooldowns. For instance, Herald is like an evergreen build that's pretty much always good because it has high pressure, it has the ability to kite, it has all these opportunities. And if you're looking from that, like I'm looking at this Chrono build, and I mean, you know, it definitely has resources to stay alive. I'm wondering how well it punishes the opponents, but I mean, Misha is definitely winning this 1v1.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Yeah, he seems to be doing an excellent job.
Coming up for the healing, so there's no way he's in pressure here. Interesting build, honestly. Like,
yeah. It's that big French brain, right, that comes up with some absolutely wild stuff, right, for sure. And I think that makes it really exciting to see what Akimbo mode the French team has actually come up with as well, like what they're going to be doing as well, which we might, will of course see that team popping up a little bit later on as well. But we did actually see a kill. Draza did actually get picked off. You know, the Deadeye is perhaps that slight vulnerability point on this team. It can be easy to chase down with, say, the Herald, for example. So we did see a kill there. But 55 didn't really lose much there. They were able to effectively kind of disengage, cut their losses, and simply move on to the next stage of the game. They're now re-pushing back in and trying to, again, retain their advantage here. They actually are down on nodes right now. I believe Team Barcode has now secured 2 nodes here, but they're still very far behind.
I'm sorry, I got completely distracted by this beautiful overlay. Considering that this game is more than over, tell us about this overlay, T-Pop. Tell us about it.
Well, I mean, what do you want to know?
I mean, we're looking at the cap, this cap percentage going on right here.
Yeah,
it's the kills.
Yeah,
this is connected to an API. Yeah, you don't have some poor worker in the background like typing these things individually.
There's some trickery going on, yes, but it's a lot more brute force than you might expect, because obviously no cheating allowed in Guild Wars.
There's a shield buff and a sword buff. What's going on here?
It even tells you who got how many buffs and when the buffs are coming up, what the buffs do.
This is ridiculous.
And when people cap them. Wow, incredible. Insane.
No, this is legitimately insane. Like okay, maybe we should be talking about the game, because Zan went down, got completely schmacked by these mesmers are doing work. It's all mesmers. Yo, why am I casting? I'm getting out of here. I'm playing.
Nice.
You're on your own.
Oh, what I do like is that shield and sword are the wrong way around. I enjoy that. That's good. Don't worry, I tested this a lot, guys. I'm just blind, but that's okay. It's going to stay like that forever. I'll probably fix that for tomorrow, actually. Oops. But don't worry about that. Insane UI, regardless of that slight and amusing mistake. It's all good.
We should be paying attention to the fact that, honestly, Barcode is doing a fantastic job trying to make... Usually when you're losing to a better team, it's very demoralizing, right? You just get smashed. There's no hope. They were like, what, 200 points to 0?
Yeah,
and look at this. They're 3 capping. They're destroying it.
Misha dead as well.
Discord. This is what we need. This is what we need. Put 50 on the back foot. Make them play a real comp. Like beat them.
Oh, and no, the Harmonger does end up falling though. The soul, so the Untamed will just get that snipe combined with Draza. Draza will be able to snag the sword buff during this as well, which will again allow them to get even more kills. Enigma does die, and I feel like we cursed them a little bit there, Helseth, unfortunately. Like we say they're making a sick comeback, and and then 55 kind of shut it down.
So what about this UI? So tell me more about it. Shield buff. It's 20% extra team damage on the shield buff.
Wow. On the shield, on the sword buff. Hopefully not the shield buff.
It says shield buff, 20% extra team damage. Yeah. Bearer summons Reapers to execute play. That's not correct, is it?
Well, I mean, it's the wrong way around. Yes.
What? What? Wait, what? So basically, you put up enough effort to make this capping action go on. Red team wins in 5 minutes. We got all this nutty stuff going on in the background, but you have the shield say that it does more damage.
Yeah, we do. Like it's like when you're testing something and looking at it, you can't see the mistake. You need someone else to look at it. Unfortunately, I've got Twitch chat to make that happen. So now they told me it's wrong. I'll fix it by tomorrow. Boom. Oh yeah, nice. No problem. Nice. We've cut that. That's your fault though. We cursed the overlay itself, right? That's how potent the curse is with that stuff. Misha in a bit of trouble here. Being chased down. Draza trying to stall the opponents there a little bit. Heal skill in a few moments for Misha. But I think he's actually good to go.
Sorry, this build's a meme. This build's garbage. Yeah. I want to have hope. I looked at this is some fun.
You're not a fan.
This is some garbage use right here. Like Misha, at least play. If you're gonna do this, just play Mirage, right? Do some damage. What's this?
Oh, there's a bit of a downstate battle here, but I mean,
Enigma gets up. Here's the comeback. Here's the comeback.
I mean, I think it's a little dangerous to overhype it, right? You know, like realistically, this game is a bit of a formality at this point.
This game's over.
Yeah. It's going to be very difficult for Barcode to come back. But you know what? I think what's important to look at here in this game is that there's definitely potential, right? I'm not sure if they're going to win the next game, for sure. But this is not like a complete domination, right? Like certainly 55 looking a lot stronger. But I think Team Barcode is showing that they do have what it takes. They just need to get a little bit more, and they can certainly put up a good fight here, right? They haven't given up. They haven't called the GG. They want to play out the game and see if they can find the solution to what 55 is doing here.
Yeah, and like, there's not that many opportunities you get to fight 55, right? Like, just that in itself, they've played tournaments hundreds of times at this point. All these players individually have been playing like so many high-stakes matches, so they're going to be completely used to this, while Barcode, they get to experience some of these things for the first time. You make mistakes, you don't know how to react. When you die, do you know how to call that? You know, all of these things are experiences and notches that will give you better opportunities to get better in the future. So scoring 200 points, regardless of how the comps were, well, you got 500-0 at the start. Being able to get, you got like 200 points to 0 at the start. Being able to even recover 50 points when you're 3-capped and you've died and wiped multiple times, that alone is hard. Like, that alone is like a notch for them. Yeah. And even though they might not be playing this game with the ambition to, like, oh, well, of course we're going to stomp 55, well, you get better. And the only way to get better is to play, to lose, and to learn from it. So 200 points, well, let's aim for a minimum 300.
Exactly, yeah. And of course, you know, regardless of the result in this particular matchup, like 55 will then move on to the next round, but Team Barcode will have the opportunity to kind of battle their way through the lower bracket and potentially defeat the other teams and then qualify, right, for the global finals, which will then give them a bit more time to review the match, review the gameplay, prepare, and then have another crack at it once we get to Sunday as well.
Yeah. And as a tip to Barcode, and it's something that I think you should always think of when you're playing in tournaments, you never want to play your opponent's game. And what I mean by that is, like, at the start, you're playing a safe opening, you send 4 middle, you send 1 close, you get aggressed on, you're going to adapt to that. You don't want to be playing on 55's game. You don't want them to set the terms, or they're going to push into your close. And that's what happened. Like, they got pushed at the start and they got demolished for it. And the time when they got to recover for it, that's when they made some individual decisions on their own. Their Mesmer pushed far, battled Misha 1v1, and they all adapted a little bit. And like I said previously, when you create variance, that's where you have the opportunity to, people can make misplays and you can make something out of it. So if I was on Barcode's side, I'd be looking at, okay, in what scenarios do I think I can win? In what scenarios do I think I can get some stomps and such? And it's not going to be creating fair fights. It's not going to be letting 55 decide how the rotation goes. Do weird stuff. Make 55 react so that they can make misplays, so you can adapt on top of that. Because if you're just going to let them set the terms, you're just going to get bodied. That's how it's supposed to go, because they're more experienced. You know, they're not complete at what they're doing. So, like, if I was Barcode, I'd be looking at making some weird rotations here. I don't know.
Try and throw them off a bit, right? Try and get something done. Yeah, and I think a lot of the time that's quite important. Would you say this is a good thing to do if you're playing against someone who is perhaps on paper better than you, is to try and throw them off a little bit and not, you mentioned this before, right? Don't play their game, right? Try and shake it up and put them in a weird situation and force them to adapt rather than just kind of playing into the strategy that the very strong roster is playing. So I think that's an excellent idea for Barcode. Or
let's say you're 1v1ing someone that's way better than you, right? Consistently, if you're going to have a 1v1 versus that person, you're more or less going to win you're more or less going to lose every single time because that person's just better. Well, how do you create a chance for you to win that? Well, it's going to be by doing something that makes that's just different. So, for instance, if I consistently open versus a person by bursting, using all my damage skills, well, that person's going to know that, they're going to play around it. So if I don't do that, it's going to create an opportunity where I can land my burst skills a little later. And that's where the opportunity resides, where, okay, well, they might assume that you're going to burst immediately. They're not going to, they're going to waste their evades initially, and then you have an opportunity to hit your damage. It's the same thing here. Like, when they decided to go for a safe opening at the start, well, 55 set the terms. What are the odds that 55 loses the opening if they get to set the terms? Well, not very high. Like, it's only going to happen if they screw up. And the chance of them screwing up when they get to pick how the fights work, I mean, it's not going to happen. So whenever you're in a situation where you're probably not going to win, you should be looking to create situations where you can win, and that's just going to be doing weird stuff. Like for instance, I mean, just switch it up, right? We're looking, and speaking of switching up, Misha ruining the hearts of everyone. Everyone was excited. The return of Mesmer. Here we go.
Exactly right.
On Catalyst. And Catalyst is nutty right now.
Yeah, Kaz is very good right now. I think I know why this happened. Like, Misha actually got top deaths in that last game. I'm sure you'd be interested in hearing about that. And he's fed up with that. Gonna try something else. And yeah, this is something that we're definitely expecting to see a lot of. Actually, again, that's kind of like the final building block of the meta comp these days is going to be that Catalyst, right? Essentially, the removal of the super bunkery build, specifically the Vindicator, has allowed Bladesworn and Catalyst to become very powerful in the duelist side node positional. And yeah, it's actually very good as it turns out. It's just that Bunker Vindicator was making it kind of useless. But yeah.
Yeah. I saw some gameplay of Misha playing this. He was streaming, and I just watched it, and he went far. A bunch of circles appeared on the node, and the enemy was dead. Yeah. And I was like, all right, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Despite being able to play this build, Misha is an extremely competent multiclasser. He decided to be a bunker while Mesmer last game. So I mean...
right as we get into this game, actually, I just want to give a few shout-outs to everyone who's been donating to cure rare disease. We're already like $1,200. So thank you guys so much there. If you want to hop on the action and learn more, !CRD in the chat. And ! Donate in the chat for that as well. So thank you so much there. Plenex with the 50, Alcar with 20, Helseth's Dog with 5, Anonymous with 5, Carolyn with 30, Al Solid with 35, Jimbo Bob with 20, Silenber with 40, Brumos with 30, Anonymous with 20, and Butter Peanut with 101. Thank you very much. And let's leap into the action. There was just that one switch up here with the Catalyst coming through from Misha. What's going on in this opener, Helseth? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so 55 initially aggresses on Mansion, and we're basically just seeing them pick the matchups, right? So initially, Misha and Drase, they're just going to make sure they get the node. And you'll see that this is very common on top players, is they'll aggress, and then they'll adapt immediately upon that aggression. So you're just like, okay, well, we don't need to be 3 far, I'll just head to middle. And they're very quick in the adaptation to there. Frey getting smacked.
Yeah, just down to 1,000 hit points here. Needs some support here. Drase moving in.
Immediately, Drase going to plus this opportunity. And this is where a lot of people tend to misplay. And you'll see this immediately here. Enigma going in, pushing. This is the incorrect play. This is the common play where... we're getting another plus. There's a follow priest down.
Yeah,
I love it.
The Tempest Arise,
There's
actually.
No res here. There's no res here.
Yeah, there's no support for 55, and that does mean that they don't have the recovery potential, right? That's the advantage of the support, is that you can resustain very easily. You can even use your revival utility to get the player back up. But if there is a downstate for 55, it can be quite difficult for them to actually recover that, right? And that's exactly what happens here. Drase beaten back, and Team Barcode actually pick up the first kill in this match.
So this feedback thing, is it just to deal with the Deadeye? It kind of feels like it.
Yeah,
at least partially to that.
There's a lot of projectile output in general in the current metagame here, so I think in general projectile reflect or destruction is definitely a good pick, but certainly I would imagine that going for this Mesmer is to deal with that Deadeye, to shut that down, because of course it is extremely vulnerable to having its projectiles reflected. Certainly also the Untamed, the Bladesworn also has a good chunk of projectiles, and even the Spectre, of course, does bring some projectiles to the table as well. However, though, I think... Yeah, oh, sorry, go
on, you first.
I was going to say
I've been saying for ages. Something I've been saying for ages is that Guild Wars 2 is a battle of momentum versus, like, static. And what I mean with that is, like, for instance, Frey got to decap Windmill right here. During that time, Barcode commits 5 people on middle, and they're committing to that. Sometimes you have to trade off. Well, I'll get my node, and I get the momentum in the team fights. And what I think in general is the best thing to do as the quote lesser players is to always play off momentum, because if you're putting yourself in situations where you get outnumbered, in general you're going to get punished harder for that. And we see an example here where, well, the nodes were fine, but they're starting to lose the fights on Barcode. Demo's down. Great. Though.
That's big. Yeah, Frey gets caught there by the massive elite skill that Jade wins. Just huge Sutton there onto Frey, and actually Frey does go down, but it does appear that Barcode, as you mentioned there, they're struggling to convert that into some map advantage. They aren't, they're getting kills, but they aren't getting much for that, as they still find themselves with no nodes on the board, right? Despite the fact maybe they can pick up another kill here, and they have now a node, but they still got, they need more than this.
They did get the kill on Frey by 3v2ing, which means that during this time, 55 knows how to convert this. They're going to go for nodes. They're immediately backing off. Frey respawns in red base, which means that he's close to the windmill. So even though he's dead, it still means that Demo is kind of forced to stay around windmill. He can't really leave it. So yeah, you got to kill, but you can't outnumber. And if you can't outnumber, well, you're not going to win that many more nodes. They got to convert the static, which means that they got the 2 cap. However, they're back on equal grounds now. It's anyone's game at this point of who wins the next fight.
They're making something work, though, actually, because Misha in a lot of trouble. Misha trying to hold on. He's very, very low now. Has no heal skill. I think Enigma might find this pick-off kill here.
Yes.
And Barcode have made something work here. They've got themselves that double cap. They are getting back into this game, absolutely. Drace is going to be supporting Demolish here, should be able to hold them. They don't have enough damage, though, to really counter-pressure this 2v2. This is not a good 2v2 for Barcode, in my opinion. So they need to do something about that. But if they can hold it a little bit longer, and they do kill Misha, if they can then try to get a better fight over there.
Pressured as well. He's not going to be able to stay around middle.
Yeah. And Barcode, they're very close to parity. But they did lose this 2v2, though. Drace, the Tempest, is downstate. And that's, of course, going to force the retreat.
And here's what you see. They're all lingering around middle, so they're just going to regroup, and they're back on square one. They actually had the advantage here, but they lost their individual 2v2, and they couldn't make anything of the fights they were winning. They couldn't, like... Luckily, they didn't get decapped on middle. That's good. That's good. They have some things to fight for. Their mansion is looking like they're going to cover that node.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's not good. Yeah, 55. I think they really recovered that well, right? That was a very masterful recovery. They just sat down and go, right, okay, we're losing a few kills, so we're dying a little bit. What are we doing about it? And I think that hesitancy in rotation is absolutely where that opening was found for 55, and Barcode weren't able to quickly get those kills and respond fast to what was going on the map. And at 55, do what they do, right? They punished it very hard, I think. That's a big punish, because now they're in an excellent position, as there's still another full death is now just respawning from Barcode. So 55 definitely back in the driving seat, particularly as this Tempest is going to die as well.
Is there any way to save him here? I don't think so, right? Necro coming in, and this is kind of scary. Like, oh, the heal's coming out, though.
Yeah, and actually the Tempest does survive.
Recovered. Yeah, but during this time, the reason why he survived is because Trace left to go for the node instead. So if he survived, they're basically just, okay, we had the momentum advantage, we're going to convert that into some node advantage. We're now outnumbered on Mansion, but that's fine. We'll just disengage at our own leisure. Boyce is keeping the decap. So they're basically just creating a situation where they get to pick their fights again. Demo is being outnumbered now by Frey and Zan. I don't think he's going to be able to escape there. He really needs to escape there. Otherwise, we're just going to snowball this further. Yep. Demo goes down, he's going to be bled out. They're going to convert this advantage to far. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. They've done this thousands of times.
Yes, and they're now doing a very good job here. Demolish is getting bled out now, and that means, again, it's a big 4v5 duration here, unfortunately, against Team Barcode, and Harbinger now goes down.
One of the hardest things to do in Guild Wars 2 is to lose. And what I mean by that is when you lose fights and such, knowing when to, okay, we can't be pushing in. What is Harb doing on middle? Look at it. His entire team is either dead or on close. What can he possibly do on middle? But it's very common that you just want to try to make a play work. You take a little more risks. Yeah. But logically speaking, if you're outnumbered and you're, again, versus a better team, you can't be going into this. Like, you're creating situations where they have the advantage. And they're already, in general, winning more in the equal fights, right? Here, like Harp immediately blows his cooldowns trying to rush.
Yeah, and Zan being super annoying, right? Zan I think I really like that from Zan, intercepting those two players so they can't back into the fight, giving 55 more time to continue to find that advantage. But yeah, it's definitely very, very tough. Like, what do you do if you're blue team right now? Like, what's the play here?
Yeah, so I mean, the further we go in points, the more risks you actually do have to take, right? At some point, you just have to hope that your opponent makes a mistake and blunders. Ideally, you don't want to have to be put in that situation, but like the points are going to keep stacking, right? And 55 is getting harder. So what I would do here, if I was blue team, is I would try to create as many like 2v2s and 1v1s and such as possible. Like fights where I don't have to give anything up on my end to win my fight. So I wouldn't 2v1 anywhere, because if I 2v1 somewhere, I'm gonna get 2v1 somewhere else. I would create like 2v2s, 1v1s, equal fights, or a team fight where if we win this, we can scale this off the map. And we have Harb on middle. He's being outnumbered right now. And what are we looking at? Demo in a 1v1 versus Zan. Isn't that a terrible matchup for the Mesmer?
It's going to be a little bit tricky. I mean, the cleanse will eventually run out, but yeah, the problem here is that Zan is simply going to out-sustain, right? Like, he's very, very durable. The Blades one has a huge amount of self-healing, as you can see, right? The cleanse is good, and there's a lot of difficulty here for Dimash to kind of hold on at this point. And yeah, and here comes the plus from Frey as well.
Converting this with Frey, yeah. I mean, if Demo manages to escape this, then he's actually done something good with the 2v1. Because, you know, escaping a 2v1 is essentially creating an opportunity for your team to 2v1 somewhere else. And Misha has gone down, and Demo is still not dead. But when you're doing these kinds of plays, you can't die. That's what's important. Because if you die, all the advantage that you created by being 2v1, well, now the opponent team is going to be able to do that somewhere else. So if Demo just sustained that for a little bit longer than ran, I would have said it was a great play.
Yeah, that's a classic Guild Wars 2 ranked moment, right? Like, I was 1v2 on far for like 5 minutes. What are you guys doing, right? How is that? And then they just die, right? And then of course doesn't really work out super well.
Creating anything, yeah, because your team is now getting a number, and they're like, oh my, we were 45. You know, and it just creates the same logic.
Yeah, and we're getting towards 400 points now for rank 55. Yeah, they're in a fantastic spot, and I think we're going to be seeing a 2-0. But I think it's definitely worth to talk about what happened in the game, not just the match score. I think Barcode have definitely showed that they can absolutely get some stuff done, actually, and I think they're really going to be a serious force to be reckoned with into the other games and the other teams down the line as well.
Yeah, Barcode just needs to learn how to lose better, and that's it's hard. It's like you can be great at the game and still. One of the hardest things to do in Guild Wars is know how to recover when you're losing fights and such. And that's what top players and top teams do so well, where they can lose a fight and the only thing that really happens is that, you know, there's a decap. You know, that's pretty much it. Like if I have a 2-cap on you and you push into middle and one of my teammates die, we let you get a decap and we somehow recover off that. And now we're just back to neutral grounds.
Yeah.
That's what they do so well, so that even when you saw Misha die or some people die on 55, well, there wasn't that big of a punish, and the game was basically neck and neck and neck and neck until it was Barcode's time to lose a fight. And when they lost a fight, they just got smacked. They tried to save it by taking more and more risks. There was someone who was downed. Well, okay, the guy of respawn is trying to recover the guy who's downed, and it just doesn't work that way, because what you're doing is you're just making it harder and harder and harder for yourself to win these fights. My tip to Barcode is next game, put yourself, like I said before the game started, put yourself in situations where you're actually capable of winning. You were able to win some equal fights. You were able to win some 2v2s. You were able to win some 3v3s. What you need to do is don't let 55 create situations where when you die and there's one off respawn and you take a 2v2 of that when one's been outnumbered for a minute. Well, this person that's been outnumbered doesn't have cooldowns. You're not going to win that 2v2, at least statistically you're not. So don't put yourself in a situation when you're in that situation. And Misha, play Power Mirage, please. For Barcode's sake.
So looking at the composition there that we saw from 55, do you think that is something that they would potentially play into the other teams that they would consider top level as well? Or do you think they're still being a little tricky and holding back there, a little sneaky?
I don't think this is the comp 55 will be running in the finals. Like, in the end, there's no reason to reveal your cards when you're a 99.9% favorite and you can win by going off comp. Like, why should you reveal what you have? And this tournament means quite a bit for some people. You know, they've been waiting for this tournament for a while, and people have basically been playing the monthly just to practice and keep informed for this tournament. I know there's been a lot of crafts. Like when I log in and I look at my friends list, I see people on Force of Nithil doing their 1v1s with their weird builds. You know, this has been a lot of build up for a lot of people. They have some prep. And now why on earth would I show the prep in the initial game where I'm almost guaranteed to win?
Yeah. Exactly.
They don't
right?
need to warm up.
Because of course, right now, all the other teams that are potentially going to be a threat, right, are watching. They're going to try and figure out what they should be doing if they want to make any adjustments, right? That's the nature of competitive play. It is very secretive, right? Like, oh, you know, if you practice against people, right, you know, you're playing these scrims, right? There's almost like an information trade that's happening there. It's all very, very, always very political, right? It's very sneaky with teams trying to trick each other.
One of my favorite times of Guild Wars, one of my favorite memories is that basically, I don't quite remember what the passwords were, but we were able to pre-worlds sneak into the arena of 55 because people were really silly in how they made their server names. I would basically make a name called like Squid Games 1, let's just say that, right? And if I changed the password, which we would do every now and then, you know, we played this team we don't want to show, I would be very creative with my password. I would take Squid Games 2. And right before Worlds, it was when we sneaked into scrims watching from, I believe it was like Vermilion versus 55. And basically me and I believe it was Rom or someone, and we just sat there and we did all of the server names that were so common with. It was like test 1, test 2, test 3. And then it was like test 65. We were like, okay, we got in the arena. We immediately left the arena. We started OBS, we hit record, and we waited. And we waited, and then right as the game started, we went in. We got to see the first opening in the first fight, and then I think it was like Misha noticed in chat, and they banned us from the arena. Like there's a lot of information trade. There's a lot of Game of Thrones going on in these games. So people have ideas, and they try to keep their advantages because in Guild Wars 2, builds and tactics matter so much. There's only so much that happens in like the 1v1 and such. It's not that common. Having an advantage on your opponent can create so much momentum that it can honestly swing a game. And it can be something very simple. It can be literally a trait. Like in the HOT days, like using Well of Corruption to stop the Scrapper from resing with the rest gyro. It was meta breaking, and people intentionally, everyone knew about it, but everyone thought they were the only ones that knew it. So in every single scrim of every single top team, they
would hide it.
they wouldn't use it. And then when the tournament came, literally everyone knew it. Everyone had it, but they still tried. And there's been a lot like that.
Yeah. Oh, that is exciting. And well, what also is exciting is the next match we're going to have up right now, actually. It's going to be Ultrascuffed, and the roster for that is going to be Fly, Gornet, Kran, Azadome, and Phoenix, I believe. So that's a lot of faces I think that a lot of players will be familiar with. Going up against Akimbo mode, which is the latest incarnation of the Frenchies. So I think it's going to be super interesting to see what these teams are actually going to end up playing as well. Like, I think that Ultrascuffed, they're very well known for their team fighting and the ability to take these kind of 3v3s and 4v4s. The French, honestly, who knows? I feel like they're always the wild card in every Guild Wars 2 tournament. Like, who knows what they're going to do? Are they going to run triple Renegade? Right? Are they going to run triple Spectre? It could be anything. I have no idea what they're going to have in store for us. Maybe they just play Standard. That would be like the biggest troll if they just play a normal
There's no way they'll play Standard. Like, even if Standard was the best thing, they theory crafted it. They're like, we can't. Like, literally, this is the legacy we've created. We make builds that nobody appreciates. And that's what we do. We make the tournament degen. If it's fun, we've got to stop that.
It's gonna be a fun one, and we're already getting we can finally do picks and bans live. Wow, my insane overlay will get some value actually. Insane. So the first up is going to be immediately banning Skyhammer coming through from Ultrascuffed, and Akimbo mode. They've got rid of Temple immediately. That's a coward's move, if you ask me. Like, you know, Temple. That is the scariest map. And Akimbo mode, they're terrified. And we're going to be having again, it's going to be a Colosseum first up. That is a very popular map, to be fair, actually. And then after that, we are going to see Kylo. Oh no, my nodes are the wrong way around again. That's unfortunate. And then Legacy is going to be banned. And then let's see what the final map is going to be at long last. And we'll see the final ban coming through from Akimbo mode. And then, of course, the third map will be whatever is left over. Are there any maps that you're expecting more or less every team to not want to play on, specifically?
I mean, I would assume Skyhammer. There's just so much jank on it. There's just honestly, I don't think Temple is a map I would ever consider banning, unless it's versus a team that's like consistently done well versus me. I would feel like Skyhammer is just the automatic ban pick, because it's how do I put it? It's very different from normal Guild Wars. Like extremely different with how you can kite on the nodes, how many ports feel very weird, how the mechanic just stales the game. Most games go to timer in some way or another. It's like I wouldn't. I feel like if I just immediately think of maps I would ban, if on the top of my head without thinking too much about it, it would be like Skyhammer and maybe Capricorn.
Yeah. And Capricorn's going to be the final map, actually. Our order is going to be Colosseum, Kylo, and then Capricorn after that. So that's definitely an interesting one. And yeah, I think that does make sense that you talk about Capricorn, because it's super, super volatile, right? If you die at the wrong time, you can very quickly lose the game, right? Like thanks to that bell mechanic, right? It's very snowbally. And as a result of that, it's certainly a map that you would certainly be wary of. Of course, if you maybe feel super confident that you're going to dominate the team fight and you're really going to win every single time, then maybe you'd actually like that map. But certainly, even in that case, it's very easy to screw up and lose.
Even in that case, like the problem with it is that if I'm a rotation-based team and I know that I'm not going to win the fights, well, having a massive map with huge visibility, I mean, that's in favor if I want to be able to outplay you in rotations. And then I would just like, okay, you're gonna go for winning the cannon. I'm just gonna bunker the cannon with the other side of the map. And you have tactics to play around that. But it's like what you said with the volatility of Revenge of the Capricorn, where it's like, okay, well, we didn't get this bell, and now there's so much on the stake of the next bell. You know, if you're the better player. And this goes in many ways, but if you're the player that in general wants consistency, which is very common, where you don't want too many weird things happening, then you don't want something that can just immediately be like 75-point swing. You know, that's just nutty. You would much rather have something like consistent. Okay, if you go for the beast, you get 25 points. I get to win mine. You know, and basically we can like predict it a little bit. Capricorn is it's very high variance in what can happen.
Okay. And we're about to leap into the game. And, you know, before we actually go ahead and do that, once again, gamers, I do want to actually bring up Cure Rare Disease, because...
Yeah, tell me about this. I just saw this in the bottom. Go.
Yeah, so Cure Rare Disease has actually really helped us out with Master of the We've done some work with them previously with some charity streams, some fashion shows and stuff like that. That's the real end game in Guild Wars 2. Let's not even talk about PvP. That's the real stuff. But this time around, we've actually partnered with them to actually kind of guarantee like a big part of a prize where they've been able to get us in contact with some stuff to enable a very, very nice prize pool actually of $2,500 to $3,000 being thrown in there thanks to the assistance from Cure Rare Disease. And it just all around, it's a pretty epic cause, right? They're on the cutting edge of science, developing crazy research and new therapeutics and treatments for individuals around the world who are diagnosed with rare genetic conditions, things like Duchenne muscular dystrophy, for example, and numerous other ones. And yeah, it's just a celebration of that this weekend, of all the amazing work they're doing around. And we're working with that. We're doing some big PvP esports. We're having a good time. We're celebrating PvP. And we're raising some money for charity on the side as well. So if you want to learn more in the chat, please go ahead and do !CRD in the chat. And if you want to donate to that fantastic cause, !donate in the chat as well. To go to the link on the Tiltify, and I'll read your name, right? Wow, you can do that. Support charity, and I'll read your name on stream. It's fantastic. Once again, a huge shout out to Cure Rare Disease for helping us out with this. And of course, it's a pleasure to work with them, as always, on such a fantastic and worthy cause.
Man, like I want to find a meme because I just saw CRD. I didn't know that's incredible. Honestly, that's something for everyone in chat to be proud of. Like the fact that this community exists, like we have this enthusiasm about PvP, all these tournaments, all the teams participating in this event, and like there wouldn't be an event without the players. There wouldn't be the players without the people. Like everyone around here is part of making the world a better place. That's
exactly.
That's up to you. Like not even gonna meme. Not even gonna meme.
Yeah, that's what we love to see.
Later. I'll meme later.
Now, what do you make of these compositions from Ultrascuffed and Akimbo mode?
I'm very excited about this game because this is a bunch, not just the comps, but like the players. We're looking at a very high level game that's going to come up here, and it's very exciting to see. The comps look more or less meta-ish, right? I mean, I'm not being silly here.
Well, I mean, I'd say there's some pretty non-standard stuff from our red team. We have Gornet on Core Necromancer, in fact, as of right now, which is very much a build that's kind of fallen out of favor. The Harbinger is what we typically see.
Really good versus the Ellie? That's what I've seen.
Oh, really? Yeah, I actually haven't heard about that. But I mean, yeah, well, let's see if we actually do see that being pushed a lot then, because of course, a spree is going to be that catalyst here on the blue team. The Frenchies, in fact, very much looking pretty meta-ish, if you ask me. You know, we have a Spectre and the Deadeye there, Catalyst, Blade Sworn, and then Tempest. I think this is what a lot of people are kind of theory crafting to be super, super strong. And I think a little bit of a mix-up here from Ultrascuffed, like with the Untamed coming into play there as well. Of course, the Deadeye and the Spectre again, and the Core Necromancer. Let's see how it plays out into that Catalyst.
Let's see here.
Okay, and the opener is going to go a little bit over towards Ultrascuffed, so they've managed to pick up that first. So both Thieves actually skirmishing around the Lion over here, actually. Not much happening just yet.
I really like this idea of aggressing with the Thieves, because if I push 2 Thieves too far, for instance, and I feel like, oh, well, this is not a good idea, well, most likely, if I send 2 Thieves far, the opponent's going to have to like regroup in some way, right? They're going to have to bring someone to help. Which means that I can very easily move back into middle, because Thieves have fantastic mobility, and just pressure middle and basically put the enemy on the back foot where I get to decide the matchups. With that said, there wasn't that much pressure being done. There wasn't that much damage being done. The Catalyst did a very good job while being outnumbered. We see Riken going down here, though, so...
It does get revived up, and that Lich definitely bringing the punch to the table there from that Core Necromancer. So Core Necro is certainly working out here, but I think we are going to see Ultrascuffed start to disengage a little bit here. Looks like they're not committing entirely to this fight, perhaps refocusing their effort here on the field on middle, going very hard on the Blades, on the Deadeye, landing some massive damage onto the Warrior here. Ooh, could this actually be a kill with Azadome coming in here? Ooh, let's see if that's going to happen. Riken also unbelievably low over there too on the Spectre, and will actually get caught there. And we'll then
see the Catalyst go down to the Core Necro as well, along with the Thief.
Yeah, and that's going to be the kill. Zealith is done for there. That Core Necro doing exactly as you said, like, you know, punishing that Ellie. I think this is I think this is a story that you're very much familiar with and you love. I think there's almost like natural counters in a way in Guild Wars 2. For example, there's been this dynamic between Thief and Mesmer, of course, right? And of course, Necromancer and Elementalist. Historically, the Necromancer, it's very hard to deal with for the Elementalist, right? The condition pressure, the boon corruption, the chill as well is super annoying for Ellie to deal with. So I guess that makes sense from Gornet to be able to punish that.
Yeah, I realized that I'm gonna meme this a little bit. I mixed up Tempest with Catalyst, just letting you know.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So from all my craft and all that stuff I mentioned as well. You know, Necro's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Names are hard. Okay, names are hard, but the theory stands, and we're seeing pressure going on. And basically, in general, while the points are swung one way, I still feel like the momentum is continuously going on. The Thieves are rotating however they want to. I see Gornet continuously pressure the Ellies. They're not ahead in points, but I do feel like Number are doing a really good job keeping the pressure. They just need to convert.
Yeah, it's definitely like a game where I almost feel like both teams are very evenly matched, right? Like they're both really going for like, trying to find openings, getting a few kills here and there, but they're totally at each other's throats the entire time. There's no team that's really getting a massive advantage so far. At least Fly is now down set here as well. I don't think that's recoverable either. So we actually
hang on, going down as well. Spree's going down. That kill matters a lot.
No, yeah, blue left too early. I believe
there's no glyph, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a glyph.
Yeah, there is a glyph actually, so it does get revived up, but still, that was a very risky move there by the Blue Thief to leave that early, potentially leading to a disaster there. Blue still maintaining the advantage here. So far, they have both side nodes here. Currently in a pretty good state, but let's see this, actually, this 1v1 here, right? Like,
yeah, Gornis used Lich. He's going to try to take the node here. At least there's a decap coming through. I have no idea what this matchup is. I feel like it's not that good for the Necro. Am I wrong?
I mean,
I could be wrong.
I think it's going to be difficult because I think the problem with Necromance is it's not going to have any kill potential, really. Like the Thief is going to disengage, and Gornet's going to he's going to die, right? He's going to slowly die. So I think this is definitely not where Gornet wants to be right now. It looks like he's going to try and hold it until the team arrives, but
I'm not sure. Like, he invested his Lich into getting this node, and I mean, it's a decap, but isn't he very easily plussed here? He's doing well staying on the high ground.
And here's the Deadeye as well, as you say. It's a bit spooky.
Yeah, we have Spectral walk up, we have the wall, and Riken's pretty low. Maybe you can convert on that by taking Azarin. Azra's going for Riken. This is important. Espri's also down the middle. Yeah, I feel like we're continuously feeling like, and now it finally happens. Like, there's always been on the back foot. I see people go down, I see the pressure, but they've been able to hold it. But here is where, it's finally overflowing, where we see almost a 3-cap situation coming through if all these kills convert. At the very least, a 2-cap.
Yeah, Gornet did get picked off there. The res, I think, actually will come through here, though.
Yeah, there's no way.
the Thief not able to actually fully cleave that out. And now with Phoenix and Xeon moving in, this
he's going a little too aggressive.
Oh, he actually dies!
Yeah, that's too much aggression.
He actually dies there as well. And that's
I mean, there's no glyph ready.
Yeah, I think that's the super scary thing about the Catalyst, right? You've got to be so careful. It absolutely hits like a truck. If you're, if you get hit by those AoEs for too long, you're trying to greed for that kill, it punishes you. We just see that massive damage output there, destroying the Deadeye, and that means now we're going to see a really big advantage right now for Ultrascuffed, as there's no secondary Thief on the board right now. They do actually get sneaky decap though, actually. Esprit was able to sneak by.
We're going to have Phoenix push into that, and he's going to have a Thief coming through to plus it. The momentum is still there. The momentum is still there, but it's not as punishing as it could be. But Esprit definitely needs to be careful here. Like, I wouldn't even be going for this 1v1 because assuming that he might actually die in the pool. Yeah, that's
Phoenix.
Not good.
Oh, and he just flat out wins it too. What a monster! Wow, that was a quick win as well. Phoenix obviously
really quick win. I think that was a greed. I feel like Esprit felt like, I have to keep this node, otherwise we're on the back foot. But again, like I said previously, you have to know when to lose. Take your L's wisely. Don't get schmacked.
Yeah. That was a super, super clean 1v1 there from Phoenix, right? Like, obviously very confident in that matchup. Gets the job there quickly and secures that notice of him. But he's a little cautious about moving out, maybe worried about where the Thieves are. They are on middle. I think he wants to posture towards this node to avoid it getting immediately neutralized, and perhaps feels confident in his team in being able to handle themselves on this fight on middle as well.
We see Gornet push into the LE matchup yet again. And it's just good because Esprit can't just be sitting on the node and take the damage. If he does, he sets himself up to just get +1 and pressured. It's honestly a pretty annoying push to deal with because you know that the Thief's coming. You don't want to invest your own Thief as a catalyst into chasing the Necro when he's on the high ground, but you have the cap. But at the same time, you don't want to be standing there because, well, then you're just going to get +1 and killed, which is what appears to be happening now. Esprit trying to escape. Yeah, he got out, and the Lich got invested. If Esprit doesn't die here, then I would say he did a good job, but he needs to go middle now.
Ooh, a bit of a bloodbath here on middle, actually, as Zealot and Fly both down. Like, who's going to get this cleave? Looks like Blue are going to be ahead. Yes.
That's a big kill. That's a really important kill, too.
Yeah, and looks like you're going to get Zeon. Oh, this is one hell of a game, also. Like, we're in a really weird situation. Like, Red, obviously, still a little bit ahead, and they managed to pick up a spree. But losing 2 players there, it's still very much a situation where Blue Team could recover in this situation.
For sure. I feel like in the event where Esprit wouldn't have died here, I would have been saying that we're gonna see a French Revolution. However, I feel like at this point we're looking. AM going down. So many kills this game. What's going on? Hold on.
It's a bloody game.
Real quick. There's a lot of kills. The overlay will reveal the kills, surely.
It absolutely is. A lot of kills going on here, actually. But Red, I think with that kill, I think they've definitely recovered from that slight mishap they had on middle. Yeah, they're pretty stable right now. Blue Team, perhaps just trying to go for a bit of a regroup and re-push from the Lion node over here. But I think very wisely, Azdome and Gornet respecting that, knowing that there's a respawn coming through from the Warrior and not committing to it too hard, so they don't end up potentially losing a kill and then throwing the game back towards their opponents. It's going to be a big fight on middle, though, like a 4v4 on mid, almost. Actually, Blue are down a player currently, actually. It's going to be a 4v3 in favor of the red team, so Blue does need to respond to that. The Catalyst is moving now in from Akimbo mode, so now we've got a massive 4v4. And to be frank, like a fight like this could potentially be game deciding if more than one player ends up dying at this stage in the match. But it looks like actually...
fight that really matters is we got Azar versus Khazar, and this fight actually matters if someone's going to commit for it, because this would allow the Thief to plus middle and commit and serve the fight. But it looks like people are rotating out of that matchup. We see Riken getting the decap, and right now it looks like Numb is getting outnumbered on middle, but it is Gordon getting outnumbered. And one of those matchups we actually like it, because the Necro is one of the hardest targets to kill here, the core Necro.
Yeah, certainly. You're going to absolutely hold on for a good amount of time using that high health pool and Death Shroud mechanic to hold on until some assistance comes in, and that of course allows his team to then outnumber on the map. But actually, I think, you know, you mentioned the French Revolution. We're kind of seeing that right now, actually, with the Frenchies grabbing the double cap here, and they're not that far behind at all. If they could find a kill here, potentially on Fly, who was a little bit pressured here, then they could certainly be get themselves back into a pretty commanding position in the game. Let's see what they're going to do here. So far, the fights do appear to be relatively stable. Riken is very low, though. He really can't afford to die here, or tries to pull back under Gordon, but he's currently 1v2.
No, pushing into Gordon was there, because you get revealed and then you're...
Oh, yeah. And Zealot goes down as well.
Dead. Phoenix getting pressured, but I don't think there's any risk of him dying there. Catalyst does have a lot of resources to stay safe. And, yeah... I think the closest is Spree. I was about to say Spree is the target who might be going down. The Reaper's going to swing there. Aim kill, trying to run away. We have Gornit following. This is honestly looking like a 3-cap situation. At this point, I don't see a comeback because you're dying and you're trying to push into fights because you don't want to. The only way we can see a swing here is if there's a kill randomly being picked up. Fly needs to die and.
Oh, there's the big gravity well, actually, and Fly does get picked. That really nice shadow fall there from Riken. Is that going to be enough, though? Yeah, they haven't got long, actually. It's just 4 minutes left on the clock on the timer. And, of course, we also have nearly 400 points for Red with a double cap, and Fly not actually fully dead yet. But I think Red handling this well, right? You know, you were talking about not losing here. They've not lost, right? Or rather, they've lost well in that particular engagement. They've backed off.
And if Thief dies, well, Thief comes into the fight pretty quickly, and they're doing what they need to do. Xeon is making sure that their close is fine. And there's going to be the respawn, which will reinforce that fight. I don't see how you swing this, but they're trying. Caster's pushing in. If they manage to pick up Xeon, well, they have an opportunity. But
oh, they do get that. Ooh. I don't think Riken can finish this, I don't think.
Yeah, he was on his own. Caster should have came, but he went middle instead.
Oh, and Az is here as well, actually. Yeah, that's going to... Oh, and Riken even dies! It's so much damage.
The only way you had a chance there was if Caster came there and they were able to kill and then maybe create a 2v3 situation where they win. But instead they decap middle, but that's not enough. You could just send 7 people to close and you're good sheep.
Yeah, what a first game though here, you know, and I think it's very interesting to note actually as we kind of get to the closing moments of this match here with Red, you know, certainly very favored to win at this point. No support being played, and that's very interesting actually because of course on Ultrascuffed there's a pretty legendary Tempest player, Kran, extremely well known for their Tempest gameplay, and they've opted not to actually utilize them. Instead going, again, for a composition that I guess is similar in some sense to what rank 55 Dragons are playing. In fact, I believe almost exactly the same, if not identical to what 55 was actually playing in their second match against Barcode, actually. Dropping the support and going for just a lot more roaming damage with some pretty tanky duelist action with the Blade Swan. Sorry, not the Blade Swan, actually, for Ultrascuffed, like with the Catalyst in this case.
Yeah, and I feel like this game is a pretty good showcase of how you don't necessarily need the meta, because the off-meta weirdness can create opportunities where you can outplay. Gornit were in some really weird situations in a lot of times this game. Like, he would be pushing 1v1s, he would be standing on high ground, just smacking people and all that stuff. But it creates variance where the opponent has to make the correct rotations, correct plays, and if you don't do that, well, then you're giving the opportunity for Numb to outplay. And Gornit definitely got the value of the core Necro here. I mean, we saw many fights and many kills that, you know, you wouldn't normally have picked up with a normal comp. So again, variance is not bad, and especially if you can create something out of it.
Yeah, and there's one note there, actually, that I think is kind of interesting on this map. The Ultrascuffed were actually able to obtain a huge amount of objectives there. They actually got 4 sword buffs and 3 shield buffs during that match. Do you think they were handling that objective better, or was it because they were just finding kills at the right time and were able to control that? Because I would say on Colosseum, controlling those objectives is extremely important, actually, because they're very powerful in generating down states and then securing those down states, or even revives in that case as well.
I mean, I said it even early in the game that I felt like not always had like or Ultrascuffed, they always had the momentum, right? I felt that even early in the game, when they were behind in points, that I looked at the fights and I saw that at no point did they really have to disengage because they were losing, right? They aggressed on a node, and if they left that node, it was because they got outnumbered by the opponent because they were pressuring the fight. And it was just momentum upon momentum upon momentum. And that map, Colosseum, is a map where if you're winning, well, one of the ways you convert is by picking up the buffs. If you're feeling ahead, if you get outnumbered and you escape the outnumber, one of your teammates at that point is picking up the buff. It's just one of the ways where you convert, where on another map, it might have just been more kills and a quicker win. It wasn't as much about the kills. I mean, kills definitely happened, right? But it was just because that's how they decided to use their conversion of, you have to decide of how to make something out of. If I get outnumbered and I survive it, my team is now 4v3, what are they doing in that? And one of the ways they decided to take advantage of that was picking up the buffs.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. And listen, I'm being told by multiple people that you need to eat something. Is that true? No, listen.
I literally have food in front of me. I haven't eaten the entire day. I worked. I came here. I wasn't even supposed to do this. You literally forced me here. You blackmailed me. I come here and I have food in front of me. It smells delicious. Greek food. It's bulgur and it's like chicken souvlaki. It's beautiful. It smells amazing. It's cold at this point. It's icy. It's icy. There's ice. And I'm just looking at this, and I'm starving, and you're not letting me eat. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Why do you treat your community like this?
That is absolutely fine. I will go handle. You take the time you need. I will handle the next game. And hey, where the hell is Rom anyway? He just forgot this is going on there. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. Distracted by childcare. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
these unreliable Swedish casters. It's absolutely incredible, right? But anyway, of course, thank you for joining, and I'll let you go ahead and devour something as we get into this next game. It's going to be.
I can just unmute.
That's totally fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, we can just go ahead.
Yeah, okay, cool.
We'll get nice eating.
Just don't have the camera on me.
Yeah. I got it. Okay then. So right before we get into this next game, I actually want to go through a few things with the charity stuff here. Give me just one moment, my friends. Let me go ahead and refresh this. And once again, guys, we are being powered and assisted by the incredible charity that is Cure Rare Disease. Okay, without them, we'd have a much harder time powering this and getting this prize all sorted out. So massive shout out to Cure Rare Disease for helping us out. And of course, okay, it's a cause that I absolutely love. You know, it's very, very dear to my heart. I think it's an amazing thing that this organization is working on. Okay, transforming lives, developing new science. You absolutely love to see that. And if you want to learn more about Cure Rare Disease and what they do in the battle against rare genetic conditions, then go ahead and do !CRD in the chat, and also !donate in the chat if you want to throw some money at Cure Rare Disease, which you definitely do, by the way. And of course, massive shout out there to Umberto with the 20, Raltair with the 100, Anonymous with the 20, Anonymous with another 10, Guffle with the 20, Valiant Slab with the 10, Plenix with the 50. Thank you all so very much, and please consider throwing your money at it. But we've got to go right now. Anyway, apparently there's something wrong with the arena. I'm not actually sure what's going on, but here we are. That we need to very quickly go ahead and reset. There's some kind of problem with the arena, I believe. But let's go ahead and prevent that from happening. I don't know what's going on, but there appears to be some kind of issue we're having. I mean, honestly, the custom rears can get a little bit finicky. It's a little unusual, but we're working on that. Need to quickly change the score, because it will say that Akimbo mode has won. Basically, the way this overlay works is it kind of figures out when someone's won, right, when the game ends, and it will actually automatically update the score. How crazy is that? But better quickly fix that. There we go. But yeah, very cool stuff. And yes, like I said,
oh my god, this food is so good. Oh my god.
Yeah. He's having a good time. He's devouring it in the same way they're about to devour this game. Yes. Once again, please go ahead and take a look at !CRD or go to curerareDisease.org. Go ahead and check that out. And yes, just so everyone's aware, I mean, honestly, like I'm kicking myself for some of these problems with the overlay, obviously, but do not worry, I'm not going to fix it now, guys. I don't really want to play around with stuff. I'm going to go ahead and fix it tomorrow, so just bear with me. But for the NA stuff and for the global finals, we are going to have this polished up and 100% good to go when it comes to the overlay there as well, right? And while we're actually at that, I want to give a huge shout out to the developers and designers who really helped with this. It was genuinely incredible. Like Chocolapic and Noz were heavily involved in the design work, and the overlay programming was done by myself and another individual by the name of Atois, aka Mitzi as well. Okay, so definitely go check that out. I don't know, it might be Atoy, I don't even know. I don't even know how to pronounce that, but some really, really smart programmers in the Guild Wars 2 scene, some incredible designers, and a massive shout out to them. Like, without them, it would not have been possible. I am not a graphic designer, okay? I know what the code does sometimes, okay? But this was truly remarkable, and a massive shout out to those developers who made this possible, and designers too. Like I said, you know, I was not joking, right? When I was talking about how this is our greatest creation yet, and I've just got to say, like, everyone involved absolutely knocked it out of the park. I think this is absolutely fantastic, and I'm really happy that it hasn't broken yet. I'm not sweating quite as much, okay, as I was in the last Master of the Arena, okay? We've got a few issues, but don't worry, we'll get that sorted out as quick as we absolutely can. But yeah, I really hope you guys are enjoying it. Like I said, you know, we really wanted to focus on making it, giving you loads of information so you understand the flow of the game, who's maybe winning, right? You know, who has the advantage, all this kind of stuff, right? To hopefully communicate what the hell is going on in PvP, because, you know, that's always been like a criticism of Guild Wars 2 PvP. It can be quite difficult to keep track of, particularly if you're a new player and you're not super familiar with Conquest or the builds, right, and how the game modes work. So I really hope that it is really helping in communicating all of that information to all of you and making it a really fun and enjoyable viewing experience. Oh yeah. Hang on, yeah, I need to remove that, because like I said, it's going 2-1, because every time you reset the game, it kind of counts as a win, right, for whoever wins. So I need to, yeah, we're back to that now. All right, so I think we're just about to get, yeah, we're basically good to go now. It's going to be on Kylo. Here we go. And of course, !donate and !CRD in the chat once again. I love me some cure disease. I love curing rare disease. And you should too, okay? Yeah. Okay, let's get into the game. Alrighty then, so here we are on the raid team. It's going to be Ultrascuffed running that composition again, the return of Core Necromancer. I should never have doubted Gornet, absolutely not. He is absolutely one of the most legendary Necromancers on the EU server, so if he says Core Necro is good, Core Necro is good, no questions there. I don't think we see any changes or switches, actually from Akimbo mode. No, we do not. They're going to be going with the same composition here. Actually, no, they aren't. I completely lied. That is not the case. In fact, we actually have a swap out here because there's no Esprit on the Catalyst this time. It's going to be a slight change up in that regard. We have now the Blades from the Deadeye, the Spectre, the Herald, and the Tempest. See, I know what classes people are playing, guys. I know what the hell is going on. But anyway, here we go. And already, actually, Akimbo mode having a bit of a better start here. Picking off that Ranger. It's going to need to get cleaved out there. Of course, Ranger can be a bit tricky with that pet revival, but they actually managed to lock that kill in, and an excellent start. I think this map, okay, I think is going to be a pretty good one for the support-oriented composition coming through from Akimbo mode. They can certainly manage to force team fights a little bit better here, I think. Because of this slightly smaller, more linear map compared to Colosseum, where the thieves can't quite get as much like super speed value from teleporting all over the place here, and that might go in Akimbo mode's favor. Let's see if they can continue this excellent start at the beginning of the game and go a little bit further. Raikkonen in a bit of trouble, actually needs to get out here. This is like very, very greedy here by Raikkonen to try and push it, but actually we do have kill. Now moving in on the Blades one, trying to restain the Spectre. Spectre has some Shroud left over, still very, very low though. Phoenix going for that kill, does find it. Can we actually see kill get some kind of recovery position here? Let's see if that's possible. I don't think so. Raikkonen going to go down. Zealeth cannot get that revival. Hornet and Fly in a little bit of trouble. Kill trying to pull off a bit of a reversal and get a kill, but he has actually been able to disengage fairly well. Has that Shadow 7. Actually may even go on for a big Shadow 4 and try and land some big damage onto Kill. Kill actually going to try and hold this, and we'll be able to do that until the Tempest arrives, and now we see Raikkonen back off respawn, and despite that slight mishap with this death here, we still see a sizable advantage for our blue team here, grabbing themselves the double node and controlling it very, very well. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen in this next stage of the game. Oh, the opportunity has been found to take out Azaz. Yes, that's going to get cleaved out there. There's no real recovery. Xeon is low, and Raikkonen on the hunt to try and convert this into a kill. Looks like it's not going to happen, though. The heal skill does come off, although still very low on defensives, actually, on this Untamed. And yeah, that's going to be a kill. Deadeye moves in, too. However, is there going to be some kind of revive? There's a lot of red team players. The cleave is not going to be easy here, but it looks like they are going to find it. And that is where not having the support can be a little bit spooky. They aren't able to get these really big recoveries. Xeon actually going for a pet res. Oh, no, it's not over. Oh, blue team actually... oh, no. What a disaster. Blue team maybe actually getting a little bit overconfident there and leaving almost, allowing Xeon to potentially arrive. Welcome back, Helseth. We're right into the action here with a crazy situation on the middle node where Xeon nearly gets revived, but not quite, as the tornado from the Tempest is able to deny the foolish revival attempts from Ultrascuffed. But a very close game so far.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my bearings and see what's going on the map, and I believe that Xeon is still attempting to get rest here.
Oh, he is?
I don't like this, though. I feel like you're giving...
It pays off.
It sadly pays off. Apparently, I'm wrong. Never mind. Yeah. Xeon is... oh, yeah, because he's a ranger. Yeah, the pet. Okay.
Yeah, the pet res... yeah, that is big. You know, that kind of happened twice, actually. Like, the blue team left the downstate unattended twice, and the first time it failed, the revive failed, but the second time it actually succeeds, and during that we ended up seeing Kill and the ultimate Dark Worm both getting shut down here. So, you know, look, the pet res is a high value.
Because
yeah.
You know, while Xeon is getting rest, that means that his team is outnumbering middle, right? So that means that they've been losing their individual lethal fights as well, which gave this opportunity for the snowball. And Numb is going to take this and I believe run with it. It might not be looking like it on the cap scores, it's just a 2 cap. But I feel like there's a lot of momentum to be had here. And if you're the fake worms, I don't know what was their team name again?
Akimbo mode.
Okay, fake worms. If you're the fake worms, then you got to regroup a middle now. And you got to find an opportunity. And chasing the Deadeye, you're not going to get a kill. If the Deadeye does not want to die, it's not going to die. And, you know, if Numb can keep this up, they're just going to keep it up. They have nothing to lose in keeping the status quo. We see that Kill is pushing into Gornet. This matchup, I feel like it's risky for the Warrior to push in because there's a lot of resources to... yeah, and this is what I mean. The Catalyst and the Lich... You're dead skis. You're dead skis.
Yeah, we see that.
It's has to leave.
It is going to be a trade, though, as Xeon did end up going down, so there he gets fully cleared out as well. His heal skill interrupted with that big denial. Yeah, the blades were not able to hold to it, so 1-for-1. But again, I kind of think that very much favors Ultrascuffed.
Yeah, and look at this. Flag gets outnumbered. He immediately just finds a way to take an opportunity of it. He's going to keep 2 people out. He's going to force them to get outnumbered on middle. And this is what I mean. Like, there's a death, but there's no real punishment to it because it was the appropriate reaction from Fly. We still see... now we see a fight coming into middle, and Kazur is dead. So we have an advantage for Numb. Yeah, oh, good rest though. We're resetting with that.
Yeah, that was certainly a very good res, but, you know, Azadove just on the hunt, just getting a lot of value. Certainly was a big MVP actually on his Deadeye in the recent monthly AT, and continuing that performance.
Did you see that? Kazur's heart-seeking towards Windmill, and he accidentally hits Azardome, who is stealthed.
Yeah,
so he revealed
himself. That is quite unfortunate there, of course. Still a very close match, though. And in fact, I will say Akimbo mode definitely doing a good job of finding a rally here, despite having a bit of a rough early game. Just 30 points behind right now, looking for an opportunity on the map to get themselves into the lead. The Deadeye from Kaz is now moving in. It's going to be a big outnumber here onto the red team here, actually. But it looks like Xeon and Fly are prepared for that and are aware of it and not going to die.
Confused rotation with Zeo backing off. So there's a 3v2, but it's not because one of the players is not participating. And during this time, oh, Gordon's dead though.
Got pounced on. Yeah, there was a brutal pounce from the Blade Sworn, and that's that thing about Necromancer, right? Like it is something that can be punished quite easily. It's quite slow. It's quite fat. Doesn't have the evasiveness of a lot of other classes. And yeah, they saw the opportunity. They saw their prey, and they locked it in. But Raikkonen is down as well. What a chaotic game so far, actually.
Yeah, chaotic is the word for it. Like, I'm trying to figure out how people are dying. I look at the health bars to keep an eye on the map, and then Someone's dead.
Yeah, someone's just dead left and right. And that revive's not going to come through. Zealith, I do not believe EA does not have that revival available, so couldn't recover that just yet. So it's going to be one death apiece.
We see Numb going for it. Keep them on middle and try to take the sides. And how many times I've seen that? I think this is the third time the map is in this situation.
Yeah.
We've got to see a break in how the matchups are getting pushed now. Like, what are we going to see here? We see a push on middle. And Xeon is... Yeah, well, we have a little different matchups this time. We have the Thieves mirroring each other. Raikon fighting Fly.
Yeah. And this is a smart play, right? You're talking about the kind of like splitting the map there and kind of denying the rotations from Akimbo mode. Of course, Akimbo mode have that support, and that's obviously going to give them the advantage in these longer, larger, more protracted fights. So Ultrascuffed saying, well, we're not going to let you do that. We aren't going to let you have these big fights. We're just going to skirmish and stall you on middle and be super annoying. So I think this is like a good...
perfect map for that.
Yeah, it's like exactly right. It's like a very good understanding of what they need to be doing, right? Like in this game, in this matchup, right? They've figured out what they need to do, and they're just sticking to the plan, right? They're playing their game. And yeah, we actually now see a kill on the Bladestorm as well. They quickly rotate to middle, plus into that. Kill ends up in a 1v3 and goes down, saying Ultrascuffed, they're really starting to run away with this now, I'd say. That now gets fully cleaved out, and we do see Deadeye from Blue getting that decap on the windmill. However, it's not going to really get them that much value because Zealith and Raikon are in so much trouble. And middle gets captured. Clock Tower belongs to the red team.
Yeah, so my feeling throughout this entire set has been, while the game has chaotic turns and deaths on the both sides, at no point in any of these games have I felt like Numb isn't winning. You know what I mean? Like, there's always kills happening, there's always fights happening and such, but at no point do I feel like, okay, well, here is how we see a win for our beautiful French little boys. Well, I don't see it. I just see them being pushed back, them fighting back, and somehow salvaging a bad situation, and then rinse and repeat. They are 3-capped right now. They're trying to regroup, but how are they going to push to win? What's their win condition right now?
Exactly, yeah.
I don't see it.
Yeah, they've really struggled to make their strategy, to make their composition really work here. You know, it really feels weird, right? Because a lot of the time I think that we would actually say that the French, you know, it's a bit of a weird meme, right? But they're ahead of the meta, right? They're very much the ones dictating it sometimes even. But this time it feels like they're actually on the back foot in that regard. It seems that the theory craft from Ultrascuffed and the way to approach the game is actually superior from them. And despite the fact that, yeah, the score is not super one-sided, it's kind of going that way now, I think the strategy here is excellent. And the execution of that strategy from Ultrascuffed it's been perfect. It's been sublime, to be honest.
I feel like a big part of it as well has been that I feel like Fly and Azza have been doing a really good job of dictating the pace of the game. So many times I feel like, yeah, they might be the ones going down left and right, but they're also being consistently outnumbering. They're consistently outnumbering, and somehow they're also being the targets, which means that they get to outnumber. Whenever they get pressured, they're being chased around. They're not dying. They get to disengage, and they get to outnumber at different spots. And even if they die, even in the events where they die, they get to respawn quickly and go, and they're dictating the pace. They're consistently winning nodes, and I don't see that same initiative going on for Raikon and the Khazars. We're both thieves, right? Like, but they're just not dictating the pace of the game. Look at how long Fly has been low and just kiting around. It doesn't matter if he's dying because no nodes are being captured this time. And he was consistently 1v2/1v3, and eventually he got finished off by the Rev. But it's not going to win any nodes. The Thief's dying outside the map. He's going to be back in 15 seconds on a node. Yeah. But we see Phoenix being pressured now, though.
Exactly, and Phoenix does still have that block. May end up dying
he
here.
Didn't use it.
Yeah, and that is actually going to be the end of that kill there. But again, it's just that stage. We see Raikon dead on the other side. Does get revived by Zealous. That's good. But Xeon and Gornet are here, and this one node is a big problem, right? We're going to see Azaz try and push over.
And Gornet has the ledge here.
Yeah, and Fly is already back off respawn into this 3v3, and this is just a very difficult situation for Akimbo mode here, because like Raikon already so low. Xeon really going for that kill. Can they find Raikon? He gets shut down, he gets CC'd really hard. Actually, so many combies on him. The support might be good enough from Zealith, but they've got to win this fight. It's not good enough just to hold it. They need to win.
And Gornet's sitting on the node with a good amount of Shroud, and we have Phoenix respawning in. I mean, I'd be impressed if they managed to turn this fight. They have to push it. They have no choice, but we see Raikon super pressured, can't be doing any damage with that level of health. Catalyst wants to be on node to do damage. Gornet does get pressured, but look at his amount of Shroud. He's not gonna die.
Yeah.
And now we see a decap on middle.
Ooh, it's
It's
a potential moment here. Like Blue might find this, they get themselves another kill because Xeon got picked off, right?
Look at this. Gordon disengages. Okay, we're gonna lose close. We just play around it. We have the thief pushing far. We have them going middle. Look at how little they lost while losing this seemingly incredibly important fight. This is how you lose a fight. I mean, if it was me, I wouldn't lose. I would just win the fight. But if I did lose the fight, this is how I would lose it. Caster going down because he tries to commit too far because he sees that they're leaving it. He's too fast. He gets there before his teammates does. He gets picked off. He's dead. And now they're still, even though they did this incredibly good fight to save this fight, they're still on the back foot. They're consistently on the back foot in this game. And honestly, I'm quite a bit impressed by how Numbers rotated this. This set consistently.
That's Fly's name. He's got that account name locked in. He has the Rotator as one of his thieves, so he knows what the hell's going on there. We see that. Oh, we're going to see the weird Spectre res. No, we aren't. Are you aware of this interaction? Actually, I think you'll enjoy this. There's a bizarre mist form interaction with the Shallow Grave trait on Spectre that will kind of revive them because going into Vapor form, it counts as leaving it rather, counts as going downstate, and Shallow Grave kind of revives you if you go into downstate when you're in Shroud on Spectre. So Spectres can res downstate Ellies when they use Vapor form. Quite funny, actually.
I mean, why shouldn't Thief be stronger? Yeah, that makes sense. And I believe this is curtains.
Yeah, this is going to be about it. It's 490. We have this cap here. Yeah, the cap's unsecured. 4 red. They've got 3 players in position. There's literally no way. This is going to be the end of the game, and that's going to be a 2-0 for Ultrascuffed. They're going to face rank 55 Dragons.
Considering how well they showed up and how. Honestly, obviously 55 didn't show their true potential in the last set. But 55 from last set versus this Ultra Numb, if we just take these performances versus each other, then, Numbat's a good shot at this. Of course, we're going to see a different level. What matters is how you show up in the game on the day where it matters. And I believe we're going to see a completely different 55. We're going to see Boyce raging at his teammates. We're going to see Misha not being shy. We're going to see it all. We're going to see it all. Oh, yeah, I can enable my camera now again. Yeah, I should do that, right?
Welcome back.
Here we go. The camera's on. The camera is on.
There we go.
Coffee this time. I'm going to eat. Oh. My arms have grown 3 times in size.
Very nice. We could indeed... we could absolutely improve the stream. We can appreciate the quality there. Even more so. But yeah, what a very great and intense matchup there. We're very interested to see what we're going to see from rank 55 Dragons into Ultrascuffed. Could be a really exciting game. I think particularly if neither team ends up playing with a support, which I think is a very distinct possibility. Because there's some really explosive and again, very chaotic matchups, I think, going into this. So if there will be any adjustments, right? We'll have to see how hard 55 is going to go. And I think that this is actually in a way where the tournament format and become a little bit tactical because both of these teams, and I imagine 55 in particular, because I imagine they're looking to win, right? They're looking to try and go all the way, is that they know that they only need to be the top 2 to actually make global finals. I would, it's a little bit risky, but if they're very, very confident they could beat all the other teams, they're probably not super worried about necessarily dominating and we're basically winning the upper bracket. I think they'd be happy to win the lower bracket as well, and essentially that will give them the same result. There'll be a lower seed going into globals, but that's it depends how sneaky they're feeling, I guess.
Yeah, I want to mention this again because I feel like it encapsulates the level of play that can happen in Guild Wars. That final fight, or the fight that was happening on Mansion, I believe, where we seemingly thought Numb was just going to hold it, but then we saw Akimbo actually successfully win that fight. The level of speed that Numb rotated away from that fight. See, I've seen Numb for a long time. I've beaten them thousands of times, right? Never lost to them, by the way. Destroyed them utterly. But I've never seen them at that quite level of rotation where immediately, as that fight was swinging, immediately they rotated. And that is literally excellent gameplay where it's so common. I feel like we could see that so many times where what the winning team would do at that point is they would just push consistently back into that node. We're just going to hold this node. They would get wiped. There would be a snowball and there would be a chance for the return, right? However, I was very impressed with how they were able to okay, we lost this fight, just go far. And they were able to take something out of it. And we're seeing, and it's beautiful to see, it's because of these events, right? That people are consistently getting better at the game. And while people might be getting smacked left and right by 55, that level of rotation would not have happened a year and a half ago, which means that they're inching closer, and we're going to see if they can push into that. It would be cool to see 55 actually get, toppled. They're so arrogant. If people...
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's really cool to see the performance level of, of the other teams. I think Guild Wars 2 PvP, it often is regarded as a bit of a one-horse race sometimes, specifically on the monthly tournaments. But I think it's worth noting that, there are loads of incredible players and incredible teams out there. It's just that sometimes you got to give them a bit of a kick up the ass, right? To motivate them to really bring their A game and show everyone what they're made of. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, with Ultrascuffed, with Barcode, right? Putting up a fight against 55. And yeah, this is going to be an absolutely very exciting match. Let's see if we see a repeat of Masters of the Arena 1, where of course the exact same thing happened, right? We actually saw a huge upset with Ultranum actually winning 2-0 against Rank 55 in the regional finals. So let's see if we can see a repeat of that.
I'm going to meme Misha forever. Misha, I'm warning you. Literally, I have you on Discord ready. I have you. It's up to if you want to lose. Go ahead. We're gonna chat.
Okay, and we're actually already moving into our map picks and bans. Let's see. What is it you're gonna have? Wait, I need to reset it first. Here's the button. There we go. The button has been pressed, and it's gonna be Legacy and Kylo are gonna get banned. First of all, so. No Legacy and no Kylo, so at least my overlay is safe at least for now. That's I appreciate you guys thinking about making my overlay actually work. So let's go ahead and see what the picks are going to be actually here. It's going to be 55 are going to pick Colosseum again. I think they picked it every single time. They're a big fan of that map. I think there's anything to that. Is it just like a standard map that is just a general good pick to have, or do you think that they particularly feel confident on that, or what?
I think Colosseum has a little bit of everything, right? It has rotational play. You can play for rotation. You can play for team fights. You can play for 1v1s. You can play for. You can basically pick your pace in the game. And another good thing about Colosseum is that the rewards is basically just being able to build some momentum, right? On top of that, if you somehow lose the fight, you can be like, okay, we're gonna sacrifice the nodes. We're gonna cap some buffs. We're gonna be able to make a push. So it basically gives you a lot of options in how you want to go about it to safely create advantages. While it's not as risky, right? Like if you're the consistently better player, I talk about this a lot because it's something I think of a lot when I see people talk and play nowadays. It's like people basically want to create situations where they feel like they have the advantage. And I use Skyhammer as an example. Nobody on 55, for instance, is scared of Skyhammer in terms of they don't know how to play on the map. But it creates a lot of situations where you can't really predict what's going to happen. If I'm going to outnumber this ranger on close, am I really going to kill him? No, he might just jump on the jump pads and do this and this. And sure, I might do that on my side as well, but I can't really predict it, Meanwhile, Eternal Colosseum, that's a very predictable map. You can more or less map out how you want to play it and get a feel for it every time. If you play 10 maps of Eternal Colosseum, you're roughly going to figure it out.
Yeah. And, we are going to see a bit of a switch up here, actually.
Yeah,
because we see the Temple pick, actually. So we're going to be going to Colosseum, Temple, and then Forest there as well.
Yeah, that's probably the Thieves wanting to do that.
Yeah, and well, I mean, of course, we've seen Fly and Azadome, again, two very strong Thieves being played now by Ultrascuffed. So I think they may have a good reason to feel confident there, right? And feel good about rotating very quickly and responding well. Fly certainly, I would say, playing extremely well so far today. Do you think that's a big part of that decision on going for that pick?
I would assume so. Of course, I can't hear what the Thieves are saying, but if I was a Thief and I felt like I was on a roll today, I'd feel like, let me create the pace. Let me keep doing what I'm doing. It's working. Why shouldn't, pick Temple because that's the map where we can do it the most. Because it pretty much is, right? So the quote dangerous part of Temple is, of course, when the down buff appears. You go from being super free as the Thieves to the scoping a little more limited. You're forced to a little smaller fights and such. But by that point, you can create a lot of advantages. And because the meta has warped a little bit, where it's not like no Thief team versus Thief team, where when the down buff spawns, it's a completely different game. That's not the case now. Now you have 7 Thieves on both teams, which I'm disgusted by. There's no way I would ever play this metagame. But, yeah.
I think the other thing that perhaps comes into play, I'm curious in your thoughts on this, is that we actually see Thief being extremely strong in 1v1s as well, actually. Like both Spectre and Deadeye being very potent at holding its own. Right?
Yeah, and I hate it.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely hate it.
And what's interesting is that these thieves have been trading. I've seen them play against each other. Actually, these particular thieves, like Asdome and Draza, for example. Asdome was actually able to beat Draza 1v1 in the recent monthly AT, which I think is like that's no mean feat. Draza extremely well known for being an incredibly competent duelist, in particular. So these thieves are. I think this could be almost like a mini game in and of itself, right? Watching them go up against each other on that temple map for sure. And we're finishing on Forest after that.
I would assume, and of course people can say what they will, because I've been Draza's teammate and such, but I would assume going into a high-stakes tournament like this, I'm not going to tell my Thief to push into Draza duels. That's stupid. In terms of duel win ratio, like Draza's percentage has to be the highest in KOR's history, right? In terms of like, at least if you span it across all classes. So sure, it might have happened in a monthly, but I still wouldn't create that matchup. But that is what someone who's been a teammate of Draza would say. Now, if I was the Thief player and the enemy team was Draza, my job as a competitive player is still to say I'm gonna slap him, right? So I mean that's what Azure and Fly is supposed to feel like. Okay, well, we're the better Thief. And the only way you become the best is if you look at the best, and instead of looking in admiration, you look at it in the terms of, I'm going to bother this person. Doesn't matter if it's Draza. I mean, look at his name. It doesn't even make sense. Doesn't rhyme with anything. It's just silly. He's long-haired. Come on, just beat him.
We see Chronomancer come out again. Misha's going to go with
come on, Misha, get out of here. Stop lying.
It's Chronomancer. It is Chronomancer. Here it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
No.
This could be a bit spicy in that case. Let's see how this actually works out. It's going to be a pretty different composition, like no Catalyst being played. I think Misha, he did play Catalyst, right, into Barcode. So potentially if we see things get a little spooky, maybe he'll go for the Catalyst again, if they end up dropping a map perhaps, and they want to, try and recover it in some way. But let's see. I mean, maybe Misha is really trying to figure out, is this actually the play? Is this going to work? Very interesting kind of theory craft coming out there. And Boy's still going with the Untamed. Again, obviously, he is 100% capable of playing any roamer right now. It could be a Willbender, it could be a Herald, the Untamed as well. He's a bit of he's a Ranger enjoyer, a tail swipe fan, right? So he's going to try and make it work, but this might be difficult, actually. Like, I'm very interested to see how this plays out. And I think Ultrascuffed, they've got a real chance here at actually dethroning the Dragons here.
Yeah, I'm trying to envision how I play as 55 here, and I will freely admit that I'm not as involved in the metagame as I used to be, right? I'm trying to see. I mean, if it's gonna be working, it's gonna be from 55, right? That's how I see it.
Yeah, of course.
I just feel like 55 could create a much better situation in terms of comps. Like, for instance, I feel like I have so many opinions on this, but you know what? I don't want to be proven wrong because I haven't made a statement yet. So if I just make things sound like I'm making statements while actually not committing to a position, then when a team inevitably wins or loses, I can make it sound like that was originally my opinion. So Misha is definitely playing the Chronomancer, and Boyce is, no matter how we're looking at it, playing as a Ranger. Now, Boyce could have played as a Herald instead, and Misha could have played as a Catalyst, and it would have definitely been different. But yeah, we're going to see what happens in this game. And
we're about to get
whatever
started.
happens, it's going to be within the lines of my prediction at this point.
Yeah, this will certainly be a little interesting here. I'm almost tempted to say that Scuffed are going to be able to actually take one game.
I kind of want to say that as well.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that. Like, given how well they played again into a very competent team, like of course, Akimbo mode lost that previous round, but that is absolutely a top level team as well. They were really going for it.
It was a dominant win. Like, the points might not have been dominant, but at no point did I doubt that Ultranump was going to win. We see Misha and Zan pushing into middle, and we have Frey. The double thief, this is a very cool thing. I think I mentioned it last set, but double thief pushing far is very versatile. Like, one thief can just leave or go in. They can pick their matchups however they want. Looks like they're committing. They want to kill Gornet, which is like not what I think they would go for. But we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no help coming for Gornet. I think that's the thing right now. It's going to be pretty tricky to hold against these thieves in this 1v2 for a long time. Like, Necro is not going to be able to disengage that very well.
Yeah,
Gornet's absolutely doing it, but yeah, this is definitely very tough. Like, and now that we've seen this rotation come out from 55 a lot, what do you think the answer is from red teams? Sorry, from Ultrascuffed perspective?
You do the same thing. You have your thieves create a play on the other side. At some point, it's similar to Portal plays of the old days, where you have to concede one part of the map to win another. I want to say that Gornet did a fantastic job here. Not dying here.
And Misha dies.
Yeah, of course, because he was outnumbered by the thieves.
Yeah.
And he's playing Mesmer. So, I mean, I honestly, Numb winning this opening, and Gornet is doing such a good job. Look at, he's smacking Frey! Like the fact that he's been 2v1'd into surviving the 2v1, into pressuring Frey, although he gets his heal interrupted, he needs to get the heal off, and he gets the heal off. This is really important. He needs to survive for the Shroud. The Shroud is back, and let's see if we can get some counter pressure going.
Yeah, and that's full Shroud, and now Frey in trouble. There's a lot of Torment. That should be a kill, I think.
I'm going to send Gornet 1 goal later. He deserves it.
There's a lot of Shroud, but yeah, it's not enough, and Frey has been eliminated. Azam comes in and should be able to drive Draza away, leading to another kill in favor of Ultrascuffed right now. That is absolutely massive right now. Phoenix still holding very well on the other side with Xeon. They are outnumbered, and Xeon's getting pressured in a lot of trouble, actually. Needs to try and get away. It's going to be hard to hold on. No block available on the Greatsword, so I think Xeon is going to die here.
I think he's going to get it as well. Gornet did not get to go out of combat. We'll see. Or, no, Azur's coming back to save it. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah, Gornet doesn't have a heal and is actually very low on Shroud. Gets the worm placement up there. That's pretty big. Gets out of combat, but immediately back in. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Should be able to force.
Away. He had no reason to stand on no there, but Draz is doing a good job here because he's effectively forcing 2 players there. Azur is now he's taking over the node. Gornet's backing off. But I mean, Numb has won this opening straight up. There's no other way around it.
Phoenix is 1v3 right now. On the other side of the map, he's actually not dead either. The Earth Shield really coming in handy there. There's a block coming up as well. And yeah, Phoenix actually survives this encounter. Like, red team is going to go ahead and rotate away. Boyce gets caught on middle as well. Of course, they're outnumbering Phoenix. That means Boyce is in trouble here. Xeon is a little bit pressured, but I think they should be able to secure this just barely. Asdome is leaving, actually. That might be a little bit overzealous. In fact, it is.
Yeah, he should have stayed. Now they're definitely going to get that rest off, and that's dangerous because Fly has committed cooldowns into going for this kill. So Fly could theoretically get picked off. He smartly disengaged. Xeon is playing it safe. Looks like they didn't get to win the node, but they're not dying either. So, it goes either way. We see the 1v1 between Draza and Gornet, where Draza is honestly smacking Gornet. He's going to have to get a plus here. And we see Gornet getting plussed by... Oh, this kill would matter so much. He had the reveal. I don't think Draz is going to get out of this. What is going on? I don't get it. Oh, Numb is good. Numb is really good.
Yeah, Numb is absolutely on fire. Misha moving in to maybe try and stall at this out there and at least force maybe the Thief to stay a little bit longer to make sure that Gornet's okay, but I don't think Misha can really do that much here. I think Gornet will be able to get node possession.
Yeah.
Rank 55 do have the double cap right now, so we do need to see a little bit of action from Ultrascuffed to make this work. They do have a temporary advantage on that. Oh, but Boyce absolutely demolishing this this Untamed 1v1 right now, actually very far ahead and actually may be able to pick up this kill and secure the shield buff, which could potentially allow some more plays on the map to happen.
Xeon should just concede the shield buff. No need to... Oh, he's going back.
He's going to commit to it.
He's dead. Or is he fine? What's going on? Yeah,
I think this is not good though. Like he's so far behind, right? There's no way he can recover this.
He's not going to win this. So at some point, the only way this.
What? Oh, hang on.
What?
Oh no! Oh! Xeon. Is he going to make it happen? Boyce on 600 points.
No, Boyce is going to win this.
Look at that.
It's unfortunate the anime plot twist didn't happen. The plot armor is too strong.
There it is.
Boyce wins.
Yeah, what a crazy 1v1 though between those two players. And we got distracted, but Frey actually died during all of that. So even though that will be a win there for Boyce to grab that buff, didn't go too horribly for Scuffed on the rest of the map, actually. They secured the Dragon node. And again, Gornet is he's like a rock. He just never dies. He's still here. Yeah. He's been here.
He's played so well. There's so many times where he's been really low. He's made the correct decision to stay alive. Really well played all throughout, but this is what happens. You're playing amazing, you're getting a strong opening, but guess what? You're fighting a top team. The top team's not going to just give up because that's happening. They're going to have their players pop off in the 1v1. They're going to make what's needed. You're not going to get this win for free. You're going to have to keep fighting. And Misha right here trying to sustain being outnumbered, and as much time as he can buy would be good because Fly is going down.
Well, yeah, that means Phoenix is going to have to do a bit of a big hold into double thief. That's pretty terrifying, I'm not going to lie. I think that's going to have to be a node concession, and just not dying here is now the goal for Phoenix. Let's see if the kiting will be good enough. Fly actually Fly's still bleeding out. Actually, I thought there was a self-res attempt there, but no, that is not, in fact, going to be the case. Phoenix doing an amazing job, actually pushing the 1v2.
That's got so much pressure.
What? I don't know, that's going to be... Oh my god! Phoenix 1v2s?
No. What?
No.
Look at these spirits dancing on the body.
Yeah, that's a cleave. That's a cleave out. Phoenix with the 1v2. Draza and Frey.
Ace used a lot of CDs. If he stays in, he dies. Okay, he smartly disengages. I say it again. This is some high-level gameplay going on right here, and I'm extremely impressed. We see boys fighting Xeon. We saw this. We've seen these stories before.
He wants revenge.
It's 50-50. Like, look at their health. Look at their health. Boys gets the CC. He has his heal ready. He has the advantage of this 1v1. I'm not going to keep looking.
Ooh, the pet! Oh, the pet landed there on Xeon. He's super low here. Boy's very much ahead. Actually lands that heal skill. He's going to go for the kill. He's going to go for the pounce. And he finds it as well.
At some point, Xeon has to realize that these kills matter so much that you can't be doing this. Frey, on the other hand, is being extremely low, getting pressured. Phoenix and Azur, they get the down. I don't see a world where Misha gets his rest. Even though he has the feedback potentially, there's no way. He needs to back off.
That's not happening. Phoenix in a bit of trouble, actually, but I think feels very confident with those catalyst cooldowns.
Coming in, and this is the punishment. This is the punishment for losing over 1. You give the opportunity for boys to inevitably pick off Phoenix here, and that matters so much. That's completely converting this, unless Phoenix manages to get out.
Oh, very nice kiting.
For Phoenix.
Yeah, holds on, and Asdome is now here to reinforce that. And there's a block back up now, and Earth Shield available, but still very, very low hit points for Phoenix.
Survives this, yeah.
Still gets in position though, actually. I think Phoenix is actually okay at getting a good heal here. Has magnetic aura left over as well, and a block, and they convert. They turn it onto Boyce. Boyce does revive though, because of that shield buff. So yeah, that's a good save there. But Phoenix is now fully resent, and now it's just a straight up 3v3. And I think with the catalyst, that actually is probably going to end up being pretty damn good for blue team here, actually.
For a quick second to say that Fly got 2-1 by Zan and Draza. He didn't manage to escape, so this is going to give 55 an opportunity to convert the entire map. This is the scariest situation the game has spent the entire time for Nub.
Yeah, I think this is definitely one of those situations where the thieves are incredibly important, right? And Fly has been picked off a few times these games, in this game so far, and that definitely is denying them from really converting the momentum that they want to find. Gauntlet is going to grab middle, but he's going to be 1v2 into a Deadeye and a Blade Sword. That is not where he wants to be at all. Yeah. It's a good recovery for 55.
Recovering in the map, exactly. And this, a lot of this came from the 1v1 Ranger win. Boys being able to rest off that, him able to save that fight. You really have to be extremely careful of dying in 1v1 situations, because dying 1v1 basically lets your team 5v4 for a while, and that's super dangerous. Now let's see, we have the thieves both scuttling around the middle. Fly still trying to recover. He looks like he's going down. Is he gonna escape? No, he's not. And they're still recovering. It's been damn near 2 minutes of them getting smacked around.
Yeah.
They have to find a tactic. They have to find a win somewhere. Otherwise, 55 is going to keep doing this until the game is over.
And
Misha's going
also
to falls. Vesper being good. And that's
exactly.
No way.
Yeah. Chronomancer is going to be confirmed meta after this one, right? You're going to have to stop making excuses, right? I guess at that point.
Let's keep focusing on the game, Team Pod, please. Come on.
Yeah, 55. They're starting the rally here, and Scuff, they need to be very, very careful about not allowing this game to get out of their control. It's a small deficit currently, and they do have a node of their own right now. They're going to have to hold on to that as well.
Picked off for using his Lich, not going to be enough. He's getting picked off. They need a kill. They're just dying, and here's the kill. Draza is dead. Draza is dead. He's going to be bled out, finished off. You need a win somewhere else on the map. You have Phoenix fighting Misha.
Xeon's going to push the 1v1 again. I don't like this, right? He's lost this twice in a row now.
At this point, do you concede? And let me explain why. When you're ahead, you don't want to go for risks, right? You don't want to go for risk when you're ahead. They were ahead consistently before that, but you saw the amount of momentum you got of boys smacking Xeon. Well, Xeon has to go for it at this point, because now they have to take risks to win back the map. They're behind. So if he manages to convert this, it's good. And let's be fair, whenever Numb had this 1v1 of Xeon versus Boys, during the time that Xeon was doing the 1v1, during that time, during that 4v4, they were doing really well. And look at it, this is what I mean, the risk of rewarded.
Stole it. He stole the shield. Boyce was not quick enough to respond to that. Zan dies as well. Fly picks up that kill after having a bit of a few rough deaths. Num are absolutely back into this. The Phoenix is in a little bit of trouble, but actually I think might barely be able to hold. Well, actually, maybe that might be a little bit spooky. Has Earth Shield in a few moments. So I think Phoenix is absolutely going psycho this game, actually. As Draza disengages, has to just gives up, basically can't get the kill. Phoenix resustains, buff grabbed by Xeon during all of that. Frey about to die on middle. What a game. What a game.
I think we can fairly say that Boyce is doing a lot to pressure these thieves, right? Look at Boyce versus Fly. I think a tactic idea for Numb is to have the Rangers fight each other and tell Xeon not to die, which is not a fair order, just fight Boyce and don't die, right? But during this 4v4, we've seen consistently that Numb has been doing really well in these fights. Meanwhile, when Boyce is in these fights versus these thieves, well, look what's happening right now. He's killing a thief. They did manage to get the rest off, though. And the game is back into Misha being down. I would say we're back into Numb favor. This game can, however, go at any route. Like, it can go...
Yeah, it's very volatile, very volatile. And the points of this goes in. Timer is actually starting to become a little bit relevant as well. We've got 3 minutes left on this game, actually. It's a relatively slow matchup here. Usually one node in possession of the other, so the teams have got to be cognizant of that as well. Phoenix, once again, positioning himself, should be able to grab the dragon. And Gornet is where he wants to be positioned on the line. Does get knocked off the node a little bit there, not able to contest it. But yeah, now Boyce is outnumbered, and this should be a double cap almost.
He got 2v1 by both the thieves. He managed to survive, but he pushes back in. He managed to do a really good outnumber escape, but got a little greedy, pushed back in, and got picked off. Had he escaped that, I would have almost concluded the game in Number's favor, because that was such a long outnumber. They managed to get so much out of it. Unfortunately, he died, so we're back into having a fair game.
Yeah.
And we see Boyce pushing into Gornet, and this, I believe that's going to be a kill. Gornet's super pressured. He's down. Man, there's so many kills this game. What's happening?
Yep. There's a lot going on, and during all of this, they did get themselves a bit of a lead, though. They had the double cap, and they're still trying to hold on to it as well. Fly, I think Fly trying to contest is very risky. He might end up dying here into Boyce and Draza.
This is not a winning play. He needs to get out of here now. He can't fight. Draza is going to go for this kill, and I don't see how he doesn't get it. The pushback actually put him outside of the range of Draza's port in. This might give him enough time to get a cooldown to port out. Ooh.
Trying to hold on, just barely gets the line of sight. That does, of course, shut down the Deadeye a fair bit. Gets knocked again. Oh, yeah, Boyce pounces.
1 minute, 40 seconds left.
Wow. Yeah, I think we're almost certainly going to see a timer game in that case, I believe, actually. So it's really going to come down to the wire here. And honestly, if Blue can get away with holding a single node, that might give them enough to stay ahead. Although they do need to neutralize one of them as they
right now. They need to win one more fight. They have the momentum. They don't have the static. So this is a perfect example. What's happening with Phoenix is getting pushed into. He gets the shield off. And this fight, I believe, is going to be the converting fight that decides the game. And we see Phoenix...
Oh my god, Draza gets destroyed! Yeah, they do concede the node during that, but at this point, even getting the 5 points from the kill is so important, actually, in this situation. They should be able to restore that node.
If Frey push in and try to hold the node, being that it's 1 minute left of the game, or is he just going to escape?
Let's see what he's going to go for here, actually. Looks like just so far, just fighting Azam, denying the rotation. May end up conceding that. I believe that will be a cap coming through very shortly. Frey going to try and make it. Yes, he makes it! Frey makes it, actually!
Yeah, but Misha's dying on the other side of the map. I believe Misha's gone down. Gornet is pressured. However, I don't see a world where they get a convert on that. Fly is low. Everyone's low. Everyone's dying.
Oh, no. It's exactly even. They're equal on points. Misha is down. Will go down here. Gets clean. That's it.
Kites. He gets the wall off.
And he has Shroud. He's got Shroud now as well. Has the Fearing. Xeon comes in for the peel. Gornet now with 10,000 Shroud.
Seconds. He doesn't want to Shroud before the Spectral Watch. Yeah. He was forced to Shroud.
Oh.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
I think he's going to go down, stay in, gets the kite. Oh, can't port back though in time. 10 seconds on the clock, actually. Can Gornet somehow hold it? The fear is not going to come through, but somehow Num found the kill. Num got Draza. Yeah, Num got Draza. It's 3, 2, 1. Neutralization comes through. And 430 to 437.
What a game. What a game. What a game. And what an equivocable, insane, clear, crystal proof that Mesmer is garbage.
Yeah.
Worst class in the game. Can't even pick off a single game. Like, honestly, I'm not gonna put anything on the Mesmer. This was a fantastic game. You know, I deeply enjoyed looking at this because there were so many, how do I put it? There were so many game deciding moments, people making fantastic plays on both sides. Gornet consistently over and over and over again being put in super dangerous positions where he was able to make something out of it. The Thieves, the battles that they've been doing left and right, Boyce's incredible pressure on them. Chat, donate. Come on, just donate. It's for a good cause, and you're getting some good games.
Absolutely.
And, yo, Teapot, do your spiel, go.
Yeah, cure rare disease. Everyone, my friends, okay? Look, you know why we have these games? Because we have the good energy of the universe as we try to make the world a better place by supporting an incredible cause. Just cure rare disease. So again, I gotta keep the shout outs coming for helping us out with sorting out an incredible prize pool and making this event possible. So if you're enjoying the show so far, if you're enjoying the games, because that was a serious match, I went, oh wow, we're going to Temple next. That's where things are really gonna go to the next level. We can have some pure insanity.
I was planning on just alt F4ing during this cast and not coming in. That was my plan. I just wanted, you held this evidence for so long. It's like I'm never gonna get out of my depth, right? So I was just planning on ruining this. But these games, this meta game is so entertaining. Like it's ridiculous. Everyone's dying. There's so many kills. There's no bunker noise. It goes to timer. It goes to timer because everyone's dead. Like it's beautiful. But we're seeing a switch up. Draza on the Rev. We're going to see some more switchy-ronies going on.
We'll definitely see a bit of funkiness here. But yeah, once again, gamers, I do want to say that if you want to go check out Cure Rare Disease, go ahead and do !donate to throw your money at the incredible cause. And of course, do !CRD in the chat to learn more. Or go to curerareddisease.org. Learn about what they do, what they're all about, some details about the organization, where all of the funds and charity stuff ends up going, the projects they're working on as well. So definitely go ahead and check that out right now. Once again, massive shout out to Cure Rare Disease for assisting us in making Masters of the Arena possible and bringing you this top quality content. And actually, we have a lot more numbers to talk about as well. We're already up to $1,625.55. Getting close to that second goal we've set here of 2,000. Let's see if we can get to 3,000 today, gamers. Get over there right now. !donate in the chat. And big shout out to SM Fox for the 39.05. Sampo with the $50. Sprudel with the 20. Brother Zhao with the 25. Anonymous with the 20. Dubu with the 50. Umberto with the 20. And yeah, thank you very much indeed. !CRD, !donate. Chat, help me out and spam that link a little bit so everyone knows how to get in touch. And of course, that command works all the time. And also, let's go ahead and report a little bit on the lower bracket, actually, because the lower bracket is going on right now. Let me go ahead and take a look at that real quick. I believe we actually have a very exciting matchup, which we'll be taking a look at in a moment, Helseth, actually. The current state of the bracket is that the lower bracket Team Barcode defeated the Goats with a 2-0. Akimbo Mode did the same against 7 Deadly Sins. And the next match, which we're going to see after this one, is going to be Team Barcode versus Akimbo Mode in the lower bracket. And then, of course, the winner of that match will then face the loser of the match we're currently seeing. So they'll either face Rank 55 Dragons or Ultrascuffed in the lower bracket final. So a very exciting match there. Could be a rematch, of course, with Akimbo Mode. Could be a rematch with Barcode as well. Very exciting stuff coming up as we go down the line. I think we're basically about ready to leap into our first Temple matchup, I believe. Here we are.
But do you remember those times when we got to see Mesmer being played? It's pretty fun times. Right?
It was good. It was good for a few games.
Exciting games, Excel as well, right?
Yeah, it was very exciting.
We see Misha. They got to see. I feel like, how do I put this? There's a new generation of players. We got to see Phoenix 1v2 people.
Oh yeah.
Like. I don't know who he is, right? To me, he was some random dead player, and now he rose like a phoenix in the ashes, put a bunch of AoEs on Draza's body and gibbed him. And there were so many plays that game that were just, I don't know. I'm genuinely glad I got to cast that game. I had a lot of fun watching it. I haven't had that much fun watching Guild Wars in. I honestly can't even tell. That was so fun. That was so fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was some pretty insane gameplay there. Like, what an awesome match. And you're absolutely right. I think people complain about the meta all the time. Grumble, right? But I've got to say, it looks good, right? This is a pretty damn exciting meta, right? It absolutely is. You know,
we're seeing a lot of comps, a lot of play styles, a lot of tactics, varied gameplay. What can I say? I have it. The only way I really had a view on the meta is that I've been playing unranked gameplay as a power member, and then I alt F4. This level of Guild Wars, this is fun to watch, and I can't imagine that they're not having fun playing with 10 kills on both sides. Rotations happen everywhere, different matchup left and right, high volatility in the fights, meaning that it's risky. It's beautiful. This is what we're going to see.
Yeah, this is absolutely awesome, and I think that, we've arrived at a good spot in the game, and, I think that for me, like, PvP and competitive play in gaming has always been so exciting, right? And it's just great to see this actually happening, like, still going strong, right? Like, in a, a stage of the game where I think players in general with PvP were maybe feeling a little bit demoralized, right? There wasn't a lot of love with Ender Dragons that came through. PvP is still awesome, right? Like, it's always been a big strength of what Guild Wars 2 brings to the table in the MMO sphere. And I think this tournament is a perfect demonstration of what it can be, right? When it's given a little bit of love, a little bit of nourishment, right? In terms of the action. And yeah, we're going into Temple now, and we see the comm change up here. What do you make of that? And what do you expect to see here on this map?
Let's be fair. Both you and I gave a favor for Numb because we felt like Numb had the better strat in comps, right? We both agree on this. Now, I like 55's comp more with the way they're playing here, and the last game was a timer with 5-point difference. Logically speaking, 55 should be the favorites here. We're going to see how this opens with the Thief pushing, and Misha not getting pressured whatsoever. We have an Ellie mirror as they're coming in, so this is a 2v2.
That's an exciting one, actually.
Not just that, but Misha has had to use quite a bit of cooldowns, so it's a little spooky for him to get this 2v2, but wait, Zeal's already dead.
Yeah, Frey was able to just chase him away and secure that kill. Of course, that will now drive Gornet away. And potentially, this is something that is a little bit bothersome, I think, for Ultrascuffed here, is that they are going to be playing on Temple, and they have a Necromancer. The meta right now is...
about to say, Gornet's going to get smacked down. He's not going to have any easy ways of rotating. This is going to... And versus Rev and Thief, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough.
Exactly, right? This is definitely going to be difficult for that Necromancer, but on flies down as well, actually. Boyce and Frey were able to just quickly get that kill there. I think 55 doing a great job of capitalizing on securing these kills and then finding more and more and more with it. And already off to an excellent start, planting down Boyce here on the altar, and they still have Zan lurking around middle to make sure that that is held. Draza in a little bit of trouble over here, but I think should actually be able to hold on here on the Herald without ending up dying. Actually,
going down again.
Ooh.
Yeah, so my initial thought when I felt... Remember what we said when we thought about picking this map? It was the Thieves dictating the play. At no point in time has these Thieves dictated anything. They got pushed, they defended it, they lost another side of the map. They haven't been doing their thiefness. And Gornet, who's been doing so well, getting outnumbered, pushing away, and then pushing in his eco fights, that's not happening here. He's just getting picked off left and right. And guess what? There's no Mesmer on the red tree.
Exactly. There is indeed no Mesmer. So apparently if you put Mesmer, you lose. So that's a little bit unfortunate there for all the Mesmer fans out there. But yeah, I definitely think that the map is really coming into play here, right? Like, and the way this is, and certainly the ultra high mobility setup that we see from 55 is really punishing the strategy that worked pretty well for Ultrascuffed on the previous map. Fly down again, Owlzone down. This looks like a very different game to our first match.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, when I was thinking of how to make this work as Ultra Numb, I was kind of looking at the perspective of last set.
Oh, no! Hang on! I've got to fix something. Oh, dude. Phoenix actually knocked himself into the wall with Air 4 on Catalyst. Guild Wars 2 is esports ready, by the way. Fortunately, I was spectating him and immediately made him into... I was actually watching, so I immediately put him back in the game. Hey, ANET, might want to fix that.
They wrote DC, stuck in wall. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you still gotta play. You gotta play, boys. You gotta play. Don't give up.
Yeah, no, they're already back. They're already back in business there. It wasn't like anything like super bad there. But 55 They're looking very dominant in this match. 110 to 27. Now with the triple cap. Obviously, the weird thing there kind of gave Misha that node for free is obviously not ideal. Oh, and actually, they do converge on Zan and find the kill. I don't think that's revival. That's not going. There's going to be too much damage, I think.
It's not revive here, and that's really important. The lich is off. This is okay. Finally, they can get to play the game again. 100 points in Guild Wars 2 in this metagame. It's nothing. Look at that. You're getting kills. You're getting another kill. Another kill. Well, actually, you're not killing anything. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You're 100 points down. You're lost.
Yeah,
this is tough. But I'm sorry, T-Bot. There's no way.
This is very, very difficult for sure. And actually, a top buff here is going to get locked down, and this is going to double the point gain if Boy's able to grab that. He's not. Fly does.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Yeah, and Zan actually used the number 3 in downstate to get up, but he was still dead. So we are getting it. Wait, what's going on now?
Oh, wait, what's going on? We're missing a player on red now. Wait. It's me. Wait, Misha knocked himself into the wall as well. They both did it.
I'm done. What is this nonsense?
Yeah, so Misha does get spectated. So he obviously loses. Essentially, he has to disengage that 1v1 by being put into a spectate mode there as the Catalyst Air 4 wins the 1v1 single-handedly for his opponent, which is obviously not ideal.
Okay, let's focus. Okay. That's a 3. Okay, focus, T-Bot.
Let's refocus it. Like, Num have actually found themselves a bit of a map advantage there. However, 55 rallying fairly effectively, getting over to the temple, putting Frey there. They've got all of their players back, and they're now going to repush, and they immediately... They do seem to have a really big knack at dealing with Xeon here. I think Xeon he's always been a big focus target, and that is a slight vulnerability of the Untamed. I think it is a bit... It's a bit glassy compared to some of the other roamer options, like a Herald, which has a few more survivability tools. And I think 55 are capitalizing on that well, and they're shutting him down, right? Like the Untamed, we saw that from Boyce and Xeon in the previous game. It was a great enabler. It found kills, it found damage, but it is a little bit vulnerable to being shut down, and 55 are certainly doing that in this match.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, again, similar to the last set, I'm trying to figure out the tactic of how do you win as Num here. We see Gornet getting some pressure. I feel like this is the first time Gornet's going to do his thing. He was attacked by Draza, he was able to disengage it, he's now pushing in. So, he was about to heal. Boyce ports in after him, interrupts it. They managed to get the kill. That was not a situation where he was ready to die. 55 maintaining control, Phoenix is down. 55 has a very strong grip on this game still.
Yeah, it's a big plus there as well. Phoenix was an absolute monster in the previous game, and Draza able to get that threat off the board. And I think that also might be, there might be a response that they want to actually really focus down Phoenix, because he has been doing such an incredible job in these 1v1 and even 1v2 scenarios that I think 55 are respecting that threat, and I think they're going to try and bully him a bit, right, to reduce the value that was actually obtained by that catalyst.
We see Frey extremely low. However, he does manage to disengage, and not only disengage, but disengage to lower. We'll see what happens here. Is he going to be put in combat? That's important. He's in combat. Phoenix is now effectively 1v2. He should just be staying in that safe zone, looking for an opportunity. But on the entire map, Fly is dead.
Yeah, and Xeon as well. Xeon dead again. Oh man, 55. They are certainly going hard on this. We actually have the
they
Boyce.
Need to lure Misha close to walls.
That's the way. Yeah, that is definitely a good way to do it. Boyce actually just straight up pushing that 1v1 quite aggressively, actually, into Phoenix. We'll have to see how that one kind of goes down. I think that should be pretty good for the Catalyst. But Boyce makes the magic happen and actually blows him up and gets the kill on lower as well. Massive combo there from Boyce. It will be denied, of course, by the downstate. Draza does die up top here. Xeon is able to find that kill, I believe. Is that recoverable in some way? He's kind of downstate in a slightly annoying position. If Frey and Misha could get here, they might be able to save him. No, then he's not going to go for that. But the problem here is certainly that there's going to be another resource need to be committed to Boyce to hold this out, and that kind of makes the outnumber
essentially
worse.
3v1 on Boyce. The only way they can get value of that is if they somehow get the lore buff. I don't see why Boyce would allow that. He's going to play it safe. He's going to sit on the high ground. He's going to stealth. He's going to chill and just find ways to interrupt them. He's getting his regroup now. At this point, I'm sorry, Teapot, but I'm calling curtains.
Ooh, and Stillness gets captured as well for our red team, and well,
and
Stillness
dead on lower buff.
Yeah. Oh no, and that's not a triple kill with Stillness. Yeah, I mean that's game. Yeah, I don't see a recovery point. So Stillness, it actually doubles the amount of points you get for holding a node. So normally Red Team would be getting 2 points every 2 seconds right now, but they're getting 4 right now, and that is brutal. You can see the score graph here.
Buff, the BM.
Yeah.
They don't need it. Boys, one of the most BM creatures in Guild Wars. Yeah. Okay, so basically this game, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the Epic Temple. It in the context of fighting 55's current comp, it doesn't make sense. Versus the Mesmer comp, I would say that it works, but the problem is, you know that 55 is versatile. Misha plays just about every single class. You know that Drazi can swap around as well. You know that Boys can swap around if he would want to. So when you know that they're versatile, and you're kind of, you know, Gornet's not going to play anything but Necro. And Necro is not optimal on this map. When you know that the opponent can swap to the Herald giving so many opportunities in hunting, I don't know. I don't think this game is a representation of what Nub can do versus 55. I believe that this set is not over just because 55 swapped comp. You might look at this and like, okay, well, they went to new comp and now they dominated. That's just it. I don't feel like that game. I don't feel like, you know, Nub even had a chance to start. And I feel like a big part of that was the map.
I'm not sure. Why did they pick it then, do you think?
Well, from the context of last set and how the pace went, I didn't criticize it, right? It's kind of easy in hindsight to do it. But the Thieves didn't get to do their thing, right? And honestly, if you look at the way Gornet plays, and this is something I didn't think of, but it makes more sense now. Gornet on Colosseum, right? He was able to make himself valuable in both sets versus both teams by pushing into a fight, getting outnumbered, going to the high ground. For instance, on Colosseum, you go to the platform where you can't be ported on by the Thieves. And he's jumping around, doing his Gornet thing, using Spectral Walk to kites, and re-engaging. On Temple, tell me, Teapot, where can you kite as the Necro in that regard?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be very tough, right? There's just not a lot of that no portability, right? Like, there's a little bit on mid, and I think that's why we did see Gornet tend to associate around the middle node there. But even with that, it was very hard for Gornet to survive there. And just the Thief pressure, the Revenant coming in the, you know, it was
not
too
just
much.
That,
it was too much.
But Gornet doesn't have the same pressure himself. So let's say that you're Gornet, right? You're middle. And I'm saying this a little bit after the fact, right? But think about it. You're Gornet, you're middle. And you're being outnumbered. You somehow survive it, and now you're pressuring middle, okay? Now, if I have the cap on middle as the opponent to Gornet, I don't have to stand on the node where you can hit me. I can hide behind the pillar. I can go below the base. If you push on the node and I get 2v1 by Gornet plus X, I have a lot of spots where I can go where the Necro can't immediately follow up. Unlike how it is on Colosseum, where the Necro has a much greater range in how he can attack, right? So, I don't know. I feel like it's different. And on this map, there's way more opportunity for the Necro. On Keep middle, the Necro has way more reach there, and he has a lot of kiteability. On mine, you have your non-port spots. You also have your non-port spots on Hench. I feel like we're going to have a much better opportunity for Numb to showcase what they're capable of. And what they're capable of is hearing you talk about cure rare disease. Go, Teapot, please. Let us know.
We just smashed our goal, Helseth. Already 2,000. Oh, thank you very much, everyone there.
That's not goal. Goal is 3,000. What?
Yeah. The goal is 3,000 now, but
at no point was it 2,000.
Oh no, 3, it was never that. No, 3,000 is the true goal here, and let's go ahead and keep that up there. And a huge shout out to Carolyn with the $125. Glow here with 20. Earlier with 20. Zedix with $30. Wiki with 20. Anonymous with 20. Pungspark with 40. Desolatus there with the 20 as well. The Juice with the 20. Biggs with the 100 as well. All my homies hate rare disease. You're damn right, and that's why we're going to cure rare disease with your help as well. Happy Kagu, Murtioman, S and SM Fox as well. Thank you guys so much. And let's keep up the momentum here as well. And just once again, a massive shout out to Cure Rare Disease, helping us power this tournament. It's always a pleasure to work with Cure Rare Disease on some of our events here in Guild Wars 2, making esports happen here with Masters of the Arena. And yes, keep it coming,
guys. Keep in mind, if you can't donate, that's perfectly fine if you're unable to donate. But keep in mind that your voice is power. Just like how we together have amassed over $2,000 for this fantastic research. Well, you can do the same by reaching out. Go in fellow Discord servers, let them know that this tournament's going on and that you're having a fantastic time seeing it. If you have a Twitter, tweet about it. And at the same time, show the link that people can, you know, together make the world a better place by releasing this message. Like, donating is not the only way you can help. But if you can, and if you're able to, please go ahead and contribute to that goal. I will not pet my dog if we do not reach 3K. The dog will remain unpet.
And that, I don't think we can allow that. That is unacceptable. So we certainly need to make that happen. We absolutely do. But yes, absolutely. If you do want to learn more, then please go ahead and do !CRD in the chat, or go to curerareddisease.org to learn more, or !donate if you want to go ahead and get a link to our Tiltify page where you can support this campaign. It's a fantastic event going on right now, raising a lot of money for Cure Rare Disease over this weekend for their Game for Cures event. So once again, thank you to Cure Rare Disease. I really appreciate all of you for helping out and supporting this fantastic cause. It's awesome to see how supportive the Guild Wars 2 community is, and we can have some epic esports at the same time. So get those links in the chat. Chat help me out and spam that a little bit, because we're going into our next game on Forest. Now, how do you feel about Ultrascuffed's composition on this map then? Because, of course, it didn't super work on Temple. What about Forest?
I feel like a huge part of how Numb's gameplay has worked is literally Gornit doing things that he shouldn't really be doing. But it still makes sense. He's doing it, right? And I feel like on this map, he's going to have the opportunity to do that again. Obviously, I'm leaning towards 55 having the advantage. That's what we said before Temple even started. However, here we're going to see Numb be more in their element of how they can play, I feel. Phoenix pushing in, going to the mirror matchup versus Misha, where, I mean, he didn't have all cooldowns pushing in, but whenever you get to aggress on a node, you're in the advantage. You're forcing your opponent to commit to standing on the node while you can weave in and out. And Misha is honestly fairly pressured right now. Either Thief could basically go into this fight and decide it, but I believe that the Thieves are focusing on the middle. Terasi goes down! And here's the huge... Zeon goes down as well. Is Terasi gonna get cleaved out?
Ooh, let's see, actually, Fly is really going for it. There's the Lich, actually. But Zan! So close, actually!
That's so important. That's so important. That's massive. Numb has a huge advantage right here. Phrase immediately tried to consolidate. Okay, I can't stay in middle. I will die. I'm trying to go ahead and give Phoenix. But look at this fantastic rotation from Masterdome. Following Frey and being able to commit on that kill. There's no way Misha can get that rest. He has to be able to play it safe here. And Numb is setting up a situation where they can dominate on the map. At this point, the only way you turn in the current situation is if someone makes an outstanding play. Boyce needs to kill Gornit, or someone needs to win an even fight, or a fight where they're outnumbered.
And Phoenix does die, actually, as a dome. Not able to quite peel Phoenix out there. That should be a confirmed kill right there at the same time. Still even on points. Gornit trying to deal with Boyce. I think that will actually be super difficult for Gornit to do. Actually, the Ranger just has so much kite potential.
They swap.
Yeah, and they swap it out with Zeon. And that's going to be a 1v1 to definitely watch, actually. Keep an eye on that as the rest of the game progresses. 55 do secure that node there. And Azadome actually in a little bit of trouble. Needs to be careful. Does have Shadow Step, so I think he should be fine, actually, in this situation. Even aggressing onto Draza to slow his rotation down a little bit towards middle.
This is a much better opening for Numb. They're getting to do their things. Gornit's doing some Gornit stuff. Zeon is honestly not doing bad at all in this matchup versus Boyce. He gets that reinforcement from Phoenix now. They're going to be able to get this node. They're not looking to be able to lose middle right now. They have plenty of pressure here, so Numb has a fairly steady 2-cap right here. It's probably going to be a D-cap fairly quickly, but at least they're not dying. And this allows plays to happen. Fly is low, though.
Ooh, and he's going to go down. Yeah, that's going to get collapsed on there by Zan, Frey, and Draza. And that does leave Gornit a little bit isolated here. This is not where you want to be as the Necromancer. And I think Gornit is a bit done for.
His heal got interrupted.
Spectral, maybe. And Azadome is around.
Needs to get his heal off.
See if that's going to come through. Does land in a really nice sphere.
Yeah. However, Frey's still on him. And look at the map. There's no one close to Gornit. He needs to die here. There's no other way around it. And Nub is getting picked off left and right. The Revenant does so much for consistent pressure, and 55, something that you can never take away from them. They're so good at maintaining pressure. Whenever they get a kill, they smell blood and they just continue. Misha is fairly low, but I don't believe there's a kill here.
Yeah, this is not really going to anytime soon. And Xeon and Gornet both dead. We're 3v5 on the map for a good amount of time right now. And oh yeah, Fly in trouble. Zan comes in here to help out Xeon, and Fly might have a lot of difficulty actually getting out here. Low Shroud on Spectre. No Shadow Step either. This might just be a hunt down kill for Boys, although the good port has come through from Fly, and Fly may be able to just barely wriggle away. Map state is still neutral, though. Like, Num now have all of their players back. Let's see what their next maneuver is going to be. Gornet and Fly pushing across the map now to maybe try and deal with Misha here, actually, to secure Phoenix this node, or looking for a fight elsewhere.
Yeah, and it doesn't cost them much to do this because Boys is capping Henge, which means that even though you're outnumbering, you're not getting outnumbered. But if they do not get a kill on Misha, it still means that they're going to be behind the middle when Boys comes in with fresh cooldowns. Draze goes down. Very important kill here, which will let Numb basically recover a middle. Xeon went down though. And that's not a rally though, so it's essentially equal.
Yeah, Draza not really looking recoverable, so it's definitely, just a very big trade there for sure. Misha, though, actually in a lot of trouble in this 1v1. Phoenix doing an incredible job in the Catalyst Mirror. May not be able to actually hunt the kill down as we see Misha get the heal skill off, but certainly I think we may see the node go in favor of our blue team. And Frey also falls on middle. Like, Num consistently able to get some fights, but they've got to find a way to convert this. Or Xeon manages to negotiate his way over to the Henge, actually, and get that decap, and Ultrascuffed really starting to make something work here.
They're recovering. We see Phoenix being 2v1 now. This is the reward for being able to outplay Misha in that 1v1, where even though he's being 2v1, because he was dominating that 1v1 for this fight, he doesn't have any lack of cooldowns. He's able to use his cooldowns to escape the 2v1, recover. The question is now, is he going to greed? I would not want him to push in here if I was on Num. I would want him to escape, make sure you don't die, and get something out of it.
Boys found himself in a 1v3 just in the lake, right? In the dueling arena. He thought he was in some kind of 1v1 setup here and got distracted and ended up getting 1v3'd by Gornet, Aslam, and Xeon.
He's doing fantastic. And now he's fighting Misha. And look at his cooldowns. He's honestly not that low up. In fact, Misha's the pressured one here. Astra's going to come in. I believe that's a convert. That might be a kill.
I think it will.
That's fantastic from Phoenix. Gets 1v3'd into surviving. That's incredible. Numb has massive momentum of this, where you're going to have to see 55 win somewhere else on the map. Otherwise, they're going to get snowballed at this point. Gornet's fighting Frey. I believe it's a fairly slow matchup. Nothing's going to happen there.
So much trouble. Draza goes down. And Zan can't save. Oh, actually, when your Boyce does arrive, can they turn this? They actually might want to turn it. Fly is unbelievably low with Asdome.
That's both fairly low, but
it's tough to res though.
There's no way.
Yeah, they can't.
But look at Azure. He's being chased by Boyce. Boyce has plenty of cooldowns, and Azure's fairly low. Can there be a conversion here? I don't think so.
I guess the Shadow Step is able to get out of there. It does leave Xeon in a bit of a scary situation. He's going to have to run away as well. Is doing that successfully, actually. Map state totally neutral, but this time it's actually going to be Ultrascuffed, rather, with the slight advantage so far. Just 14 points. 14 points in the lead. Misha, though, does feel confident to push for this node. Boyce now moves in here. Phoenix not able to deny that.
Really pressuring his 1v1 as well. He can't keep holding this with Frey. It's a slow matchup, but he's not going to win it. At some point, either he has to rotate out or he needs to get a plus.
And Asdome gets taken out here on the other side of the map there. Boyce and Misha able to lock him down and eliminate him. Phoenix, of course, will now be left in a 1v2. However, we're going to see the immediate rotation from Boyce towards middle to try and get rid of the other thief. And Fly, he always seems to be public enemy #1 in a lot of these games for rank 55. Let's see if that's going to end up in another kill. But yeah, Gornet is having so much trouble into this Spectre.
I don't like this. I feel like he's done so well in these fights. Being 1v1 versus the thief. I feel like they managed to plus and get a kill though, but I mean they're losing on the map right now. If I'm in Numb, I'm telling them we need to swap our strategy. We need someone else to follow Frey. It shouldn't be the Necro. Yes, he was able to lich and get a plus and somehow get a kill, but that still doesn't change the fact that they're losing the map in exchange for that. Phoenix is down.
Getting blood as well.
They need to recover.
Yeah, this is really annoying because Phoenix is not going to be back on the map for a long time here as he's just down sit on the node of Misha. I'm fine standing here. I'm just going to wait until you come back, and that will now be the kill there. But 55 got themselves that double cap, a sizable points advantage. Again, a relatively slow game. So, like a 60-point lead. That's definitely a big deal in this matchup. It certainly could get volatile, but 55 certainly ahead at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, this game can still go either way, but when you're looking at teams of this caliber, 100 points in a 2-cap and momentum shift, that's a lot of advantage. You need to get something big. You need to get a pickup. You need to get a quick kill. And right now, the quick kill happened on Gordon. That's the wrong person to get quick killed. It's going to be really difficult. Someone has to make a standout play. Phoenix has to be like 1v1 versus Zan and one-shot him or something ridiculous like that. Because otherwise, 55 is going to take this game and they're going to run away with it. That's how it works. When you're fighting a top team, if you give them an advantage, like kills, then they're going to run with it. Draze is pressured, but I don't see a kill on him.
The Earth Shield saved him a little bit. That the Spectre was also very small. Oh, unfortunately, does get picked off by Xeon. I don't think Boyce can do too much about there. There's not enough red team around. The cleave should be good, and that's going to be a nice kill. But it's starting to get to a pretty scary spot.
On the close and middle. Yeah, exactly.
This is a little bit spooky because getting that kill is obviously really nice, and they get they now actually they lose fly though as well during all of that. So it's nice to get that kill.
Back to close.
This is a difficult position for blue team to be in here. Like Fly is now back, but it's almost at the stage where that gap is very difficult to actually recover. That 150 points at this, 140 points, that's going to be very difficult. Yeah, and they've got to climb the mountain. They essentially are going to have to play a nearly flawless game from this point on and not make any mistakes if they want to win this game. And that's a very tall order against a team like 55.
For sure. So if we recap, what were the situations where they did well? They did well when they had the Ellie mirror going on, when they had the Necro in the team fights, and the Thieves doing their thing. And if you look at this situation, Gornet's fighting along with versus Boys and Azar, it's a little chaotic. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here, but Gornet's low, he's down. There's no way they're getting the rest. I don't want to throw in the towel, but my coach did it for me. My coach did it for me. He told me I was going to get brain injuries from this, so he threw in the towel. I'm mad. I wanted to keep fighting, but there's no way. I even tried punching Zan, and Zan went down. I knocked him.
It's a shame that my coach threw in the towel. And Phoenix really has been popping off. Like there's no question about that. Phoenix's gameplay has been very impressive throughout the series. Doing a great job in handling all these situations.
Look at him. Smacking Draze right immediately after. Like, I would assume that someone named Phoenix would be slightly mediocre. That's not the name of a top player, right? I'm going to be fair. It's not the name. It's the name of someone who plays the bunker role and doesn't really do anything on the team, but he plays the bunker role, so he's fine. Not the scary Catalyst that's like 1v2ing. Like, he needs to rename himself to Phoenix with an F. And then all of a sudden...
That is big.
We're looking at new. Boys is down? If Phoenix is able to convert this weird-ass 2v1...
It could happen. It's not impossible. It's a little bit difficult, though.
The only way.
Getting very pressured this point. Fly is going to move in to make it a 2v2.
But that's still converting the 2v1. He was outnumbered for a while. He didn't get pressured.
Down. Oh, we had to have a D. Oh, wait. What happened there? Wait, I think Draza crashed. I think he was having some PC issues. I believe Draza may have crashed there, actually. I believe. In fact, unfortunately... Yeah, unfortunately, that has happened, actually. Draza is no longer in the arena. So yeah, Draza has actually crashed, which is not ideal here.
Here we go. This is a turn we were waiting for. This is the esports moment. Misha getting gibbed on. Let's go, Nub. Do it for the storyline.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a storyline moment. Obviously, not the best way to have that storyline.
I'm the villain. Let's go.
They're going to get a lot of nodes, and we actually did see Xeon able to get rid of Misha over here with the help from Azadon to get that. So Blue are going to get the map off that. Draza is back. So obviously... comes back to a pretty scary map state.
Let's go. Become the villain. Azar mid. Boys is trying to make something happen, immediately getting a lot of pressure. Xeon coming in to take over. Azar porting out, trying to find himself somewhere else. We got Fly and Draze fighting on the beach. The biggest focus here is going to be on Gornet, who's super low. He went into Lich, got his Shroud up. Zan is fairly low, but I don't think Gornet's getting out of it. Phoenix, I don't think it's 1v3ing, and if they lose mine, well, that's game. It's not going to be enough.
And there's no players from Blue to really reinforce this right now, not in position. Boyce does get eliminated on the middle. But the thing is, like, Phoenix is so pressured right now. Gets some big heals up, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. That the damage from Zan and Frey is pretty close. Yeah, actually, having said that, you're absolutely right. Phoenix is making it work. Gets the clean disengage. Doesn't want to give up that node, but has to, unfortunately. Has another Earth Shield in his...
on middle.
Is trying to make this 1v2 work, but there's only 30 points left in the match at this point, unfortunately. Azadome does move in, so if this 2v2 can go in favor of Ultrascuffed, they can certainly at least get the game not ending. That's for sure, but they're really running out of time. They've only got a minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you can just get the points, is there some way you can YOLO boss? I don't see it. No, not with the kills. It's over, unfortunately. Unless we can somehow see a 5-man DC on 55, get them close to walls, make them roll Catalyst. Unfortunately, I feel like if I'm Numb, I'm grateful for this set, because this set showed a couple of things. It showed, of course, they can still win. It also showed information. They can't have Gornit fight the thieves. That did such a huge momentum shift where they had to invest so many cooldowns and so much rotational resources. The thing is, having the Necro 1v1 the thief, it has so many downsides. Let's start with the best case scenario, which is what happened. The Lich has to be used, you get a thief to +1 and save you, and you get a kill on Frey. Okay, this has happened. This is the best possible scenario. The worst possible scenario is that you die and they get to snowball you. But somehow you get to outnumber the thief with the Necro and you get the kill. Well, your Necro is going to slowly cap the node, and then he's going to waddle very slowly to middle. And during that time, the thief is already going to have respawned, and if he wants to, he can just push you close and decap you. And you're not going to get anything out of middle, because when you're fighting a team on 55's caliber, they're just going to leave middle. Like, even if you get the cap, maybe at the best case scenario, you're going to get one kill, but probably not even that. They're just going to abandon the node, and you got nothing. And during this time, when you 2v1 the thief on close, I mean, your team is getting 2v1, so you're not getting any momentum whatsoever. In fact, you're losing momentum. So I'm sorry for just harping on this one rotation, but it stuck out like a sore thumb to me that you can't have the Necro do this, because Gordon had so many super strong moments. And being stuck versus Frey, that wasn't it. Yeah. That wasn't it. But this set was fantastic. Like, shout outs to all the players. They honestly played like 5% of what I would if I played. Like, incredible gameplay.
They're not there yet, right? That's pretty good though, right?
They're not 5%? There yet. They've got to get to 6-7. Similar to how we're not quite there yet at our goal for CRD, cure rare disease, teapot, please.
Correct. Absolutely.
Please.
We did get another flurry of stuff coming in there from Vivaloof with $10, Nervacat with 20, Retro with 30, Krabnarok. What a great name though with 10. So thank you guys very much indeed for keeping the energy going as we move through the tournament. Yes, as we go to our next game, which is going to be some lower bracket matches. Of course, Ultrascuffed, they are not done for the day. They're actually going to go to the lower bracket final to see who's going to actually make the qualification to the global finals from the EU server. But we've actually got a few more matches before we get there. But before we talk about that, let's go ahead and bring up a little bit of stuff about Cure Red. We'll have a look at the bracket in just a moment to see what the hell is going on there. But of course, with an excellent segue there, from our very own Lord Hell. So thank you very much indeed. If you want to get in there and support the cause that is helping us power this tour and power some esports here in Guild Wars 2, still going in in 2022, then please do !CRD in the chat, or !donate in the chat to learn more about the charity that we're working with over this tournament there, which we'll be going with for the entire weekend and maybe a few bonus days after that there as well, to make sure that we really get some excellent support for a fantastic cause, which is going to be battling genetic diseases and conditions that don't really have cures or treatments available that affect a lot of people worldwide and have a significant impact on quality of life. And cutting-edge science is helping make that world a little bit of a better place and providing some hope for some very unfortunate situations and with a lot of things that are very difficult for even modern medicine, as advanced as it is, for dealing with. If you want to learn more about that, !CRD in the chat, or go to cureraredisease.org to learn more about this incredible charity. And of course, go ahead and do !donate in the chat to get over that Tiltify link and throw your money.
It's such a shame. I see my dog coming back home. I really want to pet him, but I cannot pet the dog until he gets $3,000. And not the dog get $3,000 until you donate $3,000 to CRD, Cure Rare Disease. And I'm very serious that I cannot pet this dog. And he's adorable. He's a puppy. He's not even a year old. Look at him. He's here right next to me, and I cannot pet him. And Cat, please do your thing. If you're not going to donate, then share the link, spread it in chat. We're all making the world a better place by doing this. And thanks to everyone for joining. The dog is here in the background. Look, he's staring at me.
He's already donated €5, by the way.
He himself donated €5.
Goodness
So, I mean, join the cause.
Definitely join the cause right now. And I definitely want to bring up the fact that, once again, as you mentioned, if we understand that, like, times are definitely tough. Not everyone is going to be able to donate, and that's absolutely fine. But as Hels has mentioned previously, right, if you do just, spread the word about this, mention Marcy at the arena, get people in the action, let's all come together as a community and raise our voices and try and actually get some stuff done, really affect some real change in the real world, as well as being, hopefully, providing some really cool entertainment and some hype around PvP, right, and some excitement in a game mode that I think a lot of people have almost forgotten about and underestimate a lot in Guild Wars 2, one of the real strengths of the game. So we're going to get all of that done all at the same time with Cure Rare Disease. Once again, exclamation mark CRD in the chat and exclamation mark donate in the chat to get in there.
I really want to.
Oh,
I can't.
You hate to see that.
Shame.
It's tough, isn't it? Yeah.
Please share.
To see it. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I can't. Stop
petting
him. You're not allowed to pet him.
Yeah.
Not until we reach the goal. $3,000. Hopefully we get there. The dog really wants.
Yeah, the dog wants to get there.
Hey, Pop. I'm not even gonna paw you. I'm sorry. No. Oh, yeah. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Maybe when we reach the goal, we can all see this together. It would be a great. This tournament has been absolutely fantastic. Chat, you've been fantastic in chat. I hope you're enjoying the show. This has been great. Shout outs to Rom, doing an incredible job casting this as well. I was told I was going to join a game or two, and apparently this is my evening now.
Yeah, it's overdrive. I'm really working overtime now. Rom has just forgotten. He has fallen into a deep slumber, apparently. But we're about to get into our next match, which is going to be Team Akimbo versus Barcode coming up
Trust me, I want to.
right
I
now.
Can't.
Yeah. So let's go and have a look at what's going on.
I'm going to focus on the game stuff.
With some of the map stuff that's about to go down here. Let's see, what are the picks happening? We actually already have all of our picks set up, so we can just quickly run through all of that. We're going to be banning Colosseum this time around, so we're really mixing it up this time. It's going to be Capricorn and Colosseum getting banned first. Then after that, it's going to be Ooh, we're really mixing stuff up. It's actually going to be Skyhammer getting picked here, actually. Is up next. So it's going to be Skyhammer happening. After Skyhammer, it's going to be a Hilo. And then finally, Forest and Legacy are going to get banned. So I believe we're going to Temple, actually, for our final map. So another Temple and a Skyhammer in the same series. So it's going to be a bit of an unusual one. And first map is going to be Skyhammer, of course. So let's see how that one goes. That's the first time we see this map. And certainly it is a map that I don't necessarily expect to actually crop up that much. Again, it is a somewhat unpopular map because, again, as you mentioned previously, it's a little bit gimmicky, little bit weird, right? The jump pads sometimes throw you in the air and kill you, right? Sometimes they don't work, right? It's just part of the map, right? Part of the Skyhammer experience.
Yeah, and it's as you say, it's just wonky. I mean, we should be happy that's not like how it used to be, right? I still have nightmares waking up in cold sweats of the thought of Frey coming with a Hammer Guardian and knocking me to my death over and over and over and over and over again. But it certainly still is weird, and it's, how do I put it? It's also very slow. It's very draining. Losing on Skyhammer is honestly one of the most psychologically draining things you can do, because at no point do you feel like you're coming back. Like the only thing you can do is stall, and it's just a very
slow, painful
map
death,
to play on,
right?
And
slow,
of course,
I
personally also have a massive hatred for this map, being a Mesmer main. So this is really important to mention because there is a Mesmer on the team here, right? Hideous demo. Okay, yeah.
Indeed.
And the reason why this map is so painful to play as on Mirage is a number of reasons. First, Axe 3 is incredibly inconsistent on this map. You can cast it just about anywhere and it's not going to work. No matter where you cast it, it's not going to reach the opponent. If they're kiting across the nodes, it's just not going to take you to the opponent. You're going to miss a lot of attacks. Your clones, they're gonna freak out. They're going to be running all over the place. They're certainly not going to hit their shatters. Jaunt is pretty inconsistent. There's a lot of issues playing Mesmer on this map, to the point where I honestly believe that it's what's up? Okay. She wants to hide from the camera. I honestly believe that you shouldn't play Mesmer on this map.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Demo go for Mesmer here, because for those who know Demos is kind of like a player that is actually cropping up on a lot of teams these days, actually on EU. Very well known for playing Warrior, actually, and of course Bladesworn is excellent right now. So I'm actually surprised to see not seeing the Bladesworn pick actually out of the
he definitely should be playing Bladesworn over Mesmer. First of all, his Mesmer build is. Okay, obviously I'm slightly biased in saying that Mesmer is garbage, right? But he's playing. Is he still doing this Raven Amulet nonsense he's doing now? His null field all of a sudden.
Yeah,
this tournament's pretty damn high level. This nonsense is not gonna fly. I'm not okay with this. Go roll. If you can play Bladesworn, what are you doing? Roll. Stop griefing your team. Can you report people for griefing in this tournament? Like, come on.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we're allowed to do that there. I mean, obviously, if the teams believe there is an act of sabotage going on, that's obviously something we'll have to investigate there. We're just about to get ready into it here, and we actually do have a little bit of a switch up here, actually, from Akimbo mode, actually. So it's going to be Kaz's breaking out the Catalyst, Zealith on Tempest, and a Harbinger now from Esprit, also known as the Ultimate Big Worm, actually. And we haven't been seeing a lot of Harbingers, actually. We saw, of course, the core Necromans from Gornet. But this is going to be the Harbinger coming into play here. What do you make of that, actually, in this particular situation? Do you think there's anything that perhaps prompted this switch as the tournament's progressed from Akimbo mode?
I think that how do I put it? It makes sense on this map. There's going to be fights endlessly on this map. I believe that Necro is extremely good in general on this map, right? And the Catalyst, and basically on this map, you want to have fights, you want to have pressure on the nodes, so you just want to go from there. So considering the map it is, why would you want to run, for instance, the double thief idea, where the thieves aren't going to be able to get their value because when they're trying to outnumber or doing their thief thing, someone just jumps to the high ground where their ports aren't working, the ports in general don't work as well. And considering that people spread over to the hammer, it's going to be smaller scale fights, but still a lot of AoE and kiting. I feel like this makes a lot of sense in terms of, well, you're going to team fight all game. I would go for this as well. Although I can't say much about Harbinger specifically, because I'm assuming it's your standard Necro gameplay, right? You do a bunch of AoE.
Yep, there's a lot of area of effect there as well. It's also pretty darn tanky as well, and has a good amount of self-sustain too. Even has like some fun support too with the Elixir of Ambition, giving all boons to allies that you hit with it too. So a very powerful kind of niche power move there as well. And actually, we're getting right into it. The Harbinger on Team Barcode gets blown up by the Ultimate Big Worm and Riken. However, the support from the Tempest should be good enough to keep them alive, at least for the time being. And yeah, we're just getting into a lot of fights. So both a double Elementalist, actually, from Akimbo with Kazas and Zealith in position into Enigma and Maya over here. And might be able to just eventually grind them down and outvalue them with how durable and sustaining that these elementalists really can be in Akimbo mode. I think actually taking a little bit of an early advantage here, and this 1v1 over here with the Mirage into the Warrior not appearing to really be working out. So
there's no way that works. There's no way that works. Imagine that he could be playing Warrior right now. Just letting you know. Just keep in mind that he could be a Warrior right now, but instead he's a Reed with Amulet Mesmer.
Yeah, and essentially be mirroring, right? And be trying to take the 1v1 in the mirror, but instead the Mirage maybe not gonna quite cut it. The 2v2 actually goes against Akimbo mode, though, as Kazas and Zealith under a lot of threat. Kazas gets stomped out there, Zealith in trouble. Riken has arrived to try and provide some support. Could do some crazy shallow grave Spectre shenanigans to revive this, but it's actually going to be Riken who's the one who's going to get taken down here. Of course, there will be the glyph available to revive here from Zealith if necessary. Let's see if that's actually going to end up being used here.
Great kiting from Riken. Yeah, staying alive when honestly he shouldn't be allowed to. And using the shield very well here. I wonder if he's going to be able to sustain himself well enough to stay alive though. There's 19 seconds till Shadow Step. While doing his Thor Dragon on. Yeah, it looks like he managed to recover. Demo got killed in the 1v1. And this matters a lot. Like a lot. Like this was the chance. I feel like Akimbo mode was really on the back foot. They lost the fight. If they don't get to at least 2 capped when they lose the fight, I'm sorry, that's a clear indication of where this game is going to go. Because now when they win the fight, you're going to see the other side of the coin, and the other side is going to be at least a double cap with a strong grip and potentially setting up matchups. Like Demo is going to have to try to hold the matchup that he couldn't push, which means that he's going to have to get a plus. we're seeing a lot of momentum already heading for our Frenchy French.
Indeed, and Demolish will be driven away here by Kill. And again, he's going to have to be forced to take this 1v1, has to 1v1 to the Blade Sword. And that hasn't been working, right? That hasn't been working well whatsoever.
It doesn't work. No matter who plays this matchup, it's not going to work. You're going to have to switch it up somehow.
Yeah,
take someone else to go in there.
Yeah, we have this push coming in now from the red team, but this is almost like the annoying thing about Skyhammer as well. How are they going to get rid of the Tempest and the Blade Sword? They're going to have to leave that. They can't really get any kills there because there's too much kite potential here. And I'm kind of struggling to see a crazy opening right now. When the Skyhammer kills Enigma, he just got clipped by it, just barely, actually. The laser beam takes out Enigma. I'm struggling to see an opening right now for Team Barcode, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, how do I say it, the path to victory for Barcode, right? Like, how would I rotate this? I get to teleport the players however I want to. What matchups do I want to set up? And I'm not sure, honestly, because I feel like almost no matter how I flip the map, it's always against me. Which means that the only way I see this working is if Barcode managed to win big team fights and converts of that. We saw them win a team fight earlier, well, they have to do it again, and this time they have to get something out of it. But I always want to create hype, have people believe, but
yeah, I think we need to see a switch up here from Barcode, right? They're not really finding much on the map right now. Harbinger down, Demo heavily pressured here as well. I mean, what are they going to do? What are they going to do here? Yeah, it's just, there's not much to say except that. I don't see an opportunity for them to make something work. It's just, the composition from Blue is superior. The strategy is working extremely well. And it's not.
And this map is the worst.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How are they going to come back? How are they going to get 150 points back on a map that ends up this slow and it's this hard to essentially get like a massive snowball on? It's a very difficult situation right now for the red team.
Yes. When I was previously, I'm going over to the overlay whenever I think the game's over. I might be wrong doing that, but hey, I'm your co-caster. You have to deal with it. When I was devouring my chicken, it was absolutely delicious, mind you. I saw someone mention that Nos has something to do with this overlay.
Wait. No, Nos, not Nos. Similar name. But yeah, not the player. A designer who actually works, who's on the team that was responsible for this tournament.
Yeah, I can't tell you again. I mean, I've never been in contact with the people that designed this. I'm just going to let you guys know. What you've done is you've made Guild Wars so much more readable. It's incredible. We really know that Blue will win in 4 minutes and 40 seconds seeing this. Because that's what's going to happen. I say that, and yeah, I was about hoping that I was going to commentate this curse list, but I don't even think the curse is working. I don't. Demo is now in a different matchup, but it's still a Mesmer.
Yeah, it's into the Spectre this time. I'm not honestly sure if that's super good for him either, actually.
It's a Mesmer. What do you mean? Like, nah, come on. He hit 20 confusion. It's still not enough.
Yeah,
like, come on.
It's just not going to work. And the Spectre is just going to out-sustain, right? It's just so much durability from the Spectre here. Like, the Mirage will slowly die.
He's low. Hopefully he gets his heal off so he can keep fighting for a bit. But maybe not. Ooh, right, come on.
There's too many. Hang on. Wrong. 14 confusion. The heal score comes off. Nah, it's not going to happen, unfortunately.
No, yeah, it's still what's wrong with this class? Why won't Arena that just buff me? Like, what's going on? Please let me play this game.
Maybe they want you gone.
Yeah, I probably did it. I'm such a good caster. Let's be real. Let's be real. This is my territory.
They want you in the commentary section, not actually playing the games. And there is a kill found here onto kill from Akimbo mode. Don't think Zealith does not have glyphs, so that's probably not really going to get revived, although potentially maybe now. That's not going to happen, actually. So maybe a Skyhammer gets capped, but again, it's Skyhammer. They're 200 points behind. It's going to be very difficult to actually get enough momentum to recover this. We already have Riken moving in after finishing that 1v1 into Demo, and now Drace is eliminated here too. Zealith is extremely low, actually, might barely be able to hang on while this kill is cleaved out. Elementalist goes through the portal to maybe get revived by Demo here, but no, with the ultimate big worm and AM Riken here as well, I don't really see that happening. And I think this is essentially going to be locked in at this point. This is going to go to a 1-0, and we need to see probably a composition switch up, I think, coming out from Team Barcode. Otherwise, I think they're going to really struggle just to deal with this. You know, this Mirage is simply not really working. You know, it hasn't been able to 1v1 stuff. It's not really going to deliver value in the team fight. It's not like the super speedy, fast rotational version either. Nearly actually, wait, might kill Riken here actually. But no, it's not enough.
At no point does Riken need to die. Like, if he wants to die, he'll die. But like at any point, he could just make sure he doesn't die, right? And this build shouldn't be able to sustain. So at some point, he's just gonna get picked off. The only way Riken dies here is if he gets like 50 Confucius stacks and insists on keep attacking. But what should be happening that even if he tanks some stuff, he'll just recover, he'll keep pressuring, and you see what's going on right here.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. There's a double cap right now for Red.
There's the kill.
The Caster Curse has come through, by the way. It was just a bit delayed. Right?
Let's go.
The Curse. And Ultimate Big Worm down as well. Zealith in a lot of trouble. This is good.
Here we go.
Skyhammer, obviously, it's not going to neutralize anything. It actually might neutralize this node if Riken actually does go ahead and cap this, actually, and kind of forgets that the Skyhammer is happening. So there's some potential here. Kill already moving over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but I mean, still, if you're going to win the game, this is certainly how you do it. Like, you get kills and you start winning nodes. We see Skyhammer being capped. We do, however, and I hate to be a buzzkill, but we see Demo pushing into a warrior, which... The problem with doing this is that it sets up a problem for the future, right? Which means that, you know, this node is going to be lost, which means that someone has to outnumber the warrior, but Mesmer plus X can't kill warrior. So you have to win the big fights. That's what we said earlier, right? Big Worm is dead from the Skyhammer. This is... It's not over.
Oh.
Actually, no, sorry, curse. It's over.
Yeah,
it's completely over.
It's completely over. Blue team, 3 wins. Red team has no hope. They're making a game out of this. I have to say, perhaps we were a little too hasty in saying that it was a very difficult situation. And it certainly is difficult, but they're making something happen here.
Sure.
But I thought they need to really keep this up, though. They've got to keep getting kills. Otherwise, blue team, I think they will stabilize. They're going to realize, like, oh, hang on a minute. We're kind of losing a little bit, right? We're throwing the game a bit. We need to just take a step back and regroup and reset and get back into this where we were.
And just, They're definitely losing a lot of the bigger fights, which makes me wonder how the other games are going to go, right? Because right now, they're not, at least with this comp, they're not winning the team fights. The bigger fights. They're winning their skirmishes and snowballing the map from that. But I do wonder how a different map will look.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be interesting to see, like, if the dynamic changes, like what will actually change in the results here. It does appear, though, that Akimbo would have managed to essentially successfully do what we described, right? They've rallied, they've got back into it. We pick up Enigma, the Herald, and we find the Harbinger too. Does actually get revived up there with a very, very crisp glyph from the Tempest, back to full health over there. But the side nodes belong to Akimbo mode, and that means it's going to be very difficult to really dislodge the Frenchies from these nodes, I think, at this stage in the game.
Yeah.
And Demo goes down here as well. He was trying to go for this push, but again, finds himself into the Catalyst this time, and Riken comes in with a quick plus. And with 444 points, the Warrior stalling out over here against the Harbinger. This is getting to the point of just stand on the node and die, and they'll probably win.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even when the, of course, comeback was happening, it's so hard to come back when you know that you... Like, if I know for a fact that I can always push far and win the node, it creates such an insanely difficult situation for you to win the game, because you basically have to get in the situation where you're 4v4ing and you need to wipe my team, and that's how you come back. Well, what if I just don't 4v4 middle? What if I just leave the fight and go for the sides and just create the matchups over and over? And they basically had no out here. I wasn't memeing when I said that it basically felt like griefing playing Mesmer on this map. In fact, Demo left. He's not playing Mesmer.
Is this a win trade?
Not playing in this match
is better,
still
right?
better than playing Mesmer. So I feel like this is a good preparation. He's already re-rolling to his warrior for the next game. This is exactly what he needs to be doing. I'm memeing a half, but I am quite serious, and you need a purpose behind every single class that you're playing, right? You need a plan. Okay, I am playing Necro. My job as a Necro is to do this. If the enemy pushes with this class, I need to have this. You need to have a plan for everything. The Mesmer was consistently, never mind the player, like I'm not saying that he played bad or whatever, it's just the resources he had, right? But the Mesmer was consistently pushing into a warrior. Which is quite possibly the worst matchup of that build. It's literally unwinnable. And that was the entire game plan, and that's just a losing game plan. But if you're doing the correct decision, which is swapping class and adapting to the enemy. Well, that's how you play to win. You make a mistake in how you roll. Well, you adapt and you play better the next game. So we can definitely see Barcode appear with a completely different mode. Why do I see that it says Freylina on Barcode? Am I confused?
Yes. That is because my overlay got a little bit bamboozled because Demolish left early, right? That's basically what happened there. Yeah, so that's actually a slight bug. What's happened there is it hasn't cleared the previous one, basically, and it hasn't overwritten it. Like, the way it works is it kind of overwrites it, and I'm now realizing that it probably shouldn't do that, actually, as it turns out. Wait, what is this? Just YouTube build. Streamers and YouTubers kill MMOs. You know what's really funny about that, actually, is that we've actually seen some innovation in this, actually, weirdly enough. These aren't builds you're going to see on YouTube. We're seeing some genuinely new stuff come out there, which is kind of cool. But yes, and I do indeed kill MMOs. Yeah.
There's a lot to be said to that, but like in the end, having resources so that the entire community can get the peak builds, the most builds generally have the most options, which allow you to basically experience what the game truly has to offer. If you're playing some weird build that has no damage or no sustain or no way of actually playing the game, then you don't get to truly experience what Guild Wars has to offer. And Guild Wars at its peak is an absolutely fantastic game. I'm very serious about that, where you can have some incredible gaming moments. We already got to see Phoenix, who's playing a top tier build, get to do some incredible damage and get outnumbered and play around it and basically use his resources to the very best. People using their shields to support their allies. There's a lot of fun gameplay from the top builds, and to allow the community to access those top builds by showcasing them on a platform where it's played by the best players, that's honestly a fantastic thing. Speaking of fantastic things,
here it is again. I like this. Indeed. Another fantastic thing that I can think of right now is cure rare disease. We're pushing through our goal right now up to $2,392 towards 3,000. An incredible donation goal of petting Helseth's dog as well when we get all the way up there. I mean, look, if you haven't already started to reach for your credit card, then honestly, you're doing it wrong. It's time to get over there right now to !CRD in the chat and !donate in the chat to learn more about the charity that we're partnered with here with Masters of the Arena, to make the world a little bit of a better place while bringing you some top quality esports. Cure Disease is a non-profit organization that is dedicated to developing new treatments, new therapeutics, and of course, lots and lots of research into cutting-edge technologies and science for dealing with the battle against rare genetic conditions around the world, right? And trying to make lives better across the globe. So definitely learn about this. Massive shout out once again to Cure Disease for helping us out and allowing us to have an incredible prize pool for some Guild Wars 2 esports. So if you're enjoying the show, go ahead and take a look at that there as well. Learn more about Cure Disease on their website, curedisease.org. And of course, if you have a little bit of cash hanging about and you'd like to support something truly magical, then go over to the Tiltify link and get to work there as well. Okay, yeah, get to work. Get to work. And speaking of which,
I apologize for the dog slightly barking in the background. He's very upset about the fact that I cannot pet him.
Yeah,
of course, I cannot pet him until we reach a donation goal, and it's rough. He really wasn't. He was, in fact, part of the donation list from earlier. Do we have any further donations to list off?
We do indeed. Let's go ahead and go through them. We have from Nimon, $70.67. Seafresca, 2 with the 50. Anonymous with the 20. Bandana with 100. Oh, that's big. Vivaloof with 10, Nervacat with 20, Retro with 30. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you're enjoying the show, and thank you very much for your incredible generosity as well. We're already up to a pretty awesome number of 2,400. We can certainly go a little bit further. We've got some more work to do. Let's see how far we can go. And I think it's about time to leap into the next game, actually, and go ahead and check out what the hell is actually going on. Because we have a few swaps actually coming through, so that might be worth taking a look at.
The demo into swapping the warrior, which is the right thing to do. What else do we have in terms of swaps? I don't see that many changes from.
We have something a little unusual.
An MG.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see this from Akimbo mode because it was obviously going so well for them, right?
Yeah.
But I'm inclined to trust this because I'm sure you're aware the player who's playing this is actually Kazers.
I mean, if it's this team and if it's this player specifically, if Kazers is playing this, then I trust it. It doesn't have to make sense even. Like
I'm trying to think of what this build actually is.
Whatever it is going to be gross. Whatever it is, it's gonna make the world a worse place. after he finishes playing this game. So I hope you've enjoyed these exciting games, because the next game we're probably going to have 5 of these weird engine builds on both teams. Yeah. And it's going to be a 0-0 game.
Coming soon to Ranked and your tournament gameplay. Get ready to see a whole lot of this, but let's see if it works out here. It's a scrapper build with the rifle, which got reworked recently. A lot of knockbacks as well, actually.
Yeah, I'm getting worried. I'm getting worried.
I am getting a little worried.
I'm getting some cold summers flashbacks. Right
yeah. Some kind of druid, slightly decappy, weird build here that we might see. Rocket boots too, so it's also pretty fast with a good chunk of super speed from the scrapper as well. Very interested to see what's going to go on here for sure with what Akimbo mode have in store. And we do see the Blades one from Dimanche as well, which is, hey, he was listening to the stream, right?
AM escaping the 2v1, really well done. He has an opportunity to push back in here. Thief is not going to want to hold the warrior matchup. So that sets up a really good rotation. Akimbo definitely has the map set up the way they want, but of course the game is still in the court of the team that plays better.
Dimanche got blown up there, but did actually get revived by the Tempest at the start of the game, so does manage to recover there. Meanwhile, Harbinger from Red Team getting very pressured. Riken, though, in a bit of trouble. However, we do see the kill come through onto Amber Harb. I don't think Enigma can really revive that. The way to turn it would be maybe kill Riken, but that's just too much health, actually, I think, for that to really happen realistically. Like
I said, the map right now is basically the rotations are set up for Akimbo to have an advantage. And you kind of what you should do as a top team is that you should concede one node so you can create better matchups. You have to be like, okay, I don't want to take this mech fight. Like, why is the Thief still fighting the warrior? This isn't going to work. The Thief should leave this node and create an outnumber and create opportunities elsewhere. But this shows kind of an inexperience of how you deal with rotations on the top level. And we see Kazar with his potentially gross build. What is he going to do? He's doing rifle things.
Oof, and massive, colossal damage coming out from the Scrapper and the Blades. Well, some huge, like 5,000, 6,000 crits. And I think this is something about Kylo that's kind of worth knowing as well. Like, I think he can really snowball out of control. Having said that, we do actually see a kill onto Esprit. He's like untamed this time around.
Kazar's on the other side of the map. What is his speed?
Yeah, he's fast.
He needed this stealth thing.
We can see a res. We see the sneak jar, and they get the res, actually. That's huge.
Let's go.
They get that recovery, and yeah, you're absolutely right. Like with the rocket boots, the super speed, this is a very mobile build. Going through that. Esprit, though, still in trouble, gets a heal score, but the conditions are ticking away, and I think, Akimbo, they're just going to leave that. They committed pretty hard there, but it looks like they might be able to get out Riken in some trouble. But Thief was pretty fast, right? And as a result of that, I think he should just be okay.
I feel like right here, we're seeing Akimbo mode just showing levels. Like, in terms of how you rotate, how you play, the plays are being set up. I feel like we're seeing a kind of a difference in tier. Of course, that's not to say that the game is over. Guild Wars is a game of momentum where it can swap very quickly. But we saw they got to set up rotations immediately. There was no counterplay towards that. And they still have the momentum, even despite the fact that there's some pushback. You see that Harb is probably going to die from the pew, 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 pew from the rifle. And I don't think there's going to be a rest here. While we have a cap on the middle.
Glyph, maybe? Oh, the Glyph got denied. The poison. The poison shut it down. Yeah. That was a good try there by Drace to actually land that. And it even got knocked, but he used the retarget there to actually land it anyway, I think. But it wasn't enough because of the poison, unfortunately. So that does get denied. And of course, that was used. That's a very powerful resource.
Getting killed on the other side of the map. Where the rest though? What?
Ooh. No, I don't think so. Yeah, that's going to be the kill. Drace down on middle. Things are not really working out for Barcode whatsoever. Yeah. And, I mean, this is definitely a very high-pressure match as well. They're probably a little rattled from that last match. Bear in mind, this is an elimination game. If Akimbo mode win, that, unfortunately, is going to be the end for Team Barcode in Master of the Arena. Right? I think they leave with their heads held high regardless if they do end up losing this match. A great performance from them. But Akimbo mode looking incredibly strong. 100 points up, in control, right? Maya in trouble getting chased down by Esprit. And the rifle, here it comes, the rifle scrapper on its way. Ports directly into the catalyst, which is, 27. How do you feel about the fact that Anet decided to give Thief 30,000 Shroud on a second health bar? Are you a fan of that?
No, but I'm quite convinced that ArenaNet are making these changes not in the perspective that they want to create, a balanced, fun metagame. They actively want to keep me out. They know that the Lord dominated this game for just about its entire lifespan, and they like the idea of me being a washed caster, talking about how we can all make the world a better place by doing. You know, we're going to save that for after the game. We see a push on middle, and Caster is getting blown up. Caster definitely not happy. He got blown up.
Indeed. Wait. We actually have a Oh, maybe we got someone stuck, or did we have some kind of crash again? I don't know what's going on.
Here we go. We become the villains.
Yeah. Okay. We do. Unfortunately, have a
DC with a cowardly. Garbage attitude.
Wait, but now we have lost a player on red team. What is going on? Actually, wait, who's going actually on red? Wait, Demoish crashed. What? What is going on here? So now it's a 4v4 again. I guess fair, right? Yeah, we have been having a few tech issues. I believe, obviously, internet does happen, right? Like, Draza, I think, was disconnecting, and obviously we have a DC there as well.
I think this 4v4 is actually really good for them, though. You have this Mimi scrapper thing, which has been crafted to make weird-ass 5v5s happen, but now, the craft, it's
falling apart.
The test.
Yeah, it has to now really get tested here. It's not quite there just yet. Of course, we will resume to a 5v5 when the players do manage
getting
to
blown
return.
up again?
Yeah, he AED'd though, right? Like he took damage deliberately so he could get back to full health there with the engineer heal skill. So he simply disengages, moves over towards the Amber Harbor. Oh, and here we go! Look at that! A massive CC there in a huge rate of like rifle machine gun right there. Picks up that kill. Picks up that kill immediately. And that's going to force a disengage there from the red team. I mean, things do get a little bit weird when there are only 4 players. Obviously, a little bit harder to be everywhere when you are a player down. So it looks like it's still just kind of chugging along in favor of Akimbo mode. They grab themselves the double node. We have our Catalyst ready to intercept the thief over here. And you look, Cass is just, he's all over the place right now with this engineer, the scrapper. Yeah, he's having a good time. We'll be able to help out the Catalyst from a Nade God X.
I gotta say, I haven't followed this, but the rifle's so quick now.
Yeah.
That's not a rifle, that's a machine gun.
It got reworked recently, and now it is a bit of a blast. I believe the build is terrorizing. Right, I think you'll enjoy this. It's Rifle Mechanist, and the mech running like the machine gun arms as well, and loads of people are running that, and it's pretty terrifying. Like, I think it's not super strong, but I think if you don't know how to react to it and deal with it, it destroys you. Having said that, though, the rifle is dead.
Got gimped himself, yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, I feel like certainly Barcode has a better chance in this 4v4, especially with a 5v4 Demolish coming back.
He's respecting, though. He's respecting.
That's pathetic.
You gotta give some respect there. I respect that.
Let me explain why. Yeah. Let me explain why. When you go into a game, you play to win. If I fight Teapot, and I realize that Teapot is a quarter of the player I am, I'm not going to adapt to be kind to Teapot. Now, everyone has different advantages in life. I was blessed with the ability to become the best mesmer on Earth. That's my talent. Now, if Team Barcode were blessed with better internet connection, well, that's just a part of skill. You should have gotten better internet connection in the first place. We have a 5v5 here, though, and we have honor. So while you might lose, at least you can say you lost honorably. Of course, nobody will remember you after this game's over, but hey, you kept your pride.
Because we haven't made it back.
Enigma gets gimped. He could have gone... people, but instead he's honorably downstage.
The Bulls charging Riker now in trouble getting bursted by Demolish. They need to turn this fight now, though. I mean, well, actually, no. Drace actually abandons Demolish to the 1v3. Okay, really some great camaraderie there. It's because he refused to take the 5v4, right? Like, you won't 5v4 and help us win the game. I'm going to leave you without any support. Fortunately, the Harbinger does now move in. Here is but the fight actually is turning, and Riker gets obliterated in this situation. Ooh, a good port actually might make finishing this off a little bit tricky. There's no support, and now with Enigma that should get cleaved out. But I hate to say it, Helsif.
Yeah,
we're in trouble here for blue. We're in trouble here.
And we definitely had opportunities here for Team Barcode. They had the opportunity to win the 5v4. Sorry. Wait, someone just stuck. What? Wait, who's stuck? Stuck.
Wait, what? Oh, because he's Catalyst. It's that stupid 4 skill on Hammer, right? Oh, this is going to be fun in the grand finals, isn't it? Yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, NATO God X managed to, again, hammer 4 into the terrain. Aina might want to look at that one.
No, the Catalyst is really strong. I feel like this should be a legitimate downside. It's like, it's a really strong
it's a punish, class. But you get stuck in terrain all the time, right? That's obviously unfortunate, and there's a temporary regain of momentum there, of course.
Turnaround, Team Barcode,
yeah, we do. Yeah, big turnaround.
Yeah,
yeah. They got the double cut. Unfortunately, the Catalyst is now back in play. Ooh, scrap a down save for Blue, but Esprit and Kill should... Ooh, that might get cleaner. She's a lot of damage with the Harbinger and the Herald, so that's not going to be recoverable there. But again, I think realistically, we are in a bit of a formality stage of the game here. It's 409 to 198. It would be a pretty miraculous comeback. I mean, I think I'd have to give the script writers a bit of a raise after that, but...
Yeah, especially, you know, if you were to reverse the teams, not to insult Team Barcode, but I could make an argument that maybe Akimbo mode could just, you know, get everything working and they could get the advantage, even though they're 200 points to 400. On the other hand, when they're the clear favorites and they're up in this regard, they have so many ways to consolidate with this win. Right now, you have... You know, they're getting Mansion, and there's a 2v1 on Mansion. The Thief is trying to save it, because he's forced to try to save it, right? So he's pushing in a 2v1. That's inevitably going to lead to him dying, to Caster going pew, 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 pew. And that's going to be the game, you know? But he did escape, but that still also means that they get to consolidate, you know? When you're so much ahead in terms of the static, you can make some... You can make so many sacrifices to what you need to send your players to when you're still ahead, right? Mm-hmm. I unfortunately do not see how this game is anything but a win for Akimbo mode. But assuming that that's the case, I want to give a shout out to Team Barcode. They showed up. They definitely showed up.
100%.
And they played fantastic. I sincerely hope they enjoy their time. And while I memed about it, shout outs to the idea that while you're in this tournament, you're in the losers bracket and you're one loss away from getting kicked out. Wanting to still play fair and you know have one player AFK or have another player DC when the opponents get a DC. I mean, it shows great sportsmanship. And considering, without going into details, how much issues we've had with sportsmanship in Guild Wars in the past, I can't complain about the idea that people are too honorable, right, T-Pop?
Yep, absolutely. But, yeah.
Presence.
And it absolutely does happen, you know. And I very much hope that we continue to see Team Barcode stick together and improve, because that's a very important part about playing any competitive game, is sticking with it, right? Like, Barcode, a relatively new team on the block, whereas, of course, they're going up against some serious old-school veterans, right? Like, we're
Sure.
dealing with some of these players who've been around since forever, more or less, on 55, with Ultrascuffed, with Akimbo mode here as well. So I think they've really established themselves here as a proper force to be reckoned with, and I'm really excited to see what they continue to produce and perform as we move through, as we go ahead and move through further tournaments down the line there as well. A great performance.
And I feel seeing them play, I think they went in as a team, you know, they wanted to play and all that stuff, and you know, they went in with the idea that, okay, let's group up, let's practice a little bit, let's go in. My recommendation to Team Barcode for the future is the next tournament you play, go in with the ambition to win. Have a clear strategy of, on this map, you want to have this comp, versus this team, you want to do this. You want to have clear tactics. You don't want to have, and I'm using the Mesmer not as a way to this, but you don't want to have a Mesmer on its worst possible maps with a clear losing strategy, with the casters, you know, being able to more or less predict the outcome immediately before the game starts. That's you not giving yourself the chance that you deserve, because you're at this level where you get to play a tournament at what currently is Guild Wars 2 most prestigious tournament. Do yourself the favor of, when you go in with a clear plan, so that if you lose, you're like, okay, well, at least I did absolutely everything I could to win. That's why I personally don't like the idea of, like, you know, AFKing and such. When you're there, play to win. Do everything you can so that, you know, you feel like you did your utmost to the fullest. You push your opponents to your limit, and you push yourself to the limits. Because when you do that, that's when you find where if you push yourself to the absolute limit and you still don't win, that's where you're going to find the greatest opportunity to improve. It's going to be like, well, I did all of this and I still didn't win. That's because I could have done this. And you find these opportunities. But now, when you lost the first game, you're like, well, I shouldn't have played Mesmer. And don't do yourself the disservice. Next tournament, and I'm sure we'll see you in a future tournament, because you guys did great. I want to see you guys, no matter who you're playing with, whether it's 55, whether it's my solo team that's beating everyone, play to win. And it's gonna take it forward. But shout out to Team Barcode, well played. And now that you guys are no longer in the pressure seat of playing the game, you have the opportunity to listen to Teapot talk about CRD. Teapot, please.
Indeed. And before we get on to our final game of the day, by the way, which will be the lower bracket finals, once again, we have to talk about Cure Disease. We're so close. Listen, well, $2,450 have been racked up so far. Massive shout out to Rarata with a 57.88 coming in clutch there as well to bolster up our goal here to, just around halfway there, up towards the 1,000 there. But thank you so much for continuing to support this incredible charity endeavor so far. And of course, yes, thanks to Cure Rare Disease for helping us power this tournament and making all of the esports action, all the high stakes, high prize money stuff possible here today. So if you do want to actually have a little bit of interest and find out a little bit more about Cure Rare Disease, go ahead and type an !CRD in the chat or go to curerareddisease.org to learn more about the mission that Cure Rare Disease have. They like to keep things clear. They keep it very on the nose. I like that. What do they want to do? Cure Rare Disease. There's the mission statement. And honestly, I'm behind that. I think you guys are behind that as well. So let's help out. Let's get some esports going and support a fantastic cause at the same time. Esports, charity, all coming together. We absolutely love to see that. So click on those links in the chat. Chat, help me out and spam that stuff big time. Let's go, 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 go. And share the love there to Cure Rare Disease. And spread the word as well. Link people to the tournament. Link people to the links. And let's show that the Guild Wars 2 community is not only full of incredible players, exciting gameplay, and, some hopefully very high value and debugged overlays very shortly. Go ahead and go to those links right now. Click those links. Again, !donate in the chat right the hell now, okay, to get on over to our Tiltify page where you can support our campaign. Everything is incredibly appreciated, and I'm very much humbled by the support we've seen so far. $2,500 on day one. And we've still got a lot more.
Let me get this straight, Teapot. We put 3,000 as a goal, right? Right now. We have one game left, right?
We do.
Yeah. So this is going to be the final set, guys. I would love it if we could all get together and push towards getting the donation bar to, at the very least, 3,000. I would be okay with 40,000 as well, but let's start with 3,000 as our main goal. I will fully pet the dog. The dog will get to be happy, assuming that we get to the $3,000. Of course, I will not pet him for years to come if we do not hit $3,000. Do we have any new donations names that we can just highlight?
I just read off the one that happened. So sadly, no, except for Rarata once again. Thank you very much for the 57.88. Okay, so get in there right now and learn some more about this. And of course, do donate.
Notice a rage from the dog, realizing that there were no further donations after. Shout out to Raja for the donation. Of course, I want to pet the dog. I cannot. I will not. I shall not. I cannot until we reach 3,000. I am sorry, dog. You may rage as much as you want to. I realize that. I understand that. But unfortunately, I cannot pet you.
We actually had a really fun goal yesterday, which we are going to do. It was the first goal for 1,000. And this actually might interest you, because I happen to know that this is something that you've previously played, actually. Me and Sneb are pretty big fans of StarCraft 2. And we're actually going to run like a mini StarCraft 2 tournament sometime in the future, actually, like with some viewers. And me and Sneb are going to cast that as well. So yeah, stay tuned for that in the future, by the way. That was a little goal. Then we'll come up with some more goals down the line, actually, to continue to raise the hype there as well, to get you guys incentivized and make even more magic happen as we move throughout the weekend there as well. So thank you so much for everyone who's already participated. And I believe we are actually moving, we're very much going in the direction towards our final set, actually. And just before we go there, Yo Matter comes in with the $49.90 donation. Thank you so much indeed. And with the comment, coffee is better than tea? Absolutely disgraceful. Wow. How could you say that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But of course, thank you so much there. And again, !CRD and !donate, curerareddisease.org to learn more about what this incredible charity does. Let's go ahead and get started on our final set of games. We have the bands underway right now. And I've got to say, Hales, I think this is going to be an absolutely awesome match.
Looking forward to this set.
Yeah, it is going to be. Hang on, let me just quickly reset this, actually.
We've had some great sets of Guild Wars, and this is, keep in mind, chat, that the team that loses here, they're out. That's it. You're toasties. You don't get your revenge. You don't get to play for the win. You don't get to be fully featured on the stream. This is your chance, and the pressure has to be mounting. The previous team of Barcode I believe that they weren't, I mean, they were playing and they were trying to win, of course, but I don't think it was their full ambition of, we fully dedicated, we have to do this, These guys will be pissed if they don't win on both sides, which means that this is a very high stakes match, and I'm very much looking forward to them putting up everything they have to be able to showcase of, well, I deserve to go on.
Yeah, absolutely.
We want to beat 55.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very important matchup, right? Like, this is the potential, the revenge, right? Well, Akimbo mode, of course, it's a potential revenge matchup here, right? Because, of course, they actually lost to Ultrascuffed early on, and then Ultrascuffed can then play on Sunday to get the revenge on 55. A lot of revenge going around here, and certainly a very important match, because, of course, that is when you get to the cash prize, right, on Sunday, right? So a lot on the line here, and, of course, they get to battle NA as well. We haven't even talked about NA yet, but there's a lot to talk about tomorrow in that regard, too.
There's nothing to talk about NA. Come on. let's be real.
Dear. Yeah, and that's always fun to see. That, of course, historically, there's been a big rivalry. There always is in games, right, between EU and NA. And we'll get to see who really is the best. You know what's actually fun about this, too, is that actually 55 and the top NA team have actually traded blow for blow in previous tournaments. They're actually 1-1 in tournament score over the past few tournaments, actually. So it's That's even cool. more exciting for that, yeah. It is basically Team USA versus Rank 55 Dragons. That's the big, spicy matchup right now. It's a slightly different roster this time for the Team USA. It's called Team Zero Missing because they're missing one of their players, Zero Misses. Unfortunately, not able to play, but they are still very much a force to be reckoned with, in fact, and I think they're really going to push 55 and perhaps Ultrascuffed or Akimbo mode to the limit when we get to Sunday.
I will be right back right before this set,
Absolutely.
And I'll join you in a minute. So you just talk about how beautiful this stream has been and how much you appreciate everyone here. Oh. And seriously, thanks for reminding me, forcing me to come on. I really enjoyed it, and yeah, shout out to Ron for not appearing again.
Yeah. Like, where is he? Like, well, hopefully we'll hear from tomorrow, perhaps. But yes, of course, massive shout out to Helston as well, right? Like, always a very entertaining and very entertaining and insightful individual to talk about PvP. It's an absolute blast casting with Helseth, and I can't wait to introduce you to Nos, Rom, and maybe a little surprise on Sunday. Who knows what could be happening there? And here is actually going to be our final map order. What a fun one. It's going to be Temple, Capricorn, and then Legacy. You know what's super cool? I was actually a little bit worried going into this tournament that we were going to see like the same 3 maps every single time, the same comps mirrored on both sides, but we haven't actually. We've seen total shakeups almost every single time. It's going to be a different map order again, and there's going to be a few interesting things on the composition side as well. So we're going to leap into our match very, very shortly. And of course, this is a big one. It's the lower bracket final. It's the elimination match. One team is moving to the global finals and one will sadly be eliminated. But here we go. Let's take a look at what's going to happen with our final match here. Ultrascuffed versus Akimbo mode. Here we go. We're already actually good to go in game with things ready to rock and roll. Let's take a look. What's about to happen here? Very, very nice indeed. So we're just waiting for our teams to finalize their compositions and go ahead and load in. Ultrascuffed. There's a few things I got to polish there. Like, why is that still there? Not resetting quite right. Don't worry though, that's just my incompetence. But while we wait, actually, I want you to go ahead and read out a few of these donations here. Actually, we have Charles there with the $20. You're all awesome for putting this together. Cheers, gamers. Coffee and tea. Oh, I'm getting bullied now, right? You owe me a lot more donations for that, right? That is ridiculous. Harrison there with the $20. But hey, $20 is absolutely fantastic. Laughing Ball 5, okay? You do not feel bad about that. You feel awesome about that. You've got your head held high. You're making the world a better place. Thank you so much, Harrison. Zlera there with the 5. Born Hamster with a 20. Ragnar Sobor with a 10. Smooth Rex with a 20. Yomada there with the 49.90. Thank you so much, guys. Let's keep it up. We're on 2.6k. Can we get to 3k today? Can we make it? Okay, I want to see that 3,000 US here. Let's keep pushing that. Can we get up to 5,000? Can we get to 7,000 by the end of the week? You know, that's our record, guys. Our record right now, actually, for working with cure disease has actually been around $8,000. You know, that's our overall record right now. Can we beat that with Master of the Arena? Could we see an 8,000? Could we get up to 8,500? I certainly hope so. We've got a lot more amazing games for to cover over this weekend as we move forward to the NA regionals and, of course, the global finals on Sunday. So, you want to make that happen, it's going to be !CRD in the chat to learn more to cure a disease and what their mission is and what they do. And, of course, donate to get into
How much?
How much are we at? I believe we are at around $2,620 exactly is where we're at right now.
$400 left until this poor dude gets pet. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, and we've got one series to do it, like one set to do it.
Yeah,
no, it's time to activate. And I believe our teams are just about ready here. They're actually practicing their 1v1s right now. And what? So we were actually seeing Akimbo mode stay with this different composition, with the Scrapper and the Soul Beast from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Are we playing on Temple?
Yes, we are actually. The map order is going to be Temple, Capricorn, and then what is the final map? Actually, my memory is a sieve. It is going to be Legacy. Sorry, for the final map.
Yeah, like I'm very much looking forward to seeing this. It's very interesting being in the position that I am, that I'm not very deeply engaged with the meta. I get to, feel how it looks as the game goes on. I have a couple of questions immediately pop up in my head, like how does the Scrapper do with the Deadeye? Who picks off who? Like I see right now Casper's attacking Fly and blowing up 50% of his health immediately. But basically, without knowing too much, I can just imagine that Casper's mobility is extremely good for Temple, right? Like it's gonna be able to move around like a fella. But we'll see. It's definitely not what I imagined that the build would be. When I see it was just high damage squishiness, which is not the usual French theory. That's the opposite of the usual French theory of being as bunkery as possible and making the game miserable. This looks fun.
Yeah, it's a very, very dynamic build for sure. Right? Very mobile, a good chunk of damage, burst pressure coming through. And now let's move into the open split, and the Scrapper is going to be defending. She's going to be teaming up with the Blade Sworn to try and deny the push from Xeon and Phoenix. And, well, I mean, we just got to watch Phoenix here, I think, at this point, because that is the player who's honestly been very defining for Ultrascuffed. And already, actually, the Scrapper's dead.
Yeah, Kazar went down. And I want to mention something really important. It's that Azur pushed into the double thieves, and that was solid. Not getting pressured whatsoever by it. We'll see. I mean, right now we already have an advantage for Scuffed.
Yeah, well, I mean, we absolutely do. And somehow, though, during all of that, actually, we do actually see Akimbo manage to get themselves some nodes here. But, of course, that's not going to last for super long, actually. Now, Gornet, again, he's on the Necromancer here. And this is, again, not ideal for this map. Having said that, though, actually, Akimbo mode lose Riken and NATO God X Xeon is out. This could be a really big rally, actually. The revive is coming through, but the cleave is actually massive. That should be a rally. Maybe just barely. Oh, it's close, but there it is. And Blue Team are back on their feet.
I would argue that Gornet's problem of Necro is not as big versus this comp as it would be versus a Revenant who can just stick on you and chase you over and over and over again. It's not the same pressure, but we definitely see that Akimbo definitely were able to push back, and we're looking at a regroup situation where Scuffed, there's a lot of deaths happening on the map. Oh, why Caster got blown up again. I don't know about this NG build, honestly. Like, when I'm looking at it, it's getting picked off by the Ranger is what's happening.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the vulnerabilities of NG. I mean, he's playing with Rifle, right? Doesn't have the hammer block, doesn't have, say, a shield block, for example. And all of the utilities are all gyro. So, of course, there's stealth coming through there, but there's no, I'm going to go invulnerable. I'm going to block, right? I'm going to teleport away immediately, right? Outside of the rocket boots. So it certainly is a build that's going to be pretty easy to focus down and chase down there as well. Like with the Soul mobility, again, we have the Soul, the Untamed, and the Spectre, and the Deadeye. It's going to be a tough game for Kazan. Yeah, we see it again.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there was the
so.
AD, but
yeah,
20%
but he has
after
nothing.
that.
Look at him, like
Dead,
he's
yeah.
dead. Yeah, I don't know. The thing about Guild Wars, I mentioned this previously. Good builds are builds with options, right? That's why Herald is such a good evergreen build. It has damage, it has mobility, it has sustain, it has survivability, it has everything in a package. So you can, depending on how well you use your tools, you always have something to do, right? I feel like these fringe builds that are based off doing one hyper-specific thing without having the options, they tend to always falter at the top level, because whenever someone just dodges your burst and then pushes back, you don't have the resources to play around it. Now, instead of doing damage, you're just playing it safe. And right now, my gut feeling is telling me that Scuffed is going to run away with this unless we see something happen fast for Akimbo mode.
Yeah, this composition does not appear to be operating super well here for them so far. Phoenix securing this node over here. Riken a little bit too pressured. A Spree on respawn right now. And of course, that is going to enable this neutralization over here on the altar. Fly on Xeon lock that down. Kill being super annoying, just lurking around the place. And of course, there is some potential for things to get a little bit weird as we see the both buffs come up at 8:30 on the timer there. We already have one right now. It's the stillness buff is up right now. So things can, of course, get very, very unusual as we move further into this temple game. But yeah, absolutely, so far, it does appear that Scuffed, despite not having a massive points advantage, are absolutely the ones who are currently in control of this match.
Sure. I'm questioning some of the rotations going on, like Fly, both the Thieves going for the Warrior. I feel like this is unnecessary. This gives the Engineer an opportunity to outnumber, which surely is the only situation where the NG is a massive threat, and we immediately see that on Gornet, getting 2v1 by Kazers and Nade. Yeah, I mean, well, at least Gornet doing his Gornet thing. It's always nice to see specialists get rewarded for their ability. I always loved seeing Zan play and, being a fantastic NG, being able to get away with it. We see Gornet get outnumbered into turning. Beautiful.
The Deadeye just annihilated there, combined with Gornet, and shut that down. The Specialist cursed, unfortunately, and then immediately killed. I mean, there definitely is potential there, but it does appear to be that slight vulnerability. And yeah, Phoenix, I don't even say it at this point. He's just monstrous. Gets another kill locked down here onto Riken. And yeah, Ultrascuffed controlling the side nodes currently. Gornet has the time to now move towards middle to neutralize that and start to capture it. And a little bit of a lockdown here as well on the stillness buff, delaying the rotations here from Esprit and NATO God X. And that's simply going to give more and more points over towards Ultrascuffed. The Ultra might actually end up in the control of Akimbo as Fly in a 1v2 here. Gornet and Asdome trying to move in to help Fly, but it is going to be a little bit too late, although Asdome actually does port up. This could be a little bit scary. Can Kill actually stop this? Does port up, but is that enough? Actually, the hand res is coming through. Oh, the cleave is really high, actually. Is it going to be enough? It does actually get revived. Really nice revival there by Azadome. And that's a really big res, too, because now, of course, Kill is in a very scary 1v2 situation. And with Esprit dead. Oh, actually, Xeon is dead, too, actually. Oh, all these untamed. They're just dying all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many deaths already on this map, and this is usually not a map where there's that many kills happening left and right, but everyone is in glass, here, where there's so much damage being thrown across the board. I feel like in general, like for instance, Kaz right there, he's chasing a kill and he dies. I feel like I've seen this. This is like the story of the game, where even though this build has a crazy amount of mobility, it doesn't really have how do I put it, disengage in the sense where you go out of combat or you heal up. He runs to the Lore of Temple and gets away. Phoenix is down. I mean, if Akimbo's gonna mount a comeback, it's gonna be this.
Yeah, this is a good moment to do it. And there's actually nothing contesting Tranquility right now at all. Oh, that's a little spooky.
I don't think someone's gonna stop him, right?
Yeah, this actually. Oh, Gornet just barely makes it actually with the denial. That could have been a really big moment there as well. Like, Stillness is uncontested as well. We actually see Kill going for it, but no, Fly. Actually, I lied. Fly is contesting it actually, although is very pressured, so has to be a little bit careful not to end up dying in that situation. Esprit is dead again, though. I mean, well, this has been a story of the tournament, right? Like, the Untames are always one of the really top targets there, and to try and shut down because they deal so much damage if they're allowed to actually connect their abilities onto you.
Yeah, Kazers is not going to win this 1v1. He is going to get his AAD pop off, but, I mean, if there's a Lich, then he's dead now, and I think there is a Lich.
Oh, but actually, having said that...
The one shot! Oh, is he good?
the heal, but kills here now, and now Gornit's in trouble.
That's a really good +1. That's a fantastic +1.
Yeah, I don't think Fly can really revival that though.
He's definitely not going to revive, but it's going to be enough for him to be able to prevent the cap from happening. Like, as long as he plays it safe, he's going to be able to go in and out, weave back and forth. Gornit's going to have to respawn, and you're going to have to keep playing the game. But, I mean, I feel like Akimbo mode is, the flow is definitely changing, right? Like, we saw a clear-cut gameplay where Scuffed or Numb, whatever you want to call them, they definitely had a commanding presence in the start. Now we're seeing things getting a little icky.
Zeon, Gornit, and Fly dead. And let's see, is there anyone from the red? Oh, that was such a disgusting res actually from Asdome. That was beautiful. Well, he might just die again.
But Fly might get blown up.
Ooh, it's got a bit of shroud left over. Kaz is really on the chase. Still trying to find that. Oh, those Blade Sworn bullets really hitting hard, and yeah, Fly does go down again. But again, the thing is about this, it does stall that out a lot, right? Like, this could have potentially been a lower buff secured for Akimbo mode if that revive hadn't come through. Now they've got to deal with Asdome, who'll be more than capable of just shutting this down and stalling it for more or less eternity on Deadeye. And I don't think we want to see Akimbo mode dedicate 2 players to this, I don't think, because I don't think they can get rid of Asdome here. And yeah, we already see Kaz is starting to move away on the Scrapper to go elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, and I feel like the time we saw the flow of the game change is when Kazar got to be more useful, right? When he got put in situations where he was able to just kill people, just like that. Okay. Zeon just get gibbs immediately. This is how they can swap the flow of the game. I'm still not convinced about the theory of this, but he's certainly making it work. Like, the gameplay is working in his favor.
Yeah.
They're not going to get lore buff, but, you know, it's a clear control right now for Akimbo mode. They just have to keep this up.
We're really seeing some comeback moves here. We saw Phoenix get taken out. Zeon also died. Now we see the neutralization as a spree pushes into Gornit. Again, that's not going to be super easy for Gornit to actually control node possession there. Again, that the Ranger will just kind of out-kite him a lot there. Is doing a good job of at least scaring the Ranger away a little bit. But we do see Kaz's now die. That's definitely a good moment for Ultrascuffed to get back in control of this game. The Kalos can probably be super annoying here on Stillness. Yeah, this is certainly
also
there's potential.
Pressured versus Gornit. This is not looking to be in his favor, which means that we're now seeing slowly the pressure mount as Akimbo they have to win somewhere. They have to get a win. Kazar's respawning. Is he going to be able to get something going on?
Well, yeah.
He got the burst immediately.
Oh, and Gornit. The net missed. Oh, that would have been a huge immobilize. Does force Gornit to drop, though, and actually this could be difficult to escape. Gornit's so very low. Those rifle machine gun auto attacks really landing. There's a sliver of shroud left over, and Zeon's here.
He's not going to make it.
No, wait. Actually, and now Kaz is in so much trouble.
The fear, Kazar. Oh, this is dangerous. Kazar has nothing. He's going to go down. Oh, my God. Gornit has had so many near-death experiences at this point that it's insane.
That was a big greed right there. Like, Kaz really went for that. And honestly, I don't mind that. Like, going for a pretty risky play to try and get themselves back into the lead because they really have closed the gap. But unfortunately, it didn't pay off. And with the spree dying at the same time, yeah, that's a little bit scary now. Like, Gornit is low. He actually hasn't managed to get out of combat yet. Oh, that's super annoying for Gornit, actually, because he's about to run into a spree. Just barely managed to, so I should get a good amount of health back right now. But doesn't really want to fight for the node as Gornit simply moves over to the ult to try and capture that. But we're getting to 400 points now, so Akimbo mode, they've got to make something happen right now. What is that going to be, actually?
We see the tension mounting on Stillness as the players are starting to meet up here and see if someone gets a burst in or what's going to happen here.
Double
like
cap
people are
right
going
now.
for nodes as well, and I don't like the idea of going for nodes because it splits up the map and it doesn't let you wipe. And if you don't get the wipe, well, but Nado?
Yeah, Nado goes down here, and they actually get Stillness, so it does free up the objective. No one actually has a node, so it doesn't really do anything right now, of course.
Yeah.
But
they need more kills to set something up.
They do need kills. Like, Blue need kills now, and they're about to lose Riken. Yeah, Riken about to die. Kaz is kind of lurking around. I think that we're starting to run out of time here for Akimbo mode. They need to make something happen now, and but potentially switch up their composition.
That's definitely going to be the. Oh, but he took the fall, lost half his health, missed his burst. I don't think that's going to. Like, he didn't get the jump.
The thieves are already
Zeon.
coming. The thieves are already moving. I think. Yeah, Asdome is dropping already. Like, he's already ready to go.
Wait, Nado got stuck. No, but he's not stuck. Okay,
wait,
never mind.
Is he stuck?
Sorry.
Oh, okay, never mind. Riken and Esprit both dead though, and now the stillness kicks in as well, like right at the last second. This is a little bit rough, to be honest, for the red team, for the blue team rather. I think this is going to be 1-0. Do you expect to see a composition change potentially? Like, I'm not sure if the scrapper was working, to be honest.
No, it's not. Like, the thing is, Caster had a lot of like good plays here. The opponents made a lot of mistakes where he should have honestly died, but instead he gets a kill. But when I look at this build, like, how do I put it? Like, when you go in, you're vulnerable. And you don't need to be vulnerable. Like, if you play Ranger, you're not vulnerable in the same way we're spiking, you know? When you're playing as these other classes, they have so much safety while they're doing damage. There's no way you can convince me that this NG did even close to the same damage as a Revenant of the same skill would do, you know? Or Herald, rather. There's no way.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see. And Caster's is very meta-knowledgeable. He realizes this, and he tests, he adapts. We'll see changes.
Yeah, and that's going to be the next game. It's going to be on Capricorn, which is actually, I believe we haven't seen Capricorn today so far. Is this our first Capricorn game? I believe it actually is.
Yeah, I think so.
Certainly on
for
stream.
sure.
So that's going to be exciting. Actually, a bit of a switch there, and we'll see what we're going to see Akimbo Mo do to adapt there. I think a very close match, despite the scores. 200-point difference. That's not some kind of like super tense game for sure, right? Down to the wire. But certainly the early and mid game was very, very evenly matched up between those two teams. So if we see some composition switch-ups, some differences in play, I think we could really... I think we're going to have ourselves a series in our hand. I'd be surprised if we don't at least go to a 1-1. I think we're going to see a full best of 3 here.
The set isn't over for sure. Like there's going to be switch ups. There's definitely a possibility that we're going to see a deeper set than that. And again, Casters is extremely good at multiclassing. He's going to feel, you know what, this wasn't it for me. Let me switch it up. Or hell, if he sticks to it, then I'm sure he'll make an adaptation to make it make more sense. But I don't see a reason why you would stick on the roll. And I think we're going to see him swap.
Yeah.
Interesting to see Capricorn. Did you know that if we played on Capricorn and instead of typing the of Capricorn, if we'd had it as like D with a D, right? Then raid of the Capricorn. Well, Capricorn, you take the C, you take the R from the raid,
and then it's the
and
D.
of course of D. What does that spell out? That was the worst one.
It spells out CRD. Wow.
What does that stand for?
And it stands for Cure Disease, which is actually, I've got some very exciting news, in fact. We have indeed reached the dog pet goal of 3,020. Yes, we absolutely have.
He's sleeping. I can't pet the dog when he's sleeping.
Look, we can look, it can be a pet in the future, but we have a $300 anonymous donation coming through and making it happen. We're up to $3,020 right now. Hyper with the 10, Velixia with the 20, Statler with 50, Chrissy with 20, Charles with 20 as well. Thank you so much, everyone. $3,020, day one. That's one hell of a start for Cure a Disease.
Guys, keep that in mind that $3,000 have gone into making the world a better place, curing rare diseases that can, people that normally wouldn't get the chance to have their illness treated because of research like this, where they're pinpointing their research and dealing with these rare diseases. We're literally, it's because of you guys that we've reached this goal. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you, guys, for having helped with this. And of course, the douche has to be pet at this point. We cannot escape a world where the douche will be pet because you guys have earned it. Matt, thanks to everyone.
It's awesome. Yeah. I love to see that. Like, that is fantastic stuff. It is.
And shout out to Cure Disease. You guys are making the world a better place.
Yeah, and they're in the chat right now. Definitely show Cure Disease a little bit of love on their Twitch account. Roy already gifting the sub over there. We get the dog pet goal there as well. Big shout out to Helsa for our incredible segues here. Yeah, and here we go. There's the dog pet. There it is. There's the big reward there for sure.
Overjoyed, yes.
But yeah, thank you, everyone. It is incredible. Like, huge shout out, of course, to CRD Cure Disease for helping us out with getting this tournament going, making it even super exciting with the incredible prize pool that we've been able to accrue with their help. And, of course, everyone who was involved, you're all awesome, right? Like, we're doing our best, doing our part to make things a little bit better out there for people who have some unfortunate circumstances. That Cure Disease are working tirelessly to rectify. Curing rare diseases, looking at treatments, looking at cures, and of course, therapeutics and so on that makes, difficult lives a little bit easier and a little bit better. So again, thank you so much to Cure a Disease and everyone who's involved, okay? And there it is. Enjoy the dog. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, to learn more, CRD in the chat, cureadisease.org. And if you'd like to donate, donate in the chat. That will take you to our Tiltify campaign. And you can, of course, get involved there as well. Give as little or as much as you can. It is all appreciated. It is all awesome. And it all makes a real difference. So thank you all indeed for participating. And of course, I actually want to say a big shout out to Helsa as well with the masterful segues into doing exactly this. So thank you very much.
That one definitely wasn't masterful. It was the most garbage thing I've ever done in my life. But hey, I'm honestly extremely grateful to have been a part of this, man. Like it's been fun, and I hope you guys have enjoyed this as well, chat. Like you guys have been great, and thanks for supporting this cause. Thanks to the players for showing up, playing some great games, and most of all, most important, thanks to Rom. Fantastic cast, incredible casting abilities. Yeah.
I mean, he really has gone above and beyond. But don't worry, I'm sure we'll be hearing from him tomorrow as well. And of course, introducing Nos as well for a bit of NA action. His opinions on the NA scene, I think, will be very exciting to listen to. He's very involved with that, with that group of players there, so that'll be very exciting indeed to check that out. And we're in our game right now. Let's see if we see the switch up on Capricorn. We have not seen a switch up yet. Actually, it's going to again be NATO God X. So the big thing is, what is Kaz's going to play? That's going to be the big question that we're going to find out. Could it be the Deadeye? I believe he was playing Deadeye early on, actually. So we could see the Deadeye come back to kind of match into this composition we see on the red team, right? Which a lot of the teams are running.
Is a top tier thief. It makes full sense that he would do this. And the thing is, if we go back to the first set, we definitely saw Fly and Azerdome play better thief. I'll say that. I think I can say that they had the better direction of playing thief. But that's not to say that Casters is unable to keep up with Azerdome. That's definitely not the case. So even if he switches back, and even though the first set, people have gotten warm, and I feel like we got to see a lot of the SpaghettiOs, right? That last game. People are feeling the nerves at this point. It's the match point. I'm going to release the dude at this point. You're free, voltage. And someone that has as much tournament experience as Casters, well, he might show, or he comes with Mesmer. What?
Okay.
Wait, no, there's no way.
Wait, this is power Mesmer.
Nah, this is trolling. He's not gonna play this, so there's no way. There's no way.
No. That is very interesting.
No.
Wait, full signets?
No.
Of course, it is within the rules for him to, of course, change his build at the last second. So it could be a swap to, say, a condition build or something like that, like right at the last minute. But I mean, this would be a very risky thing to do, no? In the elimination match,
there is a build. It's called the Helseth build, right? Where you play full signets, inspiration, mesmer with Circular Amulet and all that stuff. This is all full. Like all of these traits and everything makes sense, but you shouldn't be playing the Greatsword with that. Like you should be playing Axe plus X. Because there's a build, and you can play it actually at a decent level. I mean, Misha's been able to play it with decent level as well. But this, I'm not convinced. I refuse to believe it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I don't know. This is, I don't know.
Yeah, of course, we're going to be starting up pretty soon. The team's just kind of scuffling around, kind of doing a bit of fighting here, a bit of a warm-up here.
Doesn't Kazar have a Herald? He has a Herald, doesn't he?
He has Herald, has a Deadeye that we saw today already.
Is he okay? Is he all right? He's
readied up. He's readied up. With this build.
I'll happily be proven wrong. But
the game's starting.
Okay, let's go. Let's go, Kazers. I'm watching you.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens, I guess. All right, then. So the game is now going to begin. And, actually, we did... wait. No, it wasn't a swatch. It's still Staff, Greatsword, Power with Marauder, Amulet, Rune of Divinity? With Inspiration, Chaos, and Mirage?
Yeah. All of everything makes sense except for the fact that he's playing Greatsword. But all of this other stuff, this has been played before, but I still would never play this over Herald, ever. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Let's play.
Well, we're about to see what's about to happen. Right now, a spree are going to be the big focus here, actually, for the red team. They open up very, very hard. Actually, they might just find that kill straight up. Actually, I think they may well do, actually. There's no real defensives left over for a spree. He's able to just barely wriggle away and maybe get some support from the Blitz, but he's dead.
He's going down.
Okay. Little bit of an interesting situation. We have the Riken from the Spectre going to fight into the Necromancer, which obviously is, it's going to be decent for the Spectre. But however, Asdome is already here to help out the Necromancer, and with a kill already on the board, I mean, Ultrascuffed off to a pretty good start here. They need to get a little bit of map control here, as they haven't really, they haven't got anything on the board just yet. But if they keep getting kills, then they're going to eventually find themselves in a good spot. Yeah,
I'm confused. I definitely didn't expect this, so we'll see what happens. But Riken's down. This is not what I expected this set to be. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see down the line like what this build is going to do. I mean, there's a reason behind it, right? It's probably not. It's not random. I don't think so, anyway. So let's see if it does deliver some kind of value. But I don't know. I feel like I'm not on the intellectual level of Kaz's. I cannot understand it.
Do you think he's just crafted so many weird builds that his hubris? Look at that. I feel like at this point his team was like, this makes no sense. He's like, listen, I know what I'm doing. Trust me. I go Mirage, I go Greatsword, and trust me. And then he dies. I feel like at this point, he's just crafted so much. Kazra has crafted meta-defining craft time and time again. One of the greatest, even past before he was like on teams left and right? He's been a big part of making metas in Guild Wars. I feel like at this point, there's a hubris to it. He's like, I can make anything work.
Yeah,
I will make it work.
He's unable to see that he's flown too close to the sun with this one.
It's not too close to the sun. He's inside the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, but Azur's dead. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Asdome
does die. That's a good start. They get the rebound there, but their Catalyst is down on the other side of the map, though. Gornet has this kill. Bell is actually about to pop up as well, so that's obviously going to be a big point of contention. Yeah, if there was another kill on either side, that's going to be very impactful, because that will, of course, allow them to get this objective. Bell, very impactful, of course, allows you to get a snowballing amount of points every time you capture it, so will certainly be a very key objective that both teams are really going to look to target as this match progresses. When Xeon had a bit of trouble here, actually. Let's get a heal skill off. Is okay for the time. It looks like there's going to be a 1v1 on the Bell, at least for the time being. Xeon now moving in and actually gets a very big burst onto Riken, who is actually going to have to back off. Kaz is low on the Mirage. Is dead on the Mirage.
I don't know what to say. I really, it's the final set. I won. But at this point, I'm just trying to curse it. Because while I'm making this disappointed voice, Xeon is dying. So hopefully it's some counterplay from that. But Kazra is getting cleaved out. Xeon is... I don't think Xeon is going to recover. Yeah, Kazra didn't rally. Okay. Yeah. The one good thing is that Ranger has been traded off with the Mesmer, which should be in favor of Akimbo.
And this fight on the Bell looks like it's not really going anywhere time soon, but Ultrascuffed just have a pretty significant advantage already in this game. Thief moving out to decap as well, like Asdome, we're able to neutralize the Bazaar. There's nothing to contest that. Kaz's will have to fight into that. Off respawn, here he comes. Yeah, that's actually big, because of course removing the Necromancer from the team fight could potentially get the Bell moving, but they're not really team fighting it over either, actually.
Yeah, mode actually is getting tipped off.
Bell maybe here for a Akimbo mode, but yeah, Esprit is dead over here as well, like right next to the Bazaar.
That's massive.
Ooh, yeah, that should not have happened. Was that Medic Azadome again, actually? Wait, no, it wasn't actually this time, I don't think. No. Yeah, he's on the other side of the map. But that would have been funny if it was.
Actually, maybe it was down. There was a Bell in the favor of blue, but in exchange for this Bell, they're losing. They're getting killed all across the map, and there's basically a 3-cap coming from this. NATO's down.
Gordy does that again. Asdome comes in with a medic, but I think there's no way they're going to allow that to get revived. Asdome in trouble, but is actually with a good amount of stealth left over, so he will be able to disengage cleanly. But I don't know. I don't think winning Bells is really good enough in this game, though, unfortunately.
It's not enough. Like, there has to be like 4 more Bells for that to matter at this point. And during that time, never mind the fact that they're not winning fights, because they're not. But I don't see how they hold nodes either with what they're running, So this feels very similar to the Temple game where the Skyhammer game, where I can't create a strategy in my head for Akimbo mode to win this game. It has to be them winning the bigger fights and snowballing. That's the only thing I can see in my head. So Xeon needs to die here, I guess.
Yeah, Xeon needs to get taken out. I think we need to see Gornet get bullied pretty hard as well somehow. But Raikon's down state here in middle, and that's not a good time to be dead either, because we have another bell coming up in 20 seconds, and that's going to be rough. And he will be off respawn just barely in time, but the fight might just have started before the Thief actually arrives, which could potentially cause some problems down the line. But it's as you say, right? Like, what is the play for Akimbo mode? It kind of looks like the Mirage pick has almost subjected them to like a very slow and painful death. And it might not even be that slow, actually.
Yeah, no, because it's like you're not going to win the fights with it. You don't win the skirmishes with it. In the unlikely event we win the skirmishes, you can't hold the notes with it either way. So it's like it can't be a 1v1 versus anyone on the enemy team. So it has to go for it can't be 2 either. They can only 4v4. And in my head, I feel like we could have seen a very different game had Castle been on, for instance, Revenant. Right? Like we could have seen it completely, because he's fantastic at the game. So but let's hope for a miracle. Actually, that's not.
Yeah.
That's not. That's not.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think in these situations, obviously we love to see the close series, or we like to see the 1-1s. But at the end of the day, Ultrascuffed is they're on point. They're playing extremely well. And, you know, I don't think no one's going to say they didn't deserve it, right? Yeah, they did. They absolutely did. Like, there's no question about it. They deserve to go far in this tournament. And it looks like, yeah, they're going to make it, right? They're going to be going to the global finals on Sunday, 100% by the looks of this. They're fantastically far ahead in this particular matchup. They get themselves the bell as well during this time, so that's locked down. They're on a triple cap, and we're getting to the GG moment, I think, here, Helseth. This is not looking good for Blue.
I was GG before the game started. I mean, I'm sorry to say that I knew it, but of course I knew it. You know, I specifically said there's no way, and I literally played this build yesterday. It was garbage. it's like yeah, but we have some more fantastic games coming up in this tournament. And we've had some incredible games. Having a little chill end to it, that's fine as well. We all get to mellow out a little bit and appreciate the fact that not only have we had some fantastic games and had some fun time, but spent with a good cause as well.
Indeed. And that's going to be essentially the end of today's festivities. We do see a kill going through, but yeah, oh, never mind. The players are determined to make my end of game overlay not work quite out well by leaving early. And yeah, that is the end of that. I guess slightly anticlimactic in a way, but I mean, you know, seeing some unusual Mirage play is always a little bit fun to see. And that's GG. 2-0 for Ultrascuffed.
Lost every single game today versus non-Vesper. Just saying.
That is, I believe, true, I think, actually. Although it didn't 55 beat Barcode with Chrono, I think.
True. I stand corrected. Well, no, because Barcode also had Mesmer.
Yeah, they had Mirage. Yeah. Yes, that is true. You're indeed correct. And there we have it. This is going to be the final state of the bracket for today. We saw rank 55 move all the way through the upper bracket, and they qualify for the global finals. And now Ultrascuffed do the same through the lower bracket. I absolutely cannot wait to see those teams potentially face each other in the global finals, or of course, face the NA teams as well. But yeah. Awesome stuff, and GG well played, of course, to all the teams that actually showed up and played today. We had some really exciting matches, and actually, I'm going to take this time to actually test a feature that I kind of forgot to use today, and it is actually instant replays that actually might work. Bear with me, chat, and see if it... Oh, yeah, and you'll like this. I actually took this opportunity to actually clip Kaz's dying right at the end of the game. And it does indeed work. Yeah, there you go. It actually does work.
We'll I'm watching. I'll see this delayed. You know, quite a bit delayed. But I'm looking forward to seeing it. Yeah. I'll give you a review.
Oh, it might be quite loud, actually. I think the replay's really loud, actually. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, we have a few clips of some blue team members dying. I'll try and use it a bit more tomorrow. I was a little bit stressed with my overlay falling apart today, guys, so sorry about that. But tomorrow, we'll try and utilize this replays feature to maybe capture a few key moments and do some post-game analysis while we go into the next setup. But hey, we're testing it and we're working. I've managed to get some amazing clips of Raikkonen and Kaz's dying here. So there it is, I guess. Not too bad. We also have this clip of Kaz's trying to get a kill on Gornet. and then immediately dying. So really capturing the highlights of these games and replaying them for you after the game. So yeah, cool stuff, right?
Shoutouts to this overlay though. Like everything about this is truly upping the production level of Guild Wars. So very cool to see. Very, very cool to see. The people that worked on this, you guys are genuinely really talented. Like, we're talking, it's super high production. So I'm very impressed.
Yeah, you know, that was really one of our big goals going into this, was to enhance the viewer experience so that a player who doesn't know PvP can still get hyped and knows what's going on and is able to engage with it. Because it can be hard to read. Conquest is a complicated, difficult game mode. Guild Wars 2 is hard, right? Very hard to play. And there's a lot going on, and it's not always apparent who's winning, right, or who potentially has the advantage. So again, a massive, massive shout out, of course, to the developers. Okay, to Chocolapic, to Noz, to Plenix, who was helping out a lot there as well, and obviously to Mitzi as well, really putting in a lot of work, and to me. I was also involved in the development of this as well. You know, a lot of late nights, doing some beautiful.
Everything is about you,
it's all about me. I did it.
Can you please focus on other people, such as a final opportunity? Is there something people can do here to help other people in life?
I think there absolutely is, and that's cure our disease. And we've pushed all the way past 3,000 to 3,100, actually. Of course, we don't have much time left over. Would have been nice to have an extra scripted game of that file to try and push towards 3,500, but we've got a little bit of time here as we close out the stream to do just that. Thank you very much to Fishy332 for another $80, taking us exactly 3,100 for the charity that we've partnered with to make all of our prize pools possible. Cure Rare Disease, a non-profit organization engaged in the battle against rare genetic conditions around the world, engaging in epic research, cutting-edge technology, and improving the lives of those who are afflicted with such conditions globally right now. So if you want to learn more about Cure Disease, they're an epic charity. I've worked with them multiple times before. They've always been an absolute privilege and pleasure to work with. They've helped us out a lot over the past kind of few months and around a year, actually, approximately. So !CRD in the chat and !donate if you want to get involved with our Tiltify campaign to get to work on that. You know, our record, just want to bring this up again, okay? Our record for a fundraiser with Cure Disease has actually been around $8,000. And we've still got another 2 days left, so if we can manage to do around 3,000 a day, we could actually beat our record here at Hardstuck.
I feel like if we don't do 10,000, it's just nutty. I feel like at least we should reach 10,000 at this point. And everyone has done such an incredible job contributing. If you haven't contributed, then just honestly being around, just making and sharing, that's enough. Everyone, like, you don't have to put your money in if you cannot do that. You shouldn't feel bad if you can't do that either. But take the chance to spread the word. Use your Twitter, use your Discords, and not only show people that we're having some absolutely incredible events right here with fantastic games, and we're having a lot of fun here, but also spread the word that, again, CRD, even if you might not have that dollar you feel like donating, well, someone else that you share this to might actually be inclined to do that. And again, it's all to a good cause. So thanks to everyone for watching.
Absolutely. And everyone, I'm going to remove the cooldown from this command, because all my commands in the chat have like 30-second cooldowns. I'm going to remove that just for this one, so you can spam it really hard, actually. But yeah, when the cooldown comes back off, !CRD. I think my bot might have actually disconnected a little bit, unfortunately. In fact, I think it has. I don't know. I think I do believe there was a bit of lag, actually, in the previous game. I think my internet spasmed a little bit and actually, unfortunately, just fell over and died. So I think I need to make it not do that, I guess. But do not worry, my mods are going to sort us out there, and spamming that link super hard to the Tiltify over there, and of course to the Cure Disease website as well. And yeah, all that really remains here is to just thank all of the players and the teams for putting on an amazing show here. I think the game quality was excellent. We saw some incredible teams, some incredible matchups, and I hope to see a lot more from the ones that have been eliminated now, but we're certainly going to be seeing a lot more from Rank 55 Dragons and Ultrascuffed, who've moved on to the global finals. They get a little bit of rest. They get a rest today, tomorrow rather, as of course the NA regional bracket is going to be tomorrow, NA regional finals rather, and of course on Sunday we have the global finals. So don't put your phone down, don't put your PC away, There's a lot more exciting action. And, of course, I also want to give a really big shout-out to Helseth for providing some awesome commentary. So entertaining, right? And an excellent host as well. Thank you so much for hopping on board. And even going the extra mile as, sadly, Rom, who has now woken up, he has reached my Discord DMs now. So, yeah, just on time. For going overtime and going the entire duration of the tournament casting. Thank you so much, my friend, for hopping on board. It's awesome to have you here.
That's my pleasure. I had a lot of fun. Yeah. We have my Twitch channel there. You guys can give it a follow. Don't watch my streams right now. I'm not a good streamer right now. When I'm motivated and inspired, I'm quite possibly the greatest streamer of all time, like bar none. Twice as good as Teapot, and Teapot is a decent streamer, right? So I mean, that's a lot. But I'm at the very least, whenever I'm here, I'm very inspired because not only is Teapot doing a fantastic thing for the community, but now he's doing a great thing for people in general. And of course, I have to be on board on this. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully, Teapot has more blackmail information on me because then I'll be back. Thanks a lot for having me, guys. There's always going to be a difference between peasants and kings. You know the deal.
Yeah. And of course, as one more final thing here as well, it would be absolutely remiss of me to not mention the awesome work that's been done by our administrators for today, which have been Plenix, Legendary Lynn, and Serious Jester as well. Like, they did an incredible job, not only in this tournament, but in previous events as well, keeping it smooth, right? Making sure that we're moving from maps, quickly communicating with myself to make sure I can actually press the right buttons on my overlay and all that stuff. They absolutely made this so much easier for me, right? I'm barely even sweating right now, okay, thanks to their incredible administrative skills. So thank you so much to them. Of course, they'll be working tirelessly in the background to make this work, but they're absolutely fantastic, right? Much love to the admins. And of course, as a final thing as well, to ArenaNet, who are also sponsoring this tournament with a whole bunch of gems and the coveted Community Conqueror and a special VIP PvP pass as well, the permanent, Mist Rest pass, which is also going to be available for the teams that come first and second in the global finals later on there as well. But I think that will actually just about close things out for the stream today as well. We actually made some really good time. Actually, that was another one of our goals, funny enough. Last Master of the Arena, we had some 8-hour days, which was maybe a little bit too much for everyone involved, but looks like we managed to keep it all down to schedule here as well. But don't go anywhere. Make sure to follow the stream and come back tomorrow for even more PvP action with the NA regional finals, and of course on Sunday the global finals. If you want to learn more about that and know when all the timings are going to be, we're going to be starting a little bit later tomorrow, around 2 hours later to account for the NA time zone, and approximately the same time on Sunday, a little bit earlier. If you want to keep track of all of that, you can do !MOTA MOTA in the chat, or simply do !bracket in the chat, and that will take you directly to the bracket page. The NA one will be updated very, very shortly, of course, because we're just going to do that very shortly, and you'll be able to see who's who's gaming. But anyway, that will just about round things out. And once again, thank you to everyone involved in making this possible. All the players, all the admins, all the donors, Cure Rare Disease, Helseth, and Rom, okay, as well, for providing some moral support at the last second in my Discord DMs. Love to see that. Hey, what does he said here? He said, yo, good stuff today. Thank you, Rom. I appreciate that. It was pretty good today, actually.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
But that is going to just about do it. And just one more thing there as well, where mods, help me out here and save my stricken chatbot here real quick. Go ahead and get me some spams for the !donate and !CRD link in the chat to once again support that fantastic charity. But that is going to be just about it from us today. We'll go ahead and raid someone. I'm going to go and hit my overlay with a bit of a hammer and get things sorted out a little bit. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Really hope you enjoyed the stream. Okay, and we'll see you all tomorrow and Sunday for Master of the Arena. Take it easy, my friends. Hit those links. Spam that in the chat. And I'll see you all tomorrow.